Freddie thought it would be a good idea to raise him with 2 overs, a gut shot, and a backdoor, and a flush draw. This is what happens when you raise Wesley. Hey, Wesley with the boat.
West side.
West side.
35 unsalted, 400, go.
All rise. We have a 29K pot.
Nice.
They're just going once. Binker.
Ace is good. Oh my God.
He's gonna put it in. Believe me.
I didn't know you had that much.
Come on, Chris. Let's see a 4-way all in. Let's go.
Nick had less. I didn't see the Browns. That's okay.
Oh my God, I know I'm gonna hit.
Didn't affect my decision.
Chris is good enough to fold this. There it is. Now, I've never rooted for a jack harder in my whole life.
Okay, 1 going.
Chat, let's bring in the Johnstone.
You can't do side.
We need a J-Stone so bad.
You can't do side.
I'll tell you right now, a jack hits this board, Luda's gonna go crazy. He's got, there it isn't. Ugh. Mayhem, commanding lead. Jeremy ready to win a side pot.
So stupid. Fucking damn it.
Never get out of line with me though.
I never get online at all.
Yes.
Wow, Ludacris with the massive overbet bluff here, $25,100. And Eli sitting on a full house. He loves it. He's got 5-6 on 5-5-3-6-9. And Ludacris just fired 25,000 into 14,000. Oh, Eli shoves. He does not just call, he shoves. And a quick fold from Ludacris. A massive pot for Eli. Wow. There's Armenian Mike enjoying a nice meal. See what he's doing here. He's pouring the Diet Coke in the cup, and then he's gonna take the Perrier, and he's gonna mix that. So he's got Diet Coke and Perrier there. Wait, it's not done yet. All right. Oh, more Diet Coke in there. Wait, now he's gonna put the Diet Coke in the Perrier bottle. Okay, this is new.
I don't know where we at. Are we here? Are we here?
This is what a heater looks like, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't know where we at. I don't know where we at.
We're at Barry's house.
Armenian Mike, let's see what's going on here. All right, he's got the, what is that, the shrimp or the chicken fingers? I think that's chicken tender. Can't really tell. It's either shrimp or chicken tenders there. Yeah, that's shrimp. Yeah, he's gonna dipping it in, what is that, ketchup or barbecue sauce? Now there's a couple fries. All right, there's the pickle. That one's going down.
Yeah, rough night for Jeremy.
Spoiler, he did not go home.
Don't say anything.
Oh my God.
Look at that glare to Magic the Dealer.
I need to walk.
Sick and tired, man. I'm playing 25K and nothing left. 5,000, 10,000, 50,000. Sick of first hand.
80K in the middle. Run it once. They all think they lost on that card.
Thank you, sir. I wasn't doing nothing else, Barry.
And that is a call. $64,000 pots. And we're running it once. There will be blood. Ace King bricks it all. Barry getting every dollar back, as he said. He is now even on the nights.
I don't know what y'all thought was gonna happen. I got my money back. Fine, it's fine. I don't care. I don't care. It's just the cards. I don't fucking care, okay? Just stop showing me your cards, damn it. Fuck, I want to quit this fucking game. Just stop talking to me, all right? I don't want to see your fucking cards. You play your hand, I don't care. If you're betting, if you have it or you're bluff, I don't care, all right? Just play normally. You don't have to, like, show me that you have the fucking pair. Jesus Christ.
Things are heating up here.
Wesley's all in with King Jack off. We need to see multiple jacks. We need to see running Broadway cards. Wes can do it. Let's see a scoop.
Twice, right?
Scoop for Wes.
Queen, let's drop. One.
Wes is gonna need some help.
More outs for him.
He needs a 10. Can he find a 10? There it is.
You get like a shrimp head.
A what?
Like a shrimp head. You know, like if you make the
Dude, he's in a manic state. Let him go.
yeah. You ever no, but have you ever gotten sushi and then there's this thing you would never eat?
Bro, it's G-rated. Let him talk. You know what I mean? He's doing good tonight.
Oh my god, if you're bluffing me, I'm gonna be so sad.
Short of bluff, break her heart.
I'd ace high. That's tilting. Bluffed me off ace high, and then I just I have no idea. I literally.
You were still thinking about that when I told the whole story about the Vegas game.
Yeah, well, I folded ace high, and it would have looked sick if I called.
Honestly, no offense to Luda, that was a stupid bet.
Or, in honor of Rampage, who I saw in the chat, he was punting. What do you guys think?
Okay, chat, who looks better? You got two bunnies at the table. Who does it better? I want to thank you all for joining us here. I'm David Tuckman, Poker Bunny. Getting mad. Tossing those cards in the muck.
So annoying.
Throwing coffee down at the top. Pulling the tail up and down.
She'll be back, Nick.
I hope so. And to all the trolls with the whatever you're saying in there has nothing to do with because she's Poker Bunny. It has to do with compassion for a human being.
I'm a pussy check. I'm 7.
I don't have anything.
Well, it's just a call, but this... Oh. Wow. Wow. Are you kidding me? Yeah. Shove call. Bad news. Gosh, dang. So sick.
The good news is he won enough to buy a Bitcoin. And the bad news is he won enough to buy a Bitcoin.
Pretty mixed bag. Oh, wow, he calls. King High Diamond's good for Jeremy and Haroon. Ace is correct.
Any West fans in the chat? Where are you guys? We just played this Jack 4 offsuit expertly. Ronnie wants to run his place for sure now. When you got Queen 7 on deuce, Jack 10 deuce. Good news, Wes. No, Ronnie. No. No, Ronnie. Oh my God. Oh no.
Bet again here. He bets 3,000. Not a big bet though.
Gosh damn it.
He's kind of repping Ace King here, isn't he? There's the call.
I thought you had ace-X of hearts. I'm like, thought for sure you would check.
Okay, great.
Does not come on the flop,
I really would think about it.
nor does it come on the turn. He could chop with a 3.
I love that.
Instead, it's a double.
I don't want to get too
for the horse veterinarian.
Like I did, know when to fold up, know when to walk away, know when to run. You never can do it. Sitting at the table.
You'll see this fold, Nick.
And he folds.
Sounds big. Ace Jack.
45 minutes.
Way bigger. Wow.
So Nick really taking advantage of his image there. Great hand. He got ace king to fold with a 4-bet because he knows that with his image, a 4-bet from Nick Vertucci seems like it's got to be kings or queens or something big like that.
What is it, Martin?
Your wife's here. Yeah, he came yesterday morning.
And now he's in the exact same situation from his perspective.
Oh, sorry.
I didn't know why you were asking me. That's fine.
He makes the call.
Man, I just hate it. Both times I've had ace king against you, Nick. The last time I had ace king, I folded pre. I kind of wanted to fold this one too.
You won't believe what I called. Show it to him. Show it to him, Nick. Anytime. Rub it in his face one time if it's a bluff.
He can't.
It's not $25 to call. It's $25,000 to call. Good fold, Garrett.
Pocket started filling up. The honey started showing up. Now my ego's blowing up. It's called fame. It's hard to prepare you for it. It's like to reach your dreams. People want a piece of you. They go to any means. Everywhere you go, the party comes to you. But when the lights go out, that's when you face the real truth.
Eli with pocket kings and no spade. Tough spot for him after it goes 2,000 and call.
So that might have gotten in your head. I'm all in.
Oh no, and Jeremy shoves. Ronnie reshoves. Jeremy's drawing dead. And a $33,000 pot goes to Ronnie. As Jeremy bluffs it off.
Yeah, it's only a 60K pot. Run it once. Oh, man. The 2-outer again. There it is. It's only 13.5 thousand to call with about 74,000 in the middle. You just have to pay it off. You don't like it, but you gotta do it. Ridiculous. Garrett's hand needs to be best about 1 in 6 times to make that call. And he felt like it wasn't, and he made a world-class fold. He's just gonna call.
Thank you, sir.
What do you do with this wild card named Wesley? Garrett makes the good fold.
75. Approximately.
Call.
Wow.
Call.
200K pot. Phil with the bluff of the night, then snaps it off with a turn set.
This hand is going to play itself. Louise with top. Sonny with a set of 8s.
Peter, is Peter around?
And Wesley has a gutter to a 5. Sonny goes all in. Wow. And Louise here makes the call. He is drawing dead. Wesley's the only one who can improve here with a 5. He hits a 5! Unbelievable!
Oh my God.
Wesley hits a 5. He's gonna win the main pot. The side pot is significantly larger. Sonny's still gonna profit almost $40,000.
This is your side bet.
So when you look at your cards, this is what you do.
I know it looks ridiculous. Like, yeah, I know it looks
Hilarious.
so bad.
No, it's not bad. It's just all in.
Whoa!
Nick checks. Barry's got to bet this. You got to bet that, Barry. Come on.
Oh, he's going to go over pot. So pot on the flop, slightly over pot now. And if Ben calls, we're going to be approaching 100,000. Whoa! Ben check folds the turn. That is unbelievable. If people knew, if the players knew, holy smokes, what a fold.
Again, don't panic. Turn around, take a handful of shit, throw it right in the lion's face, and it will stun him. The kid said, but wait a minute, what if there ain't no shit there? He said, there'll be some shit there.
He just lost 20 million in crypto. He's not running a 17K pot twice, is he?
You gotta know your customer. I've turned over a new leaf. I'm lucky now. Garrett's not here. If Garrett were here, one time me. You get the ace 100%. He's my anti-luck charm. Yeah.
I'll send you the hand, actually, yeah.
I actually did it to Garrett.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I can't wait to watch that. It's such a draft. You either have ace, queen, or set. It's one of the two.
Correct.
It's just one of the two. I folded such a monster. You'll be.
I figured you had jacks.
Kings.
Kings?
Wow.
So many sixes.
It's a set. Queen, queen.
Two queens.
Queen, queen, right?
Better.
Was it queen, queen?
Oh,
No.
they said king, queen.
No. Was it queen, queen? No. Was it ace, queen? Oh, that's the only hand I don't want to see. Wow.
Ace king? Call. You call? Yeah. How many?
You see this man evolving so quickly. He said ace king, call.
I know I have ace king.
West side.
Oh my God!
Poker has a new hero and he's in the 6th seat tonight.
I know he has ace king.
Yes, you did.
I know he has ace king because
Don't explain why.
if he has an overpair, I can beat. But if he has ace king, I will just call.
Yeah. It's either a good turn or a bad turn for me.
It's either a good turn or a bad turn. That is insightful. It was indeed a good turn.
Once? Oh, you want twice? That's fine. I always do.
I always run it twice, but I give
okay.
whatever you guys want.
Yeah, I say up to you. Two times.
They're gonna run it twice. There's the club on the first one. And a club on the second one. Casper scoops.
Flops top set against the overpair.
Come on. Call. One time.
One time Wesley. Ace of clubs, ace of diamonds. It's neither.
I know he has aces, but I just can't fold.
And Garrett's gonna bet a lot. 50 grand. Just like that, Garrett wins a $145,000 pot.
Oh, he does go all in. And this puts Ronnie in a spot. Now he has to wonder, did the 4 help me, or is the 4 going to make me make a terrible call? There's certainly a lot of missed draws here. I mean, the board really did go brick, deuce 4.
I call.
He calls. He's going to get the bad news. Oh. Yeah.
This motherfucker made me call the river this fucking 4. Nice hand, Charlie.
Nick's getting punished by the poker god.
Aces, kings, queens in one hand. How often do you see this?
And the person who opened had 9-7. Oh, wow.
And Nick doesn't lose $1. Are you kidding me? What a boss. He doesn't lose $1.
That's incredible, right?
That is just amazing.
So for all those of you that were hating on Nick for folding those aces, you got to give him credit right there. That was pretty sick.
I mean, one of the best ways to just like print in poker is by making insane folds. He made a great fold there. You got to respect it for being right. Oh, and queen on the turn. And
Okay, go ahead.
Good hands.
And he makes the call. Great call by Ronnie as he figures it out. And he's going to take down a 21K pot. Great bluff attempt by Armenia Mike, but Ronnie just too good.
I almost laid it down. Really good.
You rest the turn. I give you credit. Keep it up. I'm not good enough to mark.
If I knew you had 2 pair, I wouldn't have bluffed. I would have just folded. Check, move on, next hand.
Honestly, I'm serious. I thought you had it. Because your turn.
2 pair, you said.
Yeah, no, I can't fall. And I flush it. The flush it, I get all your money.
His fucking life is BLEFF. It's not only my life. I'm the older one here. For that I say life is fucking BLEFF. Trust me. When you pass 60, you know it's all fucking life is gone. It's BLEFF. Whatever you do, you got billion, million, it doesn't matter. You're gonna enjoy your life, that's it.
I said to Ryan, I'm gonna put it. I told Ryan I'm gonna put I bluff.
You have to spell with an E.
BLEFF, a BLEFF. BLEFF, a BLEFF. Will you pay me if I put bluff? I bluff?
Yeah? Whatever you got, it's nothing. It's garbage. It's BLEFF. When I start this game, I go to commerce first time. I pay 10, 20, no limit. I start like this. Oh yeah, I'm bluffing all my life. My life is BLEFF. My life is BLEFF. My life is BLEFF. 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 My life is BLEFF, 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 BLEFF. My life is BLEFF, 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 BLEFF. My life is BLEFF, 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 BLEFF. My life is My life is BLEFF. My life is BLEFF. My life is BLEFF. My life is 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 life 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 life. My life is life is life is life life is BLEFF. Life is life is life life is BLEFF. Life is life is life life is BLEFF. My BLEFF. Life is life is life life is BLEFF. Life is life is life life is BLEFF. Life is life is life life is BLEFF.
only pass through this life once. When you get old, all you're gonna have left is your memories. So make them good.
No fault, I done doubled up on the workload. I think I fell in love with the bankroll. Pray up, get money, then we lay low. Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso, add it up. I'm just doing me, everything is on me. Oh, you matter what? Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso, add it up. I'm just doing me, everything is on me. Oh, you matter what? Add it up. Told her if it's all me, everything is on me. Gon' back it up. Matter what? Told you I'ma do me. Why you hating on me? It's not adding up. Add it up. Told her if it's all me, everything is on me. Gon' back it up. Matter what? Told you I'ma do me. Why you hating on me? It's not adding up.
To Tuesday night at Hustler Casino Live, brought to you by High Stakes Poker Productions and the beautifully renovated Hustler Casino located smack dab in the heart of Los Angeles. My name is DGAF, and in the booth with me tonight, a very special guest named Garrett Adelstein. How you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty well, man. This is it's quite a production they got going on up here. I'm a lot more nervous than I've ever been to sit down at a poker table, I'll tell you that much. So
yeah,
let's hope for the best.
You don't usually seem too nervous down there at that table we're looking at now. Thank you for joining me tonight. It's going to be fun. Let's meet the players. Who's that in the 2-seat? Garrett, you know him.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm pretty sure he's well regarded as the biggest winner on Hustler Casino Live. Just since this show started, just comes in and absolutely just destroys everyone every single time he plays. I don't understand how he still has any haters at all from a poker perspective.
Yeah, and that's Mayhem. You probably have not played with him. He's a general contractor from Palmdale, and he's really good at the live stuff. I think you'll appreciate that tonight.
I did watch a clip. He looks like a great mediator when two people are about to knife fight to the death. He stepped in and did a nice job that one day.
He's good at that as well. Have you played with Victor before?
Victor, nicest guy in the world. He owns a store that my wife and I frequent. Great dude.
And that's KGB. I saw this guy walk in today, and I remembered playing with him about a decade ago in Los Angeles. Are you getting that same vibe?
I know this guy, and he is hilarious, no question.
Yeah, I think he's funny, kind of mean, but great all around. And this is DJ Washburn. He's a working DJ and action poker player, I'm told. You know anything about him?
I don't know, but I heard he's action. Looks like my kind of guy. We'll see what kind of game he's got today.
And this is Big John. You played with him on Friday, I believe.
I played with John, hundreds of times. The guy's salt of the earth. Big fan.
Yeah, you guys played a big pot. Aces against ace queen.
Yeah.
Came queen high, and you got half the pot.
I got half the pot, which isn't bad. Honestly, I love it when I run bad in a hand. It gets people off my back for 5-6 seconds. I'll take it.
That's good. This is Sammy. He's also from Palmdale. He's a lot of action. You're not going to want to try and bluff Sammy.
Yeah, I am shocked this guy got a seat. I mean, you can tell he's here to crush, but
he's going to.
Nevertheless.
And Ronnie, the former jockey agent. You also have a good amount of time at the table with him on the show.
Yeah, absolutely. Ronnie's a great guy. A lot of fun outside the table as well. And he's, as you can see, got a flair for the dramatic. I like that. I got plenty of that in myself.
Tonight's game is 5-5. It's a 5-5 game. But also the big blind's putting a $100 ante in the middle. And here we go.
We're off. And as you see, Nick, as I refer to him these days, is Alpha Macho. Reputation clearly related to Chip Stack, as he's happy to cover the whole table.
Cheers to everybody that's not drinking. He wasn't himself. What are you drinking? This is Guinness. It is, yeah. Luck of the Korean.
That's DJ Washburn. I checked out a couple of his songs last night. He's kind of like a wholesome DJ. Like you could play him at your kid's birthday party if you have a big enough birthday party.
Like the Will Smith of rap music, maybe.
I think so.
Yeah.
Well,
Will Smith is as wholesome as it gets, right?
Yeah. If you want to straddle in this game, it's 200 or greater.
Well, top of the morning to you.
So how's this game gonna go? Every time people are nice and tipsy halfway through, or does it kind of depend show by show?
I don't know. They don't drink that much. Mayhem likes to have a few cocktails, but he handles it well. I've never seen DJ Washburn play. It will be the most action game you see all week.
Yeah, nice. I mean, you can see already with a $200 straddle and people choosing to 3X, which is definitely a bit on the big side from a theoretical perspective, but, you know, possibly, as you'll probably hear me say plenty throughout the show, could be, you know, perfectly fine or ideal from an exploit perspective. Nevertheless, here we go, 3 ways to the flop, and, you know, we have nearly 2,000 in the middle, so this game clearly plays much bigger than it looks like it's advertised.
A little bit later.
Big John's got the best hand here. Mayhem's got bottom pair.
Door in the other room, you know, it was loose. I said, honey, you know, I'm not a handyman, not a carpenter.
Washburn bets, you know, a little less than half the pot. This is a reasonably ambitious C-bet. Seems fine sometimes. But Mayhem obviously flopping a pair for that size is going to continue, and let's see what happens on the turn. It's funny how the gameplay is so big, and we have several stacks that are incredibly small. You can see Mayhem has less than a 2-to-1 stack to pot ratio already after one C-bet. In some ways, it almost plays like a deep in a tournament in that sense for some of the players.
I'm not a baker.
You can either bang me or sleep.
He bets a third of the pot. It's just, he does really confusing stuff that always seems to make sense against the actual hand he's up against. I mean, not exactly here, but...
If he gets called here, yeah, I mean, he's probably the best of all time.
Some would say that's a blocker bet.
This is actually a, on this run out, I think turning a 7 into a bluff, I think makes a lot of sense. Seems like a pretty good play. I'm a little suspicious of the third pot sizing. I'm not sure what types of hands we want to incorporate a third pot sizing into, but nevertheless, it worked out, so probably the correct play or something. And we're off. Mayhem like doubles his stack by like calling a C-bet once. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'm not sure if this game like people end up adding on and it plays like much deeper later. But I think that's sort of another interesting aspect of poker when you have decision points where you have, you know, some guys behind you with like 50 big blinds and other people with 500 big blinds. So we'll see how that plays out, if relevant at all strategically in any of the hands.
200 straddle once again.
Same hand.
For 100, you can get in the middle.
For those of you who don't know, this is Hustler Casino Live. We stream 5 days a week starting at 5 p.m. Pacific. We get the best players, and sometimes they join us in the booth, and all we ask is that you hit the thumbs up once per show, and instead of me begging for likes, I'll just say when we get to 1,000 likes, we'll start doing a little Q&A with G-Man.
Yeah, guys, today's the day. Definitely hit the damn like button today, okay? I know maybe some of you are sitting at home saying you're too cool for that. Not today. Let's do that like button, please. So we see Ronnie tank a little bit before just flatting with 700 there, which seems unorthodox, but yet perfectly played against Sammy's exact hand. So maybe he's played with him a bunch and just knows. And I think versus this bet, 3 ways close.
You thought he was going to fold. He's not. He's not folding those 10s yet.
It's interesting in the sense that he decided to just call pre, seemingly concerned about Sammy's raising range, but wants to continue here.
You know what he's putting him on here?
I think it's reasonable enough. I don't, you know, if I had to pick a hand, let's go with Ace King. Occasionally people put people on that hand, I suppose. And then John obviously makes a call here. I mean, he can raise, but you should never fold. And this is going to be the end of the hand as Sammy quickly mashes it in there.
These boys from Palmdale like to gamble. It's not necessarily the end of hand.
One more check. Yeah. One more check.
Yeah, it gets through.
John correctly surmises Sammy has it all, telling him to check once.
I was gonna get hammered. If somebody has a 9, 10, you know, I'd rather just.
You had what? 2? Yeah. I had king 10.
You know, and so maybe about half this table are guys I have a lot of hours with, you know, so I can kind of provide some additional insight into some of them. You know, Ronnie, to speak of him, you know, he's in this hand. He is like a lot of seasoned live players where maybe pre-flop he can be, a little loosey-goosey, as, of course, basically everyone who plays on this show is. But he just has incredible feel and just has a knack for making a lot of great decisions post-flop. And I think, that's why we've seen him have quite a bit of success on this show.
What do you think of his singing?
So I respect it in the sense that I can't sing at all. Sometimes it makes me a little nervous when he just busts out in the middle of the table, but I respect the heart. I respect the he doesn't really care. He feels like singing randomly in the middle of the table, he's going to go for it. And so because I lack that kind of courage, he has my support whenever he wants to bust out in the song.
So Big John just opened to 200. He could have limped in there for 5 or went to 10 or anything greater.
Yeah, but the ace-6 off under the gun +2, you got to come in for a raise every time. That's just the hand you need to be putting a lot of money in there pre-flop, no question.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and of course it pays off for him.
Middle pair, backdoor, everything.
Just everything.
Backdoor Bangkok, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
From a killed pile of cakewalk.
No, he was chopping down all the trees,
and Ronnie put it together. A little spray paint after he was making something.
I guess, and since we're already sort of talking about players, you'll probably hear me sort of talk positively about Nick's poker game several times in this stream, and it's not because he's the owner of the show or anything like that. Nick could be my mortal enemy. I assure you, I would have a seat into every single game here. The reason I speak so highly of Nick from a poker perspective is he just simply plays extremely, extremely well these days. Nick does 2 things extremely well that make him such a crusher in these games. Number 1, he's excellent at pattern recognition. So in a lot of the games he plays, even including the Friday games I play with him, he's able to sort of really study people's tendencies in every sort of micro situation that comes up, remember it, and then integrate that information into an attack strategy that he uses extremely well. That's one from an exploit perspective, and the other is kind of what I said about Ronnie, but to an even greater extent, Nick just has incredible feel, and that just comes from, whatever it is. He's like probably been playing live poker for like 40 years or something crazy. So
we had an open here with 6-5 off, a small 3-bet with pocket 8s.
Yeah, and yeah, when you open 6-5 off under the gun, you have to be calling a 3-bet, obviously, just the monster hand. But nevertheless, this is, of course, why we're here. We want the action. We don't want to see people folding before the flop. So let's see how this one plays out here.
You like this small bet here?
Yeah, I think so. It looks like Ronnie bets a little less than half the pot. I think that's a pretty good size on this board. I think with this exact hand, you really don't want to be checking much, if ever. And Washburn getting super creative here by check raising. This is somewhat unorthodox, but I don't think completely unreasonable. I think when you are considering your semi-bluff check raising range in spots like this, and you really want to be semi-bluffing with something on this reasonably wet texture, it's certainly super disguised when you do it with like a bottom pair type hand. Obviously if the turn comes 6 or 5, Ronnie's never really going to see that coming. With that said, obviously that's never going to work here. Ronnie just has all of it, and let's see what he does.
He's savvy. He does this every time. He recognizes when someone's just punting it off to him, and he doesn't make the mistake of repopping with the set on the flush draw board.
Right, yeah, and when we talk about like live feel or whatnot, like a lot of times it can just kind of be simplified into like weak or strong. And so, again, to speak about Ronnie and his feel, he often can kind of sense, weak or strong. And so, we can't know for sure, but it wouldn't surprise me if he kind of smells that DJ's a little weak here. Yeah, and against this size, yeah, I mean, on this card, Ronnie probably will call, probably wants to be calling here plenty, but, you know, if he just shovels the money in here, I don't think that's too bad either. DJ's bet here, sure. it's you know, it's obviously, you know, he's trying to rep a flush. You know, maybe he gets something like a queen jack to fold or whatnot.
Maybe he gets a heart on the river and jams it,
and yeah, gets a fold. Yeah,
Ronnie's out of there.
Yeah,
we're gonna find out.
Oh, here we go. Here's the heart. The thing that's interesting though is he makes 2 pair here, so this river might go check check. But again, I've never played with DJ, so I don't know. Ronnie will definitely check, I assume now. What do I know? We'll see. But yeah, you know, it's interesting when we talk about the turn in this hand, you know, there's all sort of things. Oh, and Ronnie decides to shove for value, I suppose. And that would be nuts if he gets paid off here. This is a very unique shove.
This is a little bit sus.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's so funny. You see so many hands, you know, on these streams where I look at it and I go, I don't know if this is a particularly good shove. But you know, if he gets called here, it's definitely going to make me, you know, reconsider. Maybe he just knows, you know. But yeah, you know, speaking on the turn, usually in these sort of spots from a theoretical perspective with DJ's turn bet, you kind of want to have a heart in your hand when you're bluffing. But you know, for those of you who watch me play, like, you know, I'm going to bluff here and not have a heart in my hand plenty of the time. I think the reality is like in all of these games, which are just super good and everyone's playing exploitively.
He's asking what would Garrett do?
Yeah, I mean,
you said it correctly.
Yeah, I mean, I probably wouldn't, but...
hey, don't discourage these guys, please, tonight.
The thing about this hand, and this is part of why Ronnie's bet is a little confusing to me, is it's pretty hard for Ronnie to have many bluffs here once we get to this river. I'm not really sure like what the bottom of his range looks like here. I guess it's something like a queen X or an 8X without a heart that he could turn into a bluff here. But not that many people do that. Not many people even in these spots can even find the bottom of their range here. So, you know, Ronnie or DJ makes a good fold there, I think.
A world-class fold.
Both against Ronnie's hand, but also I think sort of if you didn't know Ronnie's cards, and that it's just pretty hard to find bluffs in this spot. But anyway, to just finish the thought in terms of like, you know, whether DJ wants to be, you know, betting that turn as a bluff or not, I think that I sort of throw out like the quote-unquote rule book when it comes to sort of like, you know, what our ranges need to look like in a variety of spots from a theoretical perspective. Simply because a lot of times, like, I think my opponents are deviating from theoretical play to such a large extent that not only do I not think I can get away with it, but that it's just simply like the most profitable decision. And, you know, in this sort of endless exploit versus theory sort of conversation, I think that that's often kind of lost, is like the guys who just focus on theory. I think part of the reason they do that is because it's comfortable. You know, they can say, well, I'll just memorize a million, you know, charts or whatever.
Yeah.
And then I'm just going to crush, you know. But in reality, like, if you're, you know, really seasoned at understanding that information, but also really great at exploiting, like, various tendencies of your opponents, you know, I think you can basically do a lot better than the chart, if you will, you know. And so that's why, you know, even like in some of the commentary on these on HCL or on other shows, you can hear guys who are more theory sort of oriented with their commentary criticize plays that I'm not often or not always convinced are bad. You know, there's really no rule book, I think, for poker unless you're just playing against like the other 5 best players in the world or whatever. So
yeah, there's merit to pretty much anything you do. Doesn't mean it's the best player, good, but there's merit to just about everything.
For sure. And I think that, you know, one of the strengths of my poker game has always been to, you know, really consider like what my opponents are doing, and when in doubt, first think about if or what is good about it, as opposed to just blanketly criticizing it.
I just want you to have all the information.
Thank you.
And you can see Nick here with a little, you know, table talk as well. That's not something he does in Hands Against Me, unfortunately, anymore. But Nick is just so comfortable at the table and just crushes so hard these days that, you know, he has no problem giving a little speech play to throw his opponents off their game in the middle hands as well.
Yeah, he bet with air and then wanted DJ Washburn to think that he was very comfortable. And Nick has gotten comfortable betting with air. He's going to need to fire again.
It's a good story. When did you get it? You know they make you pay the collection if you're late.
And I think on this run out, this is a spot that should just be checked. I don't think there's any merit to bluffing or value betting with this exact hand. But nevertheless, it does not matter because Nick has nothing at all. But, I mean, right off the bat, we see DJ putting a lot of chips in the pot, and, I mean, we all love that. You, me, and all the viewers. So I suspect we're going to see a lot of interesting hands out of him today.
Yeah, young guy who smiles and puts chips in.
Yeah.
Future star on the show.
As soon as I see a car accident, I text Ryan, hey man, it looks like I'll be 20 minutes late, there's a car accident. I didn't get added until like, yeah.
You can see it is popping in the background there at Hustler. Obviously, the Phil Hellmuth meetup game has got the place with a different sort of energy. I walked in there today, and I mean, you could just feel it. You know, the room is packed. A lot of energy out there, and it was cool to even check that out for a few minutes.
Well, I made a lot of people happy down there before the show. That's why everyone's smiling down there, man.
Yeah. Matt, how much did you lose today? There's like 500 people in that area.
Well, it's more than 6,000 today, man.
Yeah, it's not good.
It's not great. New player, Eli, I know you have time with him. I've seen him battle you. He seems to be the least scared player you play against.
For sure, yeah. Eli's got a lot of heart. Eli also has really great feel. Just another, I mean, whenever I think of like any, and let's just call them like semi-professional players, they're guys that have jobs also, but like they definitely win in all the games they play. Eli's no exception to that. A lot of them fall into this category of, you know, a little shaky with some fundamental stuff, but like just incredible feel, you know, and it's, I mean, I've got nothing but love and respect for that because really for the longest time, that's all I did, you know, like my fundamentals were just absolutely atrocious forever, you know, and, you know, in very recent years, I've cleaned it up a little bit, certainly still play very, very far outside the box compared to, you know, most players. And so I think in that way, like I have quite a lot in common with someone like Eli.
So in this hand, Sammy opened with 8-5 offsuit to 300 in a 5-5 game. Victor popped it with 8-6 offsuit, and Sammy called the 1800.
Yeah, I think everything here is super standard so far.
Right.
There's obviously, I don't see any point where either of these players could have folded at any point. But let's see what happens here after the flop.
Sometimes it is fun to watch a hand that's just pure GTO in both spots.
That's exactly right.
Well, you don't need that live white magic that you like to use on Fridays.
That's right. Yeah. There's a real comfort in sort of playing by the book, and that's obviously what these players are doing here thus far.
Might as well be two robots battling here.
Exactly right. Yeah. Yeah, of course, a bunch more money goes in here, which actually, in fairness here, I think Victor's bet, Sammy's call, both of these things, given they got here with these really great hands, seems fine. And here we go. Here we go.
Victor binks the turn.
I don't see how all this money doesn't get in here now. Let's see. Man, I would love it if this goes check, shove, call, but no. Here we go, river. Just anything but check, check here would be fun. Here we go.
This is going to work.
Takes the bottom and bets 4. Actually, this is, unlike the other hand where DJ turned a hand into a bluff that I don't think was good, this has plenty of merit. You are definitely, especially on this run out, near the bottom here. And this is a cool bluff. And you certainly can't fault Victor here for folding. And you guys are really going to have to follow along because about 50% of the time, whatever I say is going to just be complete sarcasm, and the other half of the time it's going to be real strategy. So you're going to have to kind of guess yourself. But in terms of post-flop, actually, I think both players played that pretty reasonable. Certainly the most interesting component, I think, of that hand post-flop was Sammy having the heart to turn that 5 into a bluff there.
And he's the big winner.
There you go.
Have the most heart, win the most chips.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, he opened for 60x, first to act.
Which is fine, yeah.
With the 8-5, that's for board coverage. You know what that is, right? And Victor had slightly better coverage with the 8-6.
That's right, yeah.
He had to make it 1,800.
Yeah, you got to put 180 big blinds in there at that point, or whatever it is.
It's 360.
360.
Yeah.
I kind of knew I did that wrong.
So
yeah, this small big blind, big ante thing's kind of throwing me off. Which, by the way, I think this format's really cool. I think like kind of a hybrid in between it could be cool too. I've always been a big advocate for big blind ante being 2 or 3x, whatever the big blind is. In this case, it's obviously 20, which should make for some extreme adjustments that I assure you probably no one will make. To just be, like, oversimplify it quite a bit, especially at early position. People should be just limping like crazy here when it's 1/20th of an ante. But yet again, I will say that possibly from an exploit perspective, maybe just coming in for a raise is the best play every time. I have virtually no experience in a format such as this, but certainly limping should be an option. So this time we have people playing a couple awful hands, unlike the last one.
Mayhem open for 80x here.
Yeah.
Pretty soon we'll get to the 100 big blind open. That's when the game's out of the mug.
Okay, yeah. So they're just, it's just playing pretty small here right now. Got it.
And one of the players has a pair. Neither has a flush draw. Victor's got a pretty nice straight draw, though.
Yeah.
Think about it.
Actually, I think his combo here on a 4 flush board is a pretty reasonable one to bluff here. I think this is pretty well played by him. I think Mayhem's fold is also okay. In general, on 4 flush boards, I think some people sort of overfold in these spots when a lot of times in heads-up spots neither player actually has a flush. But in this spot, second pair, it's certainly not an unreasonable fold. And unlike the 8-5 versus 8-6 hand, that was that more resembled poker actually, which is not nearly as fun to watch. But
that was sweet. Yeah, in case you didn't hear or don't know, joining me in the booth tonight is Garrett Adelstein, the star of Friday at Hustler Casino Live. Has been generous enough to volunteer his time, talk some strat, answer some questions. We're almost to 100 likes, and then they can start doing some Q&A. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Should be awesome, yeah. Yeah, I'm obviously learning as I go here, so I'm not really sure how much I should be talking about poker, how much I should be goofing around. Okay.
A little less, yeah.
Let's do that then.
Like once they're to the river with the 8-6 and 8-5, I like that analysis.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Yeah, man, you got to help me out here along the way. I think my default here is like, yeah, like if there's like dead air or something and there's a poker hand, it's like I want to say something reasonable about poker, but possibly it's a lot more fun to just goof around. We'll do a little bit of both.
Yeah. KGV's been quiet early on. We both remember playing with him back in the day.
Yeah, and it was almost like right on cue when I said people should definitely be limping. Theoretically, it was like he heard me and made the brilliant limp with the 9-4 suited. It didn't pay off for him, but I mean he's on the right track here, and we'll see if some others want to start limping, and possibly we even get a limp re-raise, which would just be a brilliant play in this format. But we'll see if we see it.
I'm not skill rocks, so cover them up. Yeah, that's a tough
Skills the rocks.
But I want to go look at that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think everything about this format I think is pretty cool. In that, like, even for people who do study poker, like, you're not going to find any information on how to play a format like this well, and I've always been a huge fan of that. anything that forces people to sort of use their brains instead of studying a chart, I think is very good for poker. And yeah, whether it's this or a 3 big blind ante or anything similar, you know, all these things that force people to think outside the box, I think not only makes for more interesting poker games, but certainly makes for more interesting viewing for everyone home as well.
For sure. Everyone can memorize how to play 9-handed, 2 blinds, at least before the flop, and then the game is hard to watch, hard to sit in and have fun.
For sure.
Change up the structure, and you got a poker game.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, it used to be funny when people used to hurl criticisms at me for various pre-flop decisions, and still do, you know, as if I don't have the mental bandwidth to memorize a pre-flop chart or something. Like, it's not that hard. And a lot of people are like so proud of their ability to spend, you know, whatever it is, a few hours memorizing a few pre-flop charts and think they're somehow very special for doing that, when kind of going back to what we talked about, you know, if you can take that information and then apply it to the other 8 players at the table, you know, maybe that's a better mousetrap, you know. Maybe not also, though. And that's the beauty of poker. You know, you don't really know, you know, and I think that's especially the beauty of high stakes live poker, where you have all sorts of different types of players. It's very, very hard to know when something is good or bad. And, you know, I go home after sessions all the time, and various hands I win or lose, I actually don't even know if I liked my play or not in some of them. So anyway, back to the action here.
So they're going to chop this one up.
They're both playing super tricky here. It just checks down.
So these guys are buddies from Palmdale, and they said, let's just check it down the whole way.
Got it. Which yeah, and it's great because it gives me an opportunity to just like say a little something about all these sort of things. Like, I've definitely seen like people get really upset when this happens. This is poker. Like, this is poker. This is especially high stakes live poker. Like, these are human beings, not robots, and they're friends, and they don't want to play this hand after the flop with one another. And maybe that's not like what the viewer wants, but it's one hand. Let him check it down, and that's it. Certainly, whenever I see something like this, and you know, someone in the chat or wherever like hurls accusations of collusion, it's so asinine. I don't even know where to begin. You know, and so the reality is like in high stakes poker games, like people need to feel comfortable. People need to be having fun, and if part of that is occasionally checking it down with their friend, you know, Armenian Mike I know does that with a couple guys. Let him do it. It's not that serious.
Do you and Armenian Mike ever check it down?
You know, I always wanted to, and then one day after the show, he catches up to me and says, "Hey, Garrett, we need to talk." And I said, "No problem. What's up, Mike?" And he says, "Listen, like, I know you play pretty well, but I've really been in the lab, and it's just going to cost me too much from an EV perspective to check it down with you anymore, and so we're going to need to battle." And of course, I was respectful of his wishes, and so yeah, we go to war these days.
Okay, cool.
And here we go, DJ again, kind of stirring up the action here. Opens early with basically the nuts, and I think, seriously, this is a fine C-bet here. Sammy makes an ambitious call. Here we go. Victor obviously can't fold his hand behind, so.
Sammy made an ambitious call, but now he's open-ended, Garrett.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, honestly, Sammy's call, from what I've seen from DJ so far, isn't so bad. Just certainly unfortunate he's in third place on this particular hand. So on this card, I don't know what he's going to do, but if you get to the turn with this hand, this seems like a fun spot to just bet the rest of your chips on the next couple streets. But he does take the free card and does not get there, unfortunately, and I think Victor's probably going to win this hand. This will probably check through, but we shall see.
Well, even if it doesn't, Victor's not folding.
Yeah. And I think all in all, actually a pretty reasonable hand there by all the players.
So you're going to be playing on Friday night. this week, correct?
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
Do you know anyone else who's gonna play?
No, I have not heard anything about this week's lineup yet. So
I heard that MM will be back.
Okay, nice. Yeah, MM, great guy, great player. Been playing with him, I guess, mostly more for like the last year or so, 2 years, something like that. But yeah, real nice guy, really great player. Plays fearless, obviously, willing to buy in for $1 billion and isn't afraid to put the chips in the pot. But also, and this is one of my favorite things about poker is a lot of times you can learn quite a bit about someone's, even from like a raw intelligence perspective, just watching them play poker. And it's painfully apparent to me, like playing hands against MM, etc. What an absolutely brilliant guy he is, and it's no surprise to me that he's been wildly successful in his 9 to 5 as well.
No one flops anything here. Sammy has the king 8. That's best. But DJ Washburn's going to take it down with some aggression. That gut shot.
So we've seen this a lot from DJ already. He seems like definitely a guy willing to push the action. Looks...
Bomb pots? Oh no, you do the left.
Selling people on bomb pots too.
Come on.
This guy's clearly a hustler, huh?
Usually the guy wearing the BLEFF apparel never bluffs.
Okay.
But in this case, it's actually fitting.
Yeah,
He's just bluffing every hand.
I like that. Yeah, and I think that's very intentional. I'm sure all the other guys are sort of considering the meta of that in every decision point against him, and they go, well, bluff had, I better fold.
Right.
And I think he's really taking advantage of that. And from what we've seen so far, just kind of chopping him up as a result.
But if we ever do that again, in fairness to the button or whatever, let's announce it.
Looks like we have a pause in the action to negotiate bomb pots. Bomb pots, by the way, everyone, are really great for poker. I highly recommend you try to encourage your tables at home to do them. It's along the same lines of what I was talking about before. Anything that's not studied or whatnot is always going to be good for the game. And you combine that with many dollars in the pot to start the hand in a bomb pot, and it's just a beautiful thing. Yeah, I wish it was still going on in a lot of games I played. We have a couple guys that are bomb pot haters, but definitely great for the game and a lot of fun.
We got a mess here. Oh, because of the bomb pot.
Bomb pot, yeah.
It looks like...
But you always know you're in a good game when you can never tell when it's a bomb pot.
Yeah.
You go, did everyone choose to limp in this one? Or... Yeah.
Our man DJ Washburn has the best of it with top pair, no kicker. Big John's got middle pair, no kicker.
Yeah, and I like the way Washburn's played this hand so far. When you have a hand such as this in a bomb pot, you don't want to be just kind of mashing a bunch of money in there. So playing sort of more protective defense with his hand makes sense. And give Sammy credit here for betting twice here. This is no sarcasm. Pretty savvy. This is not a bad hand to semi-bluff with twice. And Washburn's fold with a queen is infinitely reasonable. This is to be a very, very hard spot to continue, especially three ways. So give Sammy credit for having the heart to play his hand that way. I think some percentage of the time I may take that exact combo and play it exactly the same way, actually.
Two boards is fun.
Nobody knows who's going where. It's a lot of fight.
Nobody knows. And King's Wild.
Oh, and yeah, let's play baseball. 9 3.
Here we go. And Ronnie's off.
So we've reached 1,000 likes. I'm going to select some questions for Garrett. And when the table talk dies down, I'll ask him. So fire away. You guys have earned some Q&A with G-Man.
But then if a queen comes...
I see one right here in the chat right away. Garrett, oh. No, I read that wrong. Never mind.
Do women like you?
Yeah, not really. My wife barely can stomach me, honestly. But so far, I've tricked her into staying with me thus far. So how are we doing from a like perspective? Is 1,000 at this point pretty standard, or are we well above the?
We're well above the early
Good. Because if not, I was going to walk out of here right now, you know? So.
Yeah, I think I'm going to offer them something they're really going to want if they get us to a healthy amount of legs tonight.
Yeah.
We have top pair here against middle pair.
Again, I think this is reasonable play by both players here thus far. Washburn betting out in blind versus blind with a pretty strong hand on this board, second pair, and Big John making a reasonably thin value raise, but I think a good one, especially with a diamond in his hand. And so off to the turn we go. Washburn certainly should not be folding his hand to one raise here.
Now he picks up the draw.
Yeah, and I think John's bet here is fine. And again, Washburn, especially against that size, has so much equity, there's no way he can go anywhere. So this seems good by both players again. John certainly can check his hand at some point here too, but I think the way he played it is also just fine. And of course, against his exact hand, he gets max value, but it's not just because he has this. There's so many different hands that Washburn's going to call a raise and then call another turn bet that are going to be behind ace-9. So big fan of the way John played that one. That one, no sarcasm.
Yeah, it's going to be 100 in the middle, 5 in front of you. The 100 is going to be the big blind answer.
It's a ballsy blind raise there. It's a ballsy blind raise. I like it. Cheers to you. You gotta gamble every once in a while. Definitely. And you're right. I normally don't do that. See, you got
There's a lot of downtime. You don't notice when you're playing, I feel like, as much. I don't know what the hell I'm doing during the 30 seconds when the dealer's sort of hand shuffling and whatever. I guess I'm usually just zoning out or something.
Are you saying Lauren's a bad dealer?
No. The dealers at Hustler, if you're going to give me the opportunity to plug them, really are just the best. The fastest, the most professional. If you watch the way, since we're talking about Lauren, her form and the speed at which she deals, I mean, it's something special. And I think she's only been in the game like a few years or something. So, and just, I've gotten to know her really well over my year playing on Hustler Casino Live, and she is just one of the nicest people I have a pleasure to be around regularly, and it's just such a joy to see her every week,
Yeah, these dealers are the best. They all are big poker fans and big poker players.
Absolutely, yeah. I've talked poker with Lauren a lot, and just the passion she has for the game and whatnot is just really cool, and it's a reminder to me. I mean, dealer or not, like, I have these conversations with so many different people. People just can't get enough of poker. They just love everything about it, the strategy component, the social component, and I'm a dinosaur in this industry, nearly 20 years, and I still feel the same way. Billy, you and I went to dinner last night, and, inevitably some of the conversation ends up being about poker things, even strategy things, because it's just an incredibly fascinating thing.
Someone answered your own question of what you do in between hands. They said you're usually stacking chips.
Okay, that's a better point. Yeah. But I'm talking about like the 20-30% of hands where like I folded pretty or whatever.
Okay, fair.
Got some coconut hair.
Yeah, some of the viewers may have noticed. There was a while when I first played it on streams where I sort of just went with the self-deprecation play, and I got kind of tired. A lot of people got pretty tired of that. So now I just kind of go the opposite direction.
You want to tell somebody. You want his buddies to know.
Man, it's hard to comment on all of them.
Yeah. Well, no, I'll pick some questions for you. So just a general.
No, I was referring to the hand, but yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, you don't need to.
Yeah.
Just a general question to fill in when there's time in the next few hands. People want to know how you got so good at poker. You don't have to say exactly what you've done, but you could just kind of give your poker story.
Sure, yeah. I think in terms of like my ability to rise like near the top of this industry, I think unfortunately the first thing I would say is just really a function of a lot of hard work in the first half of my career. And the reason I was able to work so hard at poker was because I was so incredibly obsessed with it. From the moment I started playing when I was 16 years old, I just couldn't get enough. And so, right around then, there was a poker website called 2+2, and all the best players in the world were just posting strategy advice for free. It was like just this community, and it was insane. And I just read about every single hand, and every morning at breakfast, every time I'm sitting in the shower, every time I was really had any free time, I was just thinking about poker, various ways I could play hands, things of that nature. And, you know, strategy has evolved, the way people get better has evolved, but certainly for the first, you know, half of my poker career, it was like almost all my time in one form or another was dedicated to it. So
nice.
Let's look at this hand here real quick.
Untimely 3-bet from Nick with the suited connector. His buddy Ronnie's got the number 1.
He had 2 victims. He would have killed 2 birds with 1 stone.
So just a good play that runs into it.
Yeah, and you can see like Nick's choice of 3-betting a hand like this. This isn't something you would see from Nick years ago. He so clearly understands so many more complex, you know, topics, you know, in poker. You know, you made a joke about board coverage here, but I mean, this is just not something you see a lot of players sort of do here because they don't necessarily fully understand this concept. And although at a frequency, Nick's play here, certainly good, mandatory, etc., he got very unlucky here, given Ronnie just has all of it.
It was a quick fold.
Yeah, and so this is something, it doesn't really matter. Nick can do whatever the hell he wants, but I have no idea why he would think here for 5 seconds even. It just seems so unnecessary. I'm not sure what he gains. Ronnie's obviously going to review the tape later anyway. This is something I see, like, when the hand's already over and players Hollywood, I think it just wastes, like, precious seconds. And that, you know, those of you who watch me play a lot know wasting time for nothing ever is not something I really ever understand. And, you know, obviously, again, Nick's an incredible player these days or whatever, but I would be curious to chat with him and find out what strategic benefit he thinks there is to waiting, you know, whatever it was, 7 seconds. And of course, the counter, and it's a good one, is relax, Garrett, it's 7 seconds. And I can get behind that as well.
I'll say this about Nick. He definitely is a very good poker player, as you said, but it hasn't been that long that he's been one. So he hasn't learned that, like, his role at the table is different now.
Mm-hmm.
Now he wants to get as many hands as possible. Now he has to let other players get away with stuff that he wouldn't have to before. So it's just I think he's transitioning to Crusher from the guy who could do anything he wanted at the table.
That's a great point. Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. And I think that's related to what I was talking about. Like, let's say he could come up with a reason why waiting 7 seconds before folding there was good. Maybe it's not worth it, right? Because at this point, like, he just plays so well and he crushes so hard that just doing a variety of things to, I don't know who invited this guy in the room.
Is that your brother?
I don't know who that is. It's like they have a private shoot in here and you just have these like wannabe, like, guy just so thirsty for attention. Get this guy the hell off the stage.
What is your brother doing here?
Wow, that's crazy. That's nuts. Yeah, I'm going to have to talk with him after. Anyway, just to finish the thought, you know, like, you know, John and I played a big hand, you know, where he ran it twice. Running it twice is not that nice of a thing to do. It's not that big of a deal. I don't deserve, like, an award for it or whatever. But it's just an example of a whole bunch of things that, like, it's probably just better to do. You know, when it's very clear you're winning, you know, in a poker game.
I think it's pretty clear that you're winning on Fridays.
I guess it depends on the week. You know.
But what you're saying is Big John wants to run it twice. It's a huge pot for what he normally plays. You prefer to run it once. He calls the shots there.
It's no question. Yeah, I think anything else would be just completely insane. And again, I think the internet sometimes has a tendency to sort of make me a hero for everything I don't deserve. And it's just like not being a hero to run it twice there. Like, it just doesn't really matter. It's not that big of a deal. You know, if it would have played out the other way, where he would have binked the queen on the first one and not the second one, you know, I'm sure people would have been singing a different tune.
Just to clarify what happened there, this is a live show, but any live show you see is always on some delay. In our case today, it's an hour delay, because you need to do that to protect the integrity of the game and for production reasons. That's how you saw Garrett down there and then hear him 1 hour later up here, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and you know, unlike unlike I think the Friday games, which is often different, the delay's reasonably short here. So I think we're only like an hour or so behind them.
And that's how sometimes at the end of a show you will see the players in the chat. Same thing. They already they stopped playing at 9, but at 9:30 they're home and the show's still running till 10.
For sure. So we got a pretty interesting one here. A bunch of players with some real life hands here, and suspect DJ will call, and we'll go 3 ways, which will be fun. I think everyone's play here thus far is reasonable. I think maybe some people have some thoughts on Ronnie's cold call here. This is a spot where I think it's perfectly fine to have cold calling ranges, particularly in position, even if it's, you know, a bit unorthodox, you know, compared to what, you know, studied $100 or 100 big blind players are doing, you know, in so many of these games.
What are your thoughts on the shove here with the ace king?
Yeah, that's, you know, probably a bit more dollars bet than needed on that flop, but betting seems okay. we'll give him an 8 out of 10 for that. But just a quick thought sort of on Ronnie's cold call of the 3 bets. I think that's often sometimes lost too, is you hear these sort of like wannabe poker theorists who've studied a little bit of 100 big blind poker, and they go, you can't like overcall a 3 bet or whatever. Well, again, outside of sort of various skill differential between players, a lot of times I'm playing hands that are 1,000 big blind deep, and I think to just like exclude cold calling 3 bets entirely is, I think that's ridiculous. To say nothing of, it makes for more entertaining poker.
Well, back when people only 3-bet with huge hands, it didn't make much sense. But now it's just so prevalent that it's changed the game.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, and you know, anything you do in poker can always be balanced. You know, I played a hand last week where I think Nick raised, John 3-bet, and then I ended up cold calling with aces there. For the same reason that we're talking about, like just wanting to protect my ranges for the various other weaker hands that I want to be cold calling 3-bets, you know? And so I think like that exact thing is a perfect example of there's just not that many original thinkers in poker, you know, and a lot of guys that just like study this and they go, okay, well, when someone 3-bets, you either fold or cold 4-bet. But the way I've always played poker, even or especially now, is like, well, what if I were to do this instead? If I were to do this, how do I sort of fit this into an overall game plan against this opponent in the variety of different hands we're going to play? It's sort of just like a different sort of mindset altogether.
I will ask you your take on Nick's 3-bet here from the small blind.
How does Jerry do it?
Sammy raised and Nick 3-bet with the 9s, which is a good hand. It has 0 fold equity, his 3-bet. What are your thoughts, given that it has 0 fold equity?
Well, why do we know it has 0 fold equity?
Because it's Sammy.
Got it. Yeah. I mean, I think I haven't seen enough in terms of how Sammy's playing pre, but if we assume that he's playing reasonably wide and it has 0 fold equity, I think for just pure value, 3-betting 9s is okay. I certainly see the merit, of course, of just calling as well. If Sammy's playing reasonably tight with his opens and never folds to a 3-bet, then the 9 seems more appealing as a call, you know. And then, you know, Nick goes ahead and bets his flop. You know, I think obviously theoretically this bet's a slam dunk. From an exploit perspective, I think you can check sometimes. You can certainly bet. You can certainly check. This is kind of interesting. I wouldn't fault Nick too much for trying to bluff there on that river, although I do think just kind of giving up would likely be what I would do a lot of the time.
I think against this opponent, I'm a big fan of giving up.
Yeah, it seems pretty good to give up there.
Someone asked, who are some of the players you looked up to as you were coming up? I imagine a good amount of them were online players.
Yeah, you know, I liked Phil Ivey the most, you know, like going back to those early years of high-stakes poker and whatever, like this guy just, I loved everything about him, his demeanor, you know, everything. To me, he was just like too cool for everything, and I just thought that was badass. And of course, like he was, you know, just like the absolute best, like just crushed everyone in poker too. But yeah, there were some online guys, you know, where they would post strategy or whatever on the internet many years ago, and I would, you know, always look to find the things that they would say, and it was incredibly sort of helpful in my development, But going back to your other question in terms of like, after like a decade of a lot of just hard work through passion, I would say the second half of my career, Run Good, honestly, just played an incredible role in me getting to the top. I, found myself in several incredibly good big games, which is so hard to do. And then not only that, but then I ran incredibly well in those spots. And I mean, if you can get in the sickest games and run outrageously hot in those games, you almost have no choice but to rise to the top of poker, and that's sort of where I landed, early on, I guess, in the mid 2010s or something of that nature.
Yeah, I've always called those turning points in my content, and it's nice that you acknowledge that you run hot in the big spots, but you've also put yourself in the situations to thrive more than anyone I've ever met. You fought for your seat in good games where others, myself included, just said, I don't want to deal with greasing that floor man or dealing with that player, and you just wanted to rise, it seemed like, more than anyone.
Right. Yeah, I definitely, to take a quote from Seneca that is overplayed, but I've always loved, it's, I think it's like success is when, luck meets opportunity, and I've definitely tried to take advantage of that. When I've kind of sensed like big moments in my professional life, I definitely like worked really hard. Speaking of some of these big games I played, we can pause here for a second. We have a big hand here.
Nick's kind of running into it tonight.
Yeah, not a great spot here with a spade here. Otherwise, he can quickly fold. But I suspect he's gonna fold here anyway. I guess this hand's gonna be over.
Yeah, it will be.
Yeah. So we can just move on here, but yeah, I think to our point here too, and Nick may not love, me saying this right now, but I think in these sort of spots here, like if in his mind he decided he was going to fold immediately, there's really no reason to take an extra 10, 15 seconds. Like he just plays so extremely well for like the sake of the game, but as you said, for the sake of him just getting more hands in, it's better for him to just instantly pitch it and move on to the next hand, Anyway, just some food for thought, I think, in general for anyone who's definitely winning in their games. Like in these spots when you know what you're going to do, save the 10 seconds, move on to the next one. Everybody wins. But going back to the story I was saying, so I was playing, in a game regularly, and it was huge. Depending on the day, it was like 400, 800, 500, 1K equivalent, and this was many years ago. And at the time, those games were very big, and it was very important that I ran well for me. And several of the players would conspire against me, try and politic me out of the games. I mean, it was extremely cutthroat. And I'm not going to throw any of those players' names under the bus, but like a couple of them are huge names in poker that you would know well. And I mean, that's probably like about as proud as I am of anything I've done in poker, was just like the grit and the fight to fight for my seats in those games, week after week, for years. And, I don't know where my poker career or life necessarily would be. I suspect I probably wouldn't be playing poker anymore. If it wasn't for sort of that grit to get into, those games. And of course, after that, running extremely well is definitely key.
Yeah, I recall one night at Commerce, maybe 10 years ago, there was a 100K minimum buy-in, and I actually had money then. And I was on the list, and I had to jump through all these hoops to get in it, and I just said it's not worth it. And you said, I'm doing this, got in it, and then the next 10 years has been pretty sick.
Yeah, it is really funny that, as you say, turning points, I think even outside of poker, it's a concept sort of referred to as the butterfly effect. It's something that I obsess over like all the time, these various turning points, if I wouldn't have gone to that, that bar that night I met my wife, like what would my life be like right now? Like,
yeah, it's crazy.
These things are just so crazy to think about, but certainly they very much apply to poker. And I think you do, an excellent job in your podcast, sort of often sort of discussing these various turning points you've had where you go, hey, if this would have gone this way instead, like a lot of things might have turned out differently. And that's both correct, but also terrifying.
Yeah.
Maybe not always the healthiest healthiest thing to focus on because it can be rather heartbreaking.
Smith. Huh?
Set up.
So we had a straddle here from Big John. Mayhem limped in the cutoff. Unorthodox play. Victor popped it with a good hand on the button.
No, not at all. 35.
So then 95.
So from what I've heard, Mayhem plays quite well.
You only know what you know.
I kind of haven't been focusing on the action as much as I should here the last several minutes, but I will try to re-lock in and see how this goes.
He does stuff like this, like limp in the cutoff, the King 5 suited.
Pfizer just finished their test rounds for a drug.
But he also has really good
I think it's all tied together.
live abilities.
Got it.
Stuff you can't teach.
Got it. And by the way, my sort of boring theoretical comment earlier about how people should be limping and this and that of course doesn't apply if the straddle continues to be on. If there's a $200 blind, of course, like your limp is 200, and in that case, I think just like only having a raising range pre, when the big blind ante at that point is effectively half a big blind, that makes all the sense. So we'll pause here for Nick's 37th birthday, from what I've heard. Oh no, sorry, no, I misheard that. That's his youngest daughter's age. So I'm not sure how old Nick is, but nevertheless,
he's 47.
47. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Happy birthday, Nick.
Yes. Thank you. Get him the bunny ears. Get him the bunny ears. Thank you.
Are you saying if you go back?
Chat, show Nick some love. Wish him happy birthday. You guys go after him hard on a regular basis. Give him a little love on his birthday. Which I don't think is today, actually. I think it's in 2 days.
I think it was a couple days ago.
Or a couple days ago, yeah.
No, whatever.
It looked like he backed off. It looked like he went like this.
It looked like his head was moving as his hand was.
His head definitely moved back as he...
He did not hit him.
Well, they are actors. I'm sure they could. I don't fake it pretty good.
He didn't hit him.
Because his head never moved. The whole body moved like.
And they left him sitting in the front row for 30, 40 minutes, not doing anything, no police.
I'm pretty sure Chris Rock is a pretty small guy. Will Smith is fairly big, like even a smack. Larry
Nick often always tells me about how much hate he gets on the internet and in chat, and I mean, all I'm seeing right now, looking over the chat, is just 1 million people giving Nick a happy birthday.
Well, yeah, but it's happy 86th birthday.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, nevertheless, better than not wishing him happy birthday at all, huh? But I think, I think a lot of people tuning in, what they really enjoy is good poker players playing good poker. And so I think in that way, Nick probably has a lot of fans these days because he certainly plays good poker.
Yeah, he's running into it tonight.
Yeah, I think like the game he played on Friday with us maybe really started it. That might have been like the first or second time he's lost in like 2 years or whatever the hell his crazy run is that like I've never ever done and can't even fathom. So hopefully, he's able to turn it around here, and that wasn't the beginning of the end for the poor guy.
KGB can almost do no wrong here with the short stack and aces. It's already 1,500.
Victor 3-bets to, almost a third of his stack. KGB's in this weird spot here where, like, no matter what he does, especially given his stack size, it looks extremely strong.
Right.
So it's like, I don't really fault this sizing. I don't really fault the shove. I don't really fault a flat call. It's all kind of just opponent dependent. I think sort of just like in a vacuum, all three probably are pretty close and it doesn't matter, and you just kind of pray you're coolering someone here.
I think he went the best route.
I think it's fine, sure. I think if he has a decent bit more, probably re-raising pre's fine. I think with his stack being so small, even if the pot goes like 3 or 4 ways, it's not too bad either. But he does get Victor to call, and that's really what you're looking for. You have a 0.2 stack to pot ratio.
He has the graphics are wrong.
Oh.
He has. I can see 6K right there.
Yeah, so he probably added on another 5K, huh?
And didn't tell the dealer magic.
Got it, yeah, got it. And so in that case, given his stack size, I think Victor's call pre-flop with such a pretty hand is also just fine. And now I can't imagine this hand is anything but over. But I feel Victor's pain.
You probably don't know this, but when a player adds on, they need to tell the dealer.
Oh, yeah, you know, and so I do know that, and I just ignore it every single time.
Have you added on before?
So every time I like add on like another 100K or whatever, I can't stand it like when the dealer has to announce Garrett adding 100K, because it seems like I like have something to prove or whatever.
Yeah.
But really, I just want to quietly put more money on the table in hopes I cooler someone later, you know, so.
There's the poker brat right there.
There he is, the legend himself. Yeah, and honestly, that's the only reason why I came to do commentary today, just to get a live look at Phil Hellmuth himself. And thankfully, I got it, and now I'm getting a second look on the camera. And honestly, we're all really blessed to be in the same room with him today.
Agreed. And us in the production of Hustler Casino Live, we greatly appreciate you coming here, joining me, spewing some strat, cracking some jokes, and I'm gonna let you take the mic. We pitched in and got you something as a token of our appreciation.
Well, that's ridiculous. I said the only reason I was gonna do this is if I didn't get something in return. But.
Yeah, it's justified. You've done a lot for the show, and we greatly appreciate this. So I'll be right back.
All right, guys, we'll find out what this is. I sure hope it's half, the second half of Nick's leftover cake. Nothing I need more than that. And yeah, it's to be honest, everyone, like I'm struggling to figure out like if or to what extent I should be talking about the poker hands, whatever. Part of me feels bad that I'm missing some of the action, and I do know some of you are certainly here tuning in to learn a bit more about poker, but forgive me, I'm trying to kill 7 different birds with one stone here. So nothing about this hand so far seems particularly interesting. Sammy's overcall of the bet and call seems good, fine with a 10.
Yeah, but look how slow he I have a totally different take on it.
Oh, and this is cool. Big John just called. Oh, never mind. I thought he was going to lead out. Just kidding.
I haven't looked into it really.
Oh, he did lead out. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so Big John, no. Just kidding.
My take is...
Sorry, graphics are catching up a little. That just checked through, and then Washburn bet a fortunate 2-pair, and that ended the hand. And Sammy had a 10 there, actually. That was a savvy fold with a 10 there. Not easy at all.
Originally, when that joke came out, he laughed, and when he saw how upset she was, he took it upon himself to white knight.
So while Billy's gone, I'm going to try to check out the chat here a little bit. No, I have not ever commentated before. This is the very first time I've ever done it. Billy and I have been close friends for a very long time, and obviously with him having the gig here at Hustler now, you know, him and I have kind of been like, oh, well, I got to get in there and mess around with you one time. And so today was a day that lined up well for both of our schedules, and here I am. So.
He didn't look like, I know he's an actor, so he can pull it off. I don't buy it.
G-Man, you went to Ultra. No, I've never been to Ultra. I have heard that Ultra is not great. A little too poppy for an electronic music perspective. So I usually stick to the West Coast festivals. I will be at Coachella and EDC yet again. If you guys see me there, please come and say hi. Always really appreciate chatting it up with people at festivals. Everyone's always, for more reasons than one, just an incredible mood, and the vibes and energy at festivals can't be beat. So please come say hi.
All right, I'm going to keep you on the air just to get an organic reaction. A lot of thought went into this, and a lot of people do appreciate you, and maybe you can tell the chat and the viewers what we got you.
Okay. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. This is incredible. I really honestly don't have words for this. I kind of figured you guys were going to get me a new Tesla, and I was like, you know, I was going to be grateful, but like, this takes the cake. Everyone, unfortunately, there's no video feedback here, but this is a Poker Brat autobiography itself. And I mean, I just don't have any words for how excited I am to read this. For those of you who watch the show, regularly, you know that I've been eagerly anticipating reading Nick's biography for about 5 years, and he'll let everyone on the stream know every single time, and this is going to go right behind that, right behind Nick's book, and so I can't wait to read both of those two. And it looks like Phil Hellmuth himself has signed this book. Just blown away. Blown away. You know, it's so funny. He could have given me this book.
He's probably been slapped so many times.
I guess I'm not going to say that part. Okay, let's move on. Phil says, to Garrett, I hope to be as good at poker as you one day. Phil the Poker Brat Hellmuth. And then there's a signature, so you've got to assume this is authentic right here. Yeah.
I don't think we would do something as cheap as fake that.
Fake something like that.
We would never have Ryan Feldman write that real quick.
There's just no way. And you know what? This is actually really, really funny if we want to contrast. In interviews, people often ask me about, Phil Hellmuth. And so, since we're already talking about him, let me say just a couple things that I mean that are nice first. Phil's a very nice guy, an incredible ambassador for poker, incredible business acumen. I'm always consistently blown away. His level of professional success in things unrelated to playing poker specifically. Just an incredibly savvy businessman. With that said, we couldn't be more the opposite. I couldn't think of someone who's more the opposite of me in every single way imaginable. And I think that's kind of cool. There's so many different ways to sort of find success in one way or another in poker. I want to tell a quick story related to this. It seems quite
First of all,
yeah.
You're welcome.
Yes. Well, I mean, I can't. Well, I'm not going to thank you. I'm going to thank Phil.
I was part of it.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you, Billy.
We all pitched in to make this happen.
I got it. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, no, I can't imagine how much that autograph cost you.
He's holding a royal flush. Are you noticing this? Look at all those chips.
Yeah, this is crazy. But obviously I'm blown away. Okay. What more is there to say?
Okay, yeah, go on.
Okay. So I can't make this story up. It's the timing of this is impeccable. So, I played on another show. On High Stakes Poker, I'll just say it, hopefully I'm not in trouble for that. And I played some with Daniel Negraneau on that show, and everyone's tweeting like, when are you going to play with Garrett, blah, blah, blah. And Daniel, tweets like, oh, we played a bunch of hands on High Stakes Poker, etc. And then he makes like a follow-up tweet, which was just completely unnecessary. And he just says, like, I'm nowhere near the level of Garrett at what he does. Like, he's basically just very complimentary of my sort of deep stack live cash game. And it was just such an incredibly humble thing for someone to say in a world filled with not humble people in poker. And so I just really, really appreciated and thought that was just a very nice thing of Daniel to say. I don't even really know if that's true. I don't really know much about Daniel's deep stack live cash game, minus the him playing very well in the day we played together. But now to have fake Phil Hellmuth basically say the same thing, I mean, this is just too much. And I think again we have a pretty clear contrast between Daniel and Phil, possibly on the off chance Phil didn't write this himself.
Well, one thing that plagues many poker players is self-doubt. And even though you've had considerable success, you might wonder, have I really made it? I think now, today,
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And I'm really glad you brought that up, because I very much have, I'll be serious here for a second, have dealt with imposter syndrome at times in poker. And this is in part actually come from increased sort of notoriety or whatever in the poker industry. I'll walk through a poker casino, people have all these really nice things to say about me, whatever. And sometimes I'll be at the end of the session, I'll go home, I go, if these people only knew. I am trash at this game. Like, I don't think I'm good at all. And so then to get this book and to hear the real GOAT fake tell me that he wants to be as good as me one day, it just means, it just means everything to me, and I'm really not sure what I have left to accomplish in this game at this point. So I'm just really appreciative to Phil and more specifically the people that forged Phil's signature for writing this.
For sure.
All right, back to the action here on that note. So another 7 hands I missed.
Look at the gutter ball for KGB. He's going to let it go.
Yeah.
Ronnie bet the bottom pair great kicker.
Yeah, I have it right here.
And there we go.
It's about the size of fucking Minneapolis here, but I got it.
Oh, wow. And Nick using foul language. That's an
Players
owner
are allowed to use it.
Okay, got it.
We're not supposed to
We're
use
not
it
supposed
up
to,
here.
and I don't know if you've noticed, but for those of you who watch the show regularly, I have a bit of a potty mouth, and I don't love it, actually. I think it used to be really cool to F this, F that when you're like in high school, and I never kind of outgrew it, unfortunately. So I wish I didn't swear as much as I usually do, but I think I've done a perfect job today.
Yeah, you've been flawless.
So we'll see if I can keep that up, but certainly no promises when I'm out there playing.
In position or out? In.
I have a question for you, and then I'll read some more from the chat. So Phil Hellmuth is out on the floor doing a meetup game.
Okay.
And it's good for the fans because they get to play with one of the legends.
For
It's
sure.
good for the casino, and it's good for Phil. Would you ever consider doing a meetup where you bounced around from table to table and your fans got to play with you at a much smaller stakes than you like to play?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Yeah, I think that'd be cool.
Yeah, I don't necessarily see why not. I think it's kind of just a matter of like, working out the logistics where it makes sense for everyone.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think something like that for Phil specifically, again, to give Phil another real life compliment, he just loves that.
Right.
He just loves interacting with fans, loves the limelight, all that.
Well, it's nice to know you're doing something for the game that's done so much for you, too.
For sure, yeah. And, for those like following along here, Billy and I are not being sarcastic about that at all.
No.
And I think I really like and appreciate, any fans I have very much too, but I can be a little bit more introverted when it comes to things like that. He's really great at just bouncing around tables and, having a great time with everyone. And I think maybe I would enjoy something like that, but I would probably need a little practice, a little warm up, so. But
meanwhile, we have a cooler here.
For sure, yeah. This looks like a real poker hand here in terms of maybe some real life money will get in here. So and Sammy's in a tough spot here. Certainly can't fold now. I didn't see the pre-flop action. Maybe it just went raise, call, and then something else, or maybe
they just did some stuff.
Yeah, I missed the pre-flop action. Forgive me, everyone. But Sammy bets, Eli raises. I think calling here or raising has merit, at least at some frequency. And here we go to the turn. Sammy's in a tough spot here. I suspect this will go check bet, and we'll see what Sammy does. And this is another thing Eli does really well. He has great feel to where he can take he has obviously the strongest one-pair hand, or one of them. But he has just a real knack for knowing where he's at. So both to get value, protect his equity, etc. You'll see Eli make plays like this a lot and be right a lot in terms of him actually having the best hand in these spots. I've seen him in a variety of other ways when he has the best hand kind of have a real sixth sense for it. And put money in the pot, which is what you want to be doing when you have the best hand.
Yeah, this would be a scare card for some, thinking, oh, the open-ender got there. The only draw on this rainbow flop got there. I better chill with my ace-queen, not Eli. He knows exactly where he's at.
For sure, yeah. And, he makes a really cool sizing here, too. Pretty small. And if you look, you see Sammy's sack size here, so he's setting up stacks if he so chooses to get the money in by the river. So I think his true sizing here is really good. And again, you just can't really fault Sammy for calling here. It's just a hard spot to let your hand go at this point, especially Eli, who can play very, very aggressively.
This is such a fun spot for Eli. You know you're just trying to extract from a worse queen at this point, or possibly a worse pair. He checks it back.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. I think that if I knew the pre-flop action, I could probably say more about what I think about Eli's check there on the river. So we'll just leave it there. But as you said, Eli is certainly someone, every time I play with him, just has all the heart, is happy to battle, happy to put the money in there without it against me, which makes for more interesting poker, and I know the viewers very much appreciate that and appreciate sort of the interesting hands that Eli plays as a result.
A couple of people in the chat keep asking if I'm playing tomorrow on stream. I am. I am mid downswing, running into it, playing awful, but I'm going to fire away tomorrow in my second appearance on stream.
Speaking of that, since we're already talking about you, you should definitely have your viewers head to your podcast. I'm sure some people watching here don't know about that. Why don't you tell us a bit more about that podcast and where we can find it?
Sure. Let's get through this, what figures to be an all-in.
Sure.
These guys from Palmdale don't usually fold king-queen.
It is very good. Heads up.
All right, calls.
Okay.
Sammy makes a really cool bet here.
Yeah.
Especially given Big John's stack size. This is not a flop Big John should fold, especially with a diamond for that sizing. So he makes a good call here. Oh, really tricky check from Sammy again, given stack to pot ratio here. But Sammy checks the river. That one, that's a little more suspicious. But until the river, I thought Sammy played that in a very cool way. So, yeah, so tell us a bit more about the podcast.
All right. Well, you can see who the winners are. We don't need to tell you. Ronnie and Eli crushing so far. Nick's having a bad night, but he can turn that around. You heard me talking about when Garrett and I played together a bunch about 10 years ago in Los Angeles. And then our careers kind of went in a different direction. I think starting that one night where I didn't fight to get in that game and you kind of said, no, I'm playing. And that was kind of the beginning of Garrett's rise and my plummet. And I'm not, I have no problem talking about like my struggles in my past and whatnot, and kind of hit the bottom in 2017, and I've been making a comeback ever since, and I've been documenting it in a podcast called Sessions under the pseudonym DGAF, a screen name I chose on 2+2 a million years ago for no reason, and yeah, we're in season 5 already, and things are actually starting to get good again, finally, after 5 years of just grind every day, every night.
Sure, and that, on a personal level, I can, without question, attest to that. Our conversations in, the last, especially year or two compared to, a few years prior to that, it's just so obvious, sort of the peace you live with, your outlook on life, everything has just changed immensely, and it's just, I'm just so happy for you that you've been able to make that shift, and I hate to preach it, but it's just kind of like the centerpiece of my life. A lot of this in your situation has just come from, nose to the grindstone, putting in the work. Your podcast is a labor of love. I know because we talk about it, of course, privately. Like, you just put an immense amount of time into it, and so to see it blossom into what it is now, and where I think it's going to go in the future, I'm just really excited for it. And I think a lot of your viewers are pumped for this like sort of rocket ship that seems to be building up some steam here in season 5.
Thanks, man. Yeah, this is the year when the comeback should be complete, hopefully in the next 9 months, and part of it is playing on stream. I did it for my first time. I didn't think I was nervous, but I was out of sorts my first time last Wednesday. Hopefully tomorrow I'll be a little more settled and, can get some hands and all the stuff that leads to momentum in poker. I have it in everything else in life right now, but downswinging currently in poker.
For sure, yeah, that's rough. And, no matter who you are, like, no matter what kind of success you've had, like, when you go down on a downswing sort of streak, and I lived it in the fall and winter of 2021, it doesn't matter. Like, everyone hurts, everyone struggles to hold on to their rationality, so I definitely can feel that. I think we have an interesting sort of dichotomy between you and I in that this is my first time on the other end of the camera.
Right.
And you've been behind the scenes throughout on the show, and now you're sort of stepping into the limelight again last week. First time, you have your second appearance tomorrow. Talk to us a little bit about how how that's been, how last week went, sort of, you know, I guess thoughts on this upcoming week, etc.
So I'll say this is a nothing hand here.
Yeah, I'd be talking about it if something interesting happened here, but it hasn't been.
I mean, each player has a set of 5s. But, yeah. So this is a show. It's not a normal poker game. You got to kind of put on a show. You're one of the rare players that puts on a show with their play and their courage. And I will cover everyone, and I'll go for it every time. I'll make the big call for all the money that just very few human beings can do. The rest of us have to kind of put on a show if we want to keep getting invited, and that makes sense, right? It's entertainment. So I was kind of card dead, and I felt the need to spew a little bit, even though that comes naturally to me. And I don't know, I was just kind of in my head.
Yeah, and I think that makes sense, you know, for it being your first time on stream. You know, I suspect tomorrow when you play and in future streams when you play, I suspect your comfortability will just continue to increase. And I think because of that, I think the following you'll have as a player. Oh, wow. Okay, I just want to pause the thought really quick. Yeah, so Ronnie takes a hand here with ace high, actually, that's going to be good sometimes, but decides to turn it into a bluff anyway, which is reasonable. But Victor makes a super sick call here for the chop. And I don't fault him for having ace-6. You know, you'd love to have ace-8 in case you're chopping with other aces, but you also don't really expect your opponent to have ace-high very much. So let's just give Victor a lot of credit here.
We've been joking a lot, but that was a great call.
That was sick.
And you don't,
that was sick,
and you just don't think your opponent is bluffing with an ace.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just a really cool hand. I believe once we got to the flop, it just checked through the whole way, and then Ronnie potted the river. Almost potted the river, which of course, like, his story is a bit suspicious in that way, and possibly that's what Victor's thinking. But nevertheless, to just call a pot-sized bet there on the end with just an ace is pretty beast, and that was pretty cool and fun to watch.
Hurt him, put him in a hospital or something.
But anyway, just to finish the thought, like, I think, you know, as you play more, I think you're really going to develop a following, not only, I mean, really for all the reasons that you say people follow me. You know, you just play interesting, aggressive, and admittedly at times spewy poker, and you're just a lot of fun to have at the table. You know, for those watching who've kind of been following Billy's career for a long time, like, I mean, he's really just like an OG legend in terms of making a table really fun, really, I guess, low-key, you know, comfortable for everyone. You know, it's funny, like, these memes sort of come around every once in a while, and so the recent one is Alex Foxen, Stephen Chidwick in some high roller tournament, and they're just like, it just shows like all these various screenshots of them giving each other death stares for like hours on end, and it's just like, I mean, I couldn't think of something that's like worse for poker, and I couldn't think of someone who's the opposite of that, you know, than you, in terms of always making sure you're doing things to make the game more enjoyable for everyone around you. And, you know, I've said this publicly many times, but I mean, nothing could be truer. So much of what I've learned on how to conduct myself at a poker table that people sort of laud as heroic or stoic or some sort of magical thing or whatever, like, I learned from you, you know, and that's really sort of what I think it's all about in live poker, is just making sure everyone is having a good time. And it's just so free to treat people the right way. It's so free to have fun, laughing, making jokes. Like, all of these things are just like, they're just win-win-wins for everyone, you know. And I've spoken about this so many times, and so I'll kind of stop ranting and get off my high horse about it, especially because most of it's your words originally anyway. But it's like, you know, if poker becomes like chess and it's just like a silent battle of the best, like, poker's dead, you know. And so it really needs to be first and foremost like a gambling game where everyone's enjoying themselves. And I think everyone who considers themselves a professional whose primary income source is poker, you know, I hope they sort of take that thought process to heart.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I just thought of something. You and I recorded a 5-part podcast, mostly interview, some story in there, and it's private currently on sessions, without begging people to hit the like button. If we get to, what do you say, 4,500 likes, I will release all 5 parts tonight. I'll link them on my Twitter, and people can hear our history, your rise, and a lot of the stuff we've touched on, but more in depth.
Yeah, that'd be a lot of fun. I have no idea sort of what a good bar to hit is, so I'll go with you. We'll trust 4,500, and hopefully we get there, because there's a lot of pretty cool shit in there. Oh, there we go. Man,
That's all right.
I went so far. But
the S word is no big deal.
All right, here we go. We're back to PG-13. So I think his hand went bet and then check through on the turn. And then Sammy makes a savvy check here on the end. And I assume he's going to pick off a bluff here. I don't fault Victor for going for it here. And let's give Sammy some credit here. That's a savvy river check there.
Nice hand.
And Victor gets the bad news, and he realizes he's been duped here. Those are always kind of fun hands, because in the end, like, spots like that are just like, oh shit, I just got owned here. And
yeah.
The moment you get the bad news there, you know, you realize you've been had because your opponent savvily checked an ace. It's never fun.
One thing someone mentioned in the chat that we haven't really talked about is some mental health stuff. Not trying to scare people right now or go dark or anything. It's just people are happy to talk about physical health. You've talked about some mental health on Joey Ingram's podcast. We talked about that a good amount in our interview. So that's another reason why people to hear that. It's just we all go through stuff, and if you do the right things, you can come out on the other side.
Mm-hmm. For sure, you know, and you know, you and I, we got into it a good bit last night in terms of the various extents of it, you know, and some people are, you know, lifelong need to sort of be on medication to deal with that, and you know, I'm definitely supportive of people in that situation, you know, as long as they're sort of working with a good psychiatrist to diagnose that. You know, in my case, my mental health struggles, fortunately, were never that severe, but they were there, and they were very serious. And you know, really for the first 30 years of my life, I was pretty often rather unhappy. You know, if I'm being honest. And you know, by the time I was 30, you know, I had a 7-figure net worth many times over, and still would just go to bed at night like not really liking my life, not really liking myself that much. And you know, in the last 5 or 6 years, I've just made just a like just all hands on deck commitment to feeling better. And you know, it's been incredible, honestly, the progress I've made, the joy I feel for life every day.
Let me pause you real quick.
Pause for sure.
We have the pot of the night happening. DJ Washburn limped for $5 with aces. There were some raises. There was a raise and some calls behind. Mayhem pops it with a very good hand, ace queen offsuit. And here's the 4-bet with the aces. Big John jamming queen 10, just looking to gamble.
Got a decent hand to do it with. That's a hand that can crack a couple other hands. Although you don't really want to see aces. Washburn makes a cool size there, makes it really small, especially given Mayhem's stack size, which is good, smart, etc. And now Mayhem is he's in a pickle here. I didn't fully see the action here.
So DJ he limped for the $5.
Got it.
And then I think Big John raised, and Sammy called Mayhem 3-bet the ace queen. Yeah. And then DJ Washburn put out a great sizing, like you said. His opponents are all short stack.
I don't mind it.
Yeah. And so yeah, and here we see Mayhem obviously not able to fold his hand. I don't know. I didn't fully see the action here, but I think I got it right. Given the insane price he's getting, this seemed like it might be okay. But he is obviously in a world of hurt right now. And
well, when you have ace queen, you don't think your opponent has aces. You just think that's not the first hand that comes to mind, even when they take a strong line. You think of kings here.
For sure, yeah. I mean, he just has like, even when he has like 10s or jacks or whatever, like folding here in that scenario mathematically would just be completely atrocious, you know? So I can't really fault him for for putting another 1,600 here in a pot that was already, you know, over 6,000. Probably a close spot. I probably should have paid better attention to pre, but here we go to the flop. And then I promise I'll get back to where we were.
Yeah. It's really important. No, it's really important what we were talking about. Just sometimes a big pot happens.
And it's live poker, so we don't know how long it's going to take to figure out the side pot and whatever, but we're off now. Oh, God.
No, DJ Washburn covers everyone. He gets the cooler flop. He's getting the rest of Mayhem.
Yeah, yeah, and so a very fortuitous spot from Washburn, and we can probably just kind of keep going from where we're at here because this is just always going to go. I assume he's going to bet, and Mayhem is just going to have to put his money in here, and there's not really anything to talk about. Obviously, when you call that 4-bet, I believe it was.
Yeah, it was a 4-bet. It was a limp 4-bet.
And, like, obviously all the money's immediately going in here, so.
And he's a recreational player, so he just says once. He's allowed to say that.
Yep.
Oh, I have top 2 pairs.
And that's nuts. And so I'm sure everyone saw at home. Washburn hits his 1-outer. I think I did that right. No. Well, he hits the 1-outer to have him dead.
Yeah.
There was obviously other cards he could hit to make the best hand. But hits the 1-outer to have Mayhem dead.
Before we wrap up the mental health stuff, is Magic the unluckiest dealer here?
Yeah, Magic is super unlucky. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, look at that hand. Ace, Queen, you make top 2, and you have 0%. Thanks, Magic.
But, yeah, I mean, since we're already talking about Magic real quick, I want to give him a shout-out, too. Magic's been dealing me in stream games for many, many years. Really, really great guy. And, of course, does an incredible job. Anyway, back to what we were talking about in terms of mental health stuff. You know, like I said, 5-6 years ago, I just made, like, a full commitment to feeling better. And, you know, that encompassed several different things. It included a lot of work in cognitive behavioral therapy with a really great psychologist that I still work with. And it's just meditation's been a big part of that. Finding sort of gratitude for all the good in my life. All of these things have sort of kind of helped me out, you know, quite a lot. And I kind of don't want to go into this too much in the sense that, like, I suspect a lot of people have probably heard me talk about this at length in other places already. But there's one piece I do want to say about it, and aside from, like, one tweet I made, you know, in the winter, it's just something people don't really know, but I ended up actually having a really sort of tough, and it ended up being a little bit less than a week, maybe 5-6 days period in late December, where after feeling pretty consistently great for many years, again, 5-6 days, I kind of just fell into a pretty deep and dark place. And it was pretty scary, you know, because it's just not something I had felt in so many years. And, you know, thankfully, you know, like I said, after about 5 or 6 days, I climbed myself out of it, started making good choices again, got back in the gym, and kind of slowly over the next month or so, kind of got back to the same really sort of peaceful place I've been from a mental health perspective. But I mention this as a reminder to anyone who has similar struggles that the road is never easy. It's not just this upward sort of thing. And you're almost inevitably going to have setbacks. And the key is what are you going to do then? You know, what are you going to do? It's day 6. You're in bed. All you want to do is feel sorry for yourself now, you know. And thankfully, you know, in that spot, I got out of bed and, you know, started making some good choices to turn it around, you know. So, you know, mental health is very real. It's very serious. And when you're in it, it just seems like you're never going to get out of it, you know. And so,
but you always are.
You're always going to get out of it.
Yeah, one thing I know from working with a psychiatrist, you're going to cycle out of it no matter what. You can do things, like you said, to speed up the process, to short circuit your downturn, but you're going to cycle back up. Even though you can't see it at the time, it just always happens.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, you know, life is always worth living. It's always worth fighting. wrong for your own well-being, you know, and so I guess this was just like a really good reminder to me that, you know, all these things that I do to feel well each day, that I continue to stay laser focused on them. You know, I have a morning ritual. I know people are going to ask, so it's like I have a morning ritual that consists of waking up at the same time every day, a very healthy breakfast, you know, a run and or then weightlifting and then meditation. And, you know, that block of time is so sacred to the quality of my life, and it's not a coincidence that I started to slack on that a little bit before things, you know, sort of took a turn for the worse. So, you know, take care of yourself, and just know, like, if anyone out there is really struggling with mental health or whatnot themselves, you're not alone. So many of us, you know, go through it, and, you know, I've gotten so much positive feedback over the years in various emails, messages, etc., from people, you know, sharing their struggles with me, you know, many times sort of thanking me for the things I've done and said publicly, and I can't tell you how much those messages, that feedback means to me, you know. Otherwise, I'm just like a poker player playing this zero-sum game and whatever, but to think that, you know, I can do even some small anything to make people feel better by giving an occasional interview and otherwise just playing poker, it's, man, it makes doing this thing a lot more rewarding, I can tell you that.
Well, yeah, sharing your story is nice. That's what we got here. Shout out to our sponsor this week, Decentral Games, creators of Ice Poker, the hottest game in the metaverse. We were talking about this before the show. Was I talking about this with you, that a lot of people that play on the show have been playing on Ice Poker, and Wesley was talking good about it. You don't know what it is. You're too boomer for that.
That's right. Yeah, I'm turning 63 next week, so I am not particularly familiar with the metaverse. You know, people during COVID were asking, you know, did I play online or whatever. I'm still waiting for an internet hookup, so right. I'm not a metaverse guy, I'll tell you that. But please tell me more about it if you'd like.
I mean, I don't know anything about it either. I just know that a lot of people love it.
Here's what I will say about it. I mean, HCL is obviously getting some big sponsors in here, like, already, and I mean, let's. I know all the other commentators are always giving them love, but, you know, I want to take my turn here, and the one time I'm commentating, like, it's funny, like, give a quick little story here. You know, I can remember many years ago, Ryan and I, you know, having conversations where, you know, he wasn't particularly happy in what he was doing before, and had big dreams of building a stream of his own. And I remember, you know, this kid, I remember listening to him and just, like, being supportive, of course, and knowing if somehow he pulled it off, it'd be great, but I didn't think he could do it, you know? And then we fast forward a few years later, I mean, and what a machine him and Nick have created here. I mean, their level of sort of feedback, their viewership metrics, etc. You know, and I think it's been less than a year or something. It's just incredible to watch, and I mean, I feel it even from me. You know, the level of sort of feedback I get because I'm playing on their show regularly. Like, it's definitely the exposure has increased for me quite a lot, and so it's been awesome to see. And obviously, you know, I'm very grateful to them and fortunate that they always have me in these outrageously sick games.
Yeah, I'll tell a story of me introducing Ryan to you back in the day. After we see what Ronnie does here with trips, DJ Washburn has picked up equity on the turn. Sammy's got 0%. He just put in 1,700.
Look at this. Ronnie just cold calling behind.
Do you like this?
Very tricky. I see the merit in it.
Yeah.
I don't think this is probably what I would typically do here, but I see the merit. A lot of cards you don't want on the river. That's one of them. And so this is unfortunate here too, because maybe Washburn goes for it here. I mean, he's okay. So he does shut down here, but oh, and we see Sammy take a made hand and turn it into a bluff here.
Yeah, this is 3,000. He's never going to get back.
This is not going to work. I don't love this. I can't imagine Ronnie folds, but going back to, I think, a slightly more interesting spot, as you were saying on the turn there, obviously the main problem is here is like when it goes bet and call, there's so many cards that kill your action on the end, you know, and so, you know, raising there, obviously, to deny equity and to get a bunch of value from all sorts of hands, I think has a lot of merit. And if you're worried about scaring your opponents away in these situations, you know, the thing I always say is then you're not bluffing enough in this spot.
Right.
It's really that simple, you know. In any spot, you can always find sort of the combos you need to balance. And so that's definitely, I think, when people play too passive on every earlier street, whenever they make big hands, if they feel like, oh, I can't raise here, it looks too scary, that could be the remedy for them. But meanwhile, back to where we're actually at in the hand, where Ronnie's getting a really sick price with a hand that he's super disguised. Folding here seems not good. We'll see what happens, but I don't blame him for not loving it. This is
He's
not a fun
rewinding the
spot.
hand one street to the turn, saying you called 1,700 on the turn. If he rewinds it one more street, it becomes a snap call.
Right, right. And, you know, I think, you know, Ronnie's thought process, if that's what it is, makes some sense here because, like, what hands can Sammy be bluffing with here otherwise? You know, he has to be turning made hands into bluffs, and a lot of players don't find those bluffs. And so, in that sense, at least give Sammy credit, I suppose, for finding a bluff with a hand that most people don't. And so, you know, I understand sort of Ronnie's conundrum here, but I think, again, because he under-repped his hand so hard earlier, and given the price he's getting here, you just close your eyes, throw the money in here, and move on. And I suspect that's probably what he'll do, but
it's going to be a crime call, right?
Yeah. And I am going to take a very short restroom break. I will be right back.
So good tonight. You know what?
Business oriented woman, she's good. You cannot say that. She's fucking unstrained, you know, she's amazing.
Ronnie's a little spooked by how hot Sammy's been running tonight. I can relate to that. The longer you're in this game, the more variance wrecks your mind.
Wow, I can't believe I fucking.
Sammy gets it through?
I laid a fucking huge hand. No good. Not good.
You had a diamond?
No. I had a full house.
Full house?
Mm-hmm.
You had a 10?
Yes.
I had
I had a full house.
I'm supposed to move in the
He had a full house,
I
he
wanted
says.
you. That's what I was waiting for you.
Call.
Yeah, I thought. Because I knew you had a 10 too.
You hit the river?
No. I flopped it.
10-6?
10-6 suited.
10-6 suited?
I folded 10, bro.
Maybe Sammy has a bunch of relatives staying with him in Palmdale tonight.
Shot, no diamond comes here.
Maybe that's why he's saying he had a full house.
Diamond saved me. Saved me everything. You really flopped? To get 3,000. Yeah, that's 10. Wow. Thank God for little green.
I hope Ronnie doesn't watch this one back.
Slow played it. Trapping him. I was trapping myself. He had 10-6 suited.
I feel for Ronnie right now.
10 with no diamonds. I'm like, what else could he have made here but diamonds?
He's been running bad. Sammy's been running hot. Lots of momentum in this game.
One of my biggest breakdowns yet, I can tell you. How about I don't raise him on the turn when he bets 17 and he calls with the diamond draw? I'm supposed to make it 5,000 there.
Just call?
He's called. I'm supposed to make it 5,000 there. Let's get him out.
I will double him up. I am not calling.
He's going to get everything. If he's going to move in, I'm going to beat him in the pot. With ace 10.
How can you just call?
No, I don't know what's going on.
Because I thought if I'm going to get all the money, here's the place.
Maybe somebody's got a 10 jack.
I thought you might have had 10-9. That's what that's what I thought you had. That's what I thought you had.
Now the table's telling Ronnie good fold. This is sad.
Yeah. I checked.
Sammy seems like an awesome guy. I'm not sure why he's lying after the hand, but it is good entertainment.
All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, to what you just said, don't do that, people. If you're on a live stream, don't lie after the hand. It's so weird. It's just stupid. And to be like, I don't know, I don't want to use too egregious of a word, but it's just a really dumb thing to do, and I think it's like a bad look with like nothing to gain. Just say nothing if you don't want to tell people what you had. So I assume based on what you're saying, Ronnie decided to make the fold there.
Ronnie made the fold, and then Sammy said good fold. Ronnie said I had ace-10. He said no good. And then he said, I think he said I made a full house on the turn, and then he changed his story to full house on the flop, 10-6 suited.
Yeah, don't do that, people. And here we go. We got another big hand here. And as we've seen a lot, like we end up in these like weird spots over and over again, where like we get to the river and there's only like a half pot behind.
After the game, Ryan, I'll be truthful.
So we'll see.
Kind of reminds me of a tournament.
Exactly right. We'll see if Mayhem goes for it here. This is definitely something you see, I think, at not high stakes games is people choose quote unquote bluff candidates with hands that are way too strong to bluff with and also way too weak to value bet with. And with different range construction, you can just go ahead and like take a 7, and that's like a hand you would always check down. And you of course have so many much worse hands here, so many withdraws, etc., that you choose to bluff here instead. So for example, like if Mayhem's going to bluff with a 7 here, like what is he not bluffing with? You know, that's sort of the problem with taking a hand like a 7 and turning it into a bluff here. But he doesn't know how strong Big John is, so if this money goes in, he's in trouble. And John is always calling here, I would assume.
He's always calling.
Yeah.
I don't know that this is a bluff.
Okay.
6 more, 650.
This seems like an outrageously ambitious value shove.
It seems ambitious.
Yeah.
Is a word we use often around here.
Often, yeah. Again, I have sort of no idea like when I'm supposed to be like.
No, ambitious and interesting are the best way to describe.
Am I doing it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to continue to try to use a bunch of code words when I think people terribly misplay hands, and hopefully people follow along. But this one seems no good. I'm surprised Big John's taking so long. John doesn't usually seem like someone.
He's not folding.
Yeah, like
nothing beats his hand. That bets the turn. Just absolutely nothing.
Can you beat 10? I'll show you either way. Your choice. All right. You have 10s, right?
No, so he what? I don't know. Was he bluffing?
Nice hand.
No, so I think with Mayhem's comment about you have 10s made it clear he was trying to get him off a hand like that.
Already.
Oh.
Queen 7.
Ambitious for sure.
And, you know, whatever. Give him credit for heart, I guess. But I think the takeaway from that hand, you know, is like a 7 doesn't need to be the hand you go for it with. You have so many really bad, whatever, 8 high, 9 high, 10 high.
It just seems when you have like half pot or whatever.
Yeah.
And you bet that turn and that's the river card. It just seems pretty wild to be bluffing with the ace-7. I think you have a better chance of getting called and winning than folding out better.
Yeah.
Someone asked a pretty cool question. Is there someone you'd be so excited to play poker with that you'd play small? You'd play 5-10, like not a poker player, maybe just a celebrity or.
Yeah, for sure. I think there'd be a million people I'd do that with. And to me, it would be like, you know, I'd basically just open fold every hand and like treat it like a lunch, you know? So,
right.
Yeah, there's an endless amount of sort of role models. I don't know. Okay, I'll just start going. I mean, I think obviously Elon is someone who's obviously a brilliant guy. I'm sure I could learn quite a lot from him. Probably my favorite book ever. I get asked about book recommendations a lot for those who follow me like know I do an outrageous amount of reading. An author named Jonathan Haidt wrote my favorite book ever. It's called The Happiness Hypothesis, which is kind of just like a hodgepodge mix of a variety of different topics that can help one to live like a better, more meaningful life. I love that book so much. He also wrote another book called I believe it's called The Righteous Man. And that basically just talks about like a variety of ways people who think very differently. So the main sort of two groups, obviously, you're thinking is sort of conservatives and liberals, but like that could be any sort of two people who think very differently about things. How they can sort of find shared connection and basically get along and have society live in sort of like a more peaceful way. And I think that that's, you know, the book I think is a decade old, but man, it's never been more true than right now in sort of the incredibly divisive world we live in. So I bring all of that up just because I adore him so much, and he wrote like two of my favorite books. So he's definitely one guy who would be at the top of my list of a guy I would love to, you know, do lunch with, or as they say, play $1, $2 with.
Yeah. Nick's likely going to stack his buddy Mayhem for $155.
Which is great for Nick because he could use it.
He could.
Yeah. You know, the only thing better than $250 million is $155. So, you know, if he is able to win this pot, I'll be very happy for him.
Well, Sammy's in there with the Jack-6 suited. Ronnie's got the 8-7 offsuit. You got about 1,200 in the middle. Mayhem is all in. He could get a quadruple up, plus a little extra cheese if his 10 deuce can get there. He's going to need a 5 at some point. Nick's got the top pair, the 9 kicker, air ball for Ronnie, and Sammy needs some backdoor help.
700.
Yeah, and it looks like all of us are about to get our wish. Nick's about to win another pot here. And thank God.
Call 700.
No, Sammy's going to float. Good for Sammy.
It's heads up on the side, and he checked already.
5 of hearts would be an interesting card.
Yeah, and this call by Sammy in the dry side pot is just absolutely brilliant. This call by Sammy in this dry side pot is just absolutely brilliant. You just never put someone on the Jack-6 on the Ace-3-4, you know, in a dry side pot. And it's just very unlucky he doesn't get rewarded by making 2 pair on the end here.
And he snaps it off.
Yeah. And they talk about run good. And in poker, there's 1 million sneaky ways one can run good or bad. Very, very fortunate for Nick. Sammy called with the Jack-6 there to then have Sammy make a pair on the turn and not only win his flop bet, but another 14 on the end as well. This is how you make it to the top, ladies and gentlemen.
So it's pretty cool. You gave some book recs there. And then someone recommended Die With Zero by Bill Perkins. Are you familiar with that book? I asked him a question while he's chewing. I threw him under the bus.
So I am familiar with Perkins' book. I have yet to read it. Sorry, Bill. But I've heard it's good. I've legitimately heard it's good from a lot of people. So I think that's a book I would be interested in because it's kind of, from what I understand, counter-reading to a book that was very important to me once I had made a bunch of money and then spewed plenty of it off, and it's called The Millionaire Next Door. The Millionaire Next Door is a book that basically talks about, like, typical American millionaires aren't the people living in Southern California making $500,000 a year and spending $500,000 a year and have no net worth. They're the people in the Midwest or whatever grinding their $80K a year jobs, saving a lot until they eventually become millionaires. And it basically just talks about how incredibly valuable it can be to live a frugal lifestyle where you're not constantly in the rat race, desperately needing to make $500,000 to support a lifestyle you really don't need. Okay, so that's The Millionaire Next Door. And that book is overstated. It is very, very aggressive when it comes to nitty spending. So I think, a sort of cool companion piece to that could be Die with Zero, which is, who wants to die with all of the money. So have you probably worth checking out.
You've played poker with Bill Perkins, haven't you?
Mm-hmm. I played with Bill a few times. Yeah, very, very pleasant guy, and Big John binks the river.
That's a binker right there, isn't it?
But I don't think anything else is going to happen. Yeah, it looks like he's going to take a big sizing, and I think that combined with Nick's very weak hand, this hand is definitely going to be over. And so this is another example of give Nick credit. There we go. He's listening to me. That took like 3 seconds to fold there. That was very good. Proud of you, Nick.
I needed one.
Oh, that was Jimmy Bluffett that said that. I'm sorry. I called him somebody. I was just reading. The chat's going quickly tonight. My bad, Jimmy Bluffett.
Shout out to Jimmy. He's in blue, so obviously he's a very important person.
Yes, he keeps the chat in line.
Absolutely. And by the way, speaking of the chat,
Yeah, we want to get.
let's be nice. Chat, can we be nice, please? Especially, there's so many things I see in the chat that are so disturbing to me, but if I had to pick one that I'll get on my high horse and preach about for a second, it's the incredible sexism towards women that we often see on the chat. And it is weak. It is just weak. It's pathetic. It's honestly, it just screams of a man so uncomfortable in his own skin that he's like feels the need to degrade a woman he's never met, never seen, in a chat box. And so I know all of you at your best are better than that. So can we please be nice to the women that play on the show, talking about their appearance, things of this nature. It's just so gross, and it's honestly, additionally, it's just so bad for poker too. It's sort of comments like that is why we have whatever it is, some comically low percentage of poker players, as women. And so I think everyone who loves poker and wants to see the game grow, I think that they owe it to themselves and the community to treat women with respect, including in chat. Don't just because you're anonymous and on the internet, it doesn't mean you have a right to not be a human, And so I would love to see the chat sort of rise above whatever it is, sexism, racism, homophobia, any of these things. But I want to give a special shout out to the various women that play on the show and a lot of the BS that they've tolerated. And by the way, this isn't an HCL problem. This is, of course, an internet problem, and it's true of any poker streaming show.
But we want to be the best product. We want to include everyone in our games, and we got to make it a better environment for everybody.
For sure.
What's it?
Getting back to Bill Perkins, I had a thought. I mentioned it last night at dinner. I don't know if we brushed over it or not. He plays people heads up, yeah? Is he the guy that beat that kid with long hair, just crushed his soul?
That's right, Landon Tice. So in a fun internet sequence that all took place on Twitter, Bill and Landon started negotiating terms for a heads-up battle, in which inevitably, I believe Landon gave him, and don't quote me on this, I could be wrong, but I believe it was 8 or 9 big blinds per 100, which is an egregiously large number, and one that I think many savvy people, despite the many unknowns, really liked Bill's side from the start, assuming that he was going to put some work into, because beating someone for that amount, if you're studying, is a lot. So give Bill credit for taking on that challenge and putting in the work, and obviously getting Landon to quit, fairly early on. And with that said, Landon was a young, certainly ambitious up-and-comer, and give him credit, of course, for having the balls to do that. And I've spoken with both guys, but I've spoken with Landon a little bit on the internet, and he couldn't be a nicer guy. And I suspect he's learned quite a lot from that and has grown quite a lot from that. And give him credit for growing up a lot, sort of in front of the whole poker community's eyes. He took a lot of heat from that, and it seems from what I've seen, he's bounced back really nicely, where a lot of people might hide under a rock thereafter. So
yeah, for sure, he's just a kid. ambitious kid. What I was going towards is you have a billionaire who writes a book called Die With Zero, who happens to be excellent at heads-up, no-limit hold'em, used to high-stakes poker, and I have someone here with me in the booth that loves to play huge, bigger than people will ever play. What about like $1 million each freeze out? You and Bill Perkins, just a fun, two charismatic, successful dudes battling. Would you do it?
I mean, that sounds awesome.
Yeah, it'd be cool, right?
I think playing some sort of huge freeze out with Bill one day would be just a ton of fun, and I would love to throw my name in the ring for something like that. Bill, if you're listening and something like that interests you, especially as HCL is just getting all of the views these days, hit up Ryan Feldman and let's see what we can do.
Yeah, you each buy in for $1 million. I'll commentate it for free. You each buy in for $1 million, and it ain't over until someone's got $2 million.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people, myself, a lot of the viewers, etc., who would all be interested in something like that.
All right, just throwing it out there. I just thought about that. I love heads up, no limit. It's the only part of poker that really excites me. I was just thinking about that. He's good already. Be perfect match.
Yeah, and I have no study in heads up, no limit. Absolutely none. So.
1,500.
All right, so we have Sammy here. Calls on the flop with a hand that can improve in a bunch of ways and does exactly that. Makes a straight, redraw to a flush, and uses a nice sizing here. I think we'll see what Big John does. You know, he's not in such a fun spot here with 3 diamonds out there now as the flop and turn both went 3 ways. But Big John undeterred does call. This is suspect, but maybe not too bad. We saw obviously Sammy's definitely been splashing in a bunch of ways, so I think there's merit behind John's call. And
Victor actually would have made the best hand there.
Yeah, not a good card for either player. Don't fault Sammy for checking on the end, and that's going to be the end of that one.
I'm going to quit. Just like,
quit.
Let you play.
Quit that
Thank you,
shit.
Sammy. Thank you so much.
Stay in your lane.
Button already moved to 9.
So a lot of the chat's saying that Bill Perkins would do this, that he's fueling up his plane right now to come to LA. That would be sick.
That'd be fun. That'd be a lot of fun for sure.
How often do you get to play against someone who has more heart than you when it comes to risking money?
Not too often, but it does happen.
Yeah?
It does happen. I used to play a lot of poker with Matt Kirk. He's someone who comes to mind. This guy.
Aussie Matt
has all the heart. And back in those days when I used to play with Matt, we both had all of the heart then. So every flop, we were betting 6 figures on the side, black and red. Like we took Action Junkie to new levels, both of us. But he does and always has had me beat. I haven't heard or much. I haven't seen Matt in forever, but the last I did hear, he bought like whatever it was, millions in crypto when it was worth $10 or something.
Oh, that's smart. So
yeah, it's pretty smart. Yeah. So I assume he's probably worth billions now, but that guy was a lot of fun. In an endless sea of cool characters, interesting people I've played with, Kirk is near the top.
3,500.
Sammy's kind of running this game tonight. 3 bets with the ace queen. Eli 4 bets to pocket jacks, and Big John's in a tough spot.
He's in a spot here for sure.
I don't blame him for folding this at all.
This is good. This is disciplined, and it just so happens like his hand had a decent shot, but plenty of the time he's way behind here. I like the fold, and of course Sammy's going nowhere, as he shouldn't in position with such a strong hand after whatever he did, min 3 bet or whatever the hell it was.
Do you like a call in Sammy's spot?
Yeah, sure.
Best option?
Sure, yeah. I don't see what else you would do. I mean, yeah, if you think Eli's weak or something, you could put more money in here. But I think in position, I wouldn't be folding here.
Eli hates this flop, obviously.
Yeah. And so he uses a very small sizing, and this is, as many things Eli does, actually, is theoretically approved in this spot where he has a huge range advantage. And I'm very often pleasantly surprised to see Again, not only just what good feel Eli has, but he often uses sizings that are quote unquote theoretically correct too. Just the guy's got a lot of game in a lot of ways. But of course, he's in a lot of trouble on this hand, and this makes sense. And I suspect on most rivers, this will check through as well. Yeah, I mean, from what we've seen of Sammy, he's been value betting rivers really not been value betting rivers very often.
This is getting snapped. Whatever he puts out, there's getting snapped.
And you know, I've been singing Eli's praises tonight for good reasons, but I don't think I like this bet. He's targeting, and these are fun hands here, because a lot of times you'll play poker hands, and like let's say, I don't know, let's say Sammy has king 6 or something in river 2 pair, right? And he calls. Well, you don't learn anything. You don't learn if you made a good bet or whatever, right? The guy just like made a hand.
Right.
But when you're literally trying to target the exact hand your guy has, that's like where the rubber meets the road, you know? And so if Sammy calls here, you really, yeah, that's right. If Sammy calls here, Eli really probably is going to be getting some good information that says, okay, well, this is the exact hand I was targeting and it still didn't fold. This is no good, you know? And it looks like that's exactly what happened here. And so
the beautiful thing about poker is that would have worked against 99.9% of the population, but it's not working against Sammy.
Right, yeah.
And Sammy's check back on the turn kind of told Eli, like, oh, he's not strong. He probably has a hand like ace queen like he did. And it's a people game.
For sure, it's a people game. You know, I haven't seen enough of Sammy to really know until we saw the result in terms of like the likelihood in which he would fold a queen, but your point is very much well taken. There are guys who will always fold a queen there. There are guys who will never fold a queen there. There are guys who are going to be mixing in that spot, and your ability to answer that before you run a bluff there is everything, you know? And that's obviously what makes poker fun. But, you know, going back to what I was saying there, Eli's probably thinking in his head right now, well, shit, that was like exactly what I wanted him to fold. And he still called, and, you know, make no mistake, he's definitely sort of putting that in the back of his mind, and I'm sure he'll use that information to attempt to make, you know, some better decisions against Sammy in the future.
You changed that old lady's tire on the way here. I'm gonna get a reservation for Paradise Point for me to her.
Yeah, I want to go this weekend.
I mean, and just to show sort of like,
Straddle. We're doing a straddle on like 600 now. So
okay. I was making sure I wasn't cutting off an advertisement there. I mean, just to show just like how hard HCL's been crushing it here. This is a Tuesday night. This is like the smallest game they run, I think. And they just have like nearly 7,000 people live viewing. It's just wildly impressive. I remember when Ryan used to build games elsewhere, and we'd get a few thousand on a stream, and he thought that was like the mecca.
Right.
And now it's like their smallest, you know, show in terms of viewing numbers or whatnot. Like, you know, it's just getting 6,500, no problem. It's, I mean.
Oh, I apologize. I did put you on a pair. Yeah, maybe. I did put you on pair. I know you didn't have a key. I knew you didn't have a set.
Just a heads up, we're going to be without cards graphics for just one, maybe 2 hands, which should be pretty fun. Garrett, let's put people on hands, specific hands. I don't want to hear this range nonsense millennial bull honky. Put them on a hand like a man, okay?
That's right. And this is how we used to do it back in my day.
Yeah.
You look a man in the eye and you name his 2 cards, and of course including suit, especially when it's an offsuit hand.
And then we'll get graphics back in a couple.
That's right, and we'll just nail it. Yeah. And by the way, as Bill and I play this game, it is wrong answers only. So, yeah. And by wrong answers, like it's what we think they may have, but it's certainly not what they should have. So here we go. And I don't know how long we're going to be able to play this game. So hopefully they don't fix the graphics thing for a while.
It would be fun if they never fix it, but I think they're going to fix it.
I think they're going to fix it really soon, but it would be fun not to, so we'll see. Unfortunately, we're just We just have a shot of Mayhem's hat. I guess they must be confused, and I think that might be Poker Bunny's chest. But nevertheless, it's just Mayhem's hat here for the moment. So we'll see if we get any other shots here
Both
of what's
things
going on.
are very American.
That's right. Yeah, nothing. That's actually a great point. There's you can just look at Mayhem and say everything about this guy is true American, no question.
I already put my name in the list, but if you want her, no, time out. If you want her, it's your birthday, Nick.
Oh, so we're told from production that the reason for this pause is Will Smith actually came on stage and slapped Nick Vertucci.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. And I think we all kind of saw this coming.
Just because Nick has beautiful hair doesn't mean he needs to be calling out others who don't.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
So that's the delay. And then Mayhem's got Cowboys. It's unclear if anyone gave him any action. But yeah, Will Smith is in the building, or he's being escorted out of the building currently.
Yeah, and this is a real fall for Will. You know, it's one thing to slap Chris Rock at the Oscars.
That's no big deal. It's not great look, but it's no big deal. You do it on our Tuesday night show.
Right. You do it to the alpha macho.
Oh, man.
I mean, he is in for a world of heart, and I just, I really hope that Will's able to get past this from a publicity standpoint, If we're still talking about books, Will Smith actually wrote an autobiography with another great writer that I adore named Mark Manson, who wrote The Subtle Art of Not Giving an F. And, I mean, this is...
They're getting the fans together.
Okay.
You know what I'm going to do?
I'm going to pause real quick.
I'm going to put Big John on the ultimate cooler here. You can tell he looks like he has a good hand.
It seems like John's got something here. Yeah, we'll see.
I'm going to give him bullets.
You know what? Me too.
Yeah?
Let's give him aces. Why not?
Look at him. That smile is...
Yeah.
Your kings are no big deal to me. Oh, man. Look at that. The ultimate cooler.
Wow, that's pretty sick read by both of us, actually.
Big John's a tell box.
Yeah, we're good, but I didn't think we were that good.
Yeah, that was... All right, I'm feeling better about playing on stream tomorrow.
What if he hit two kings?
Just hit it on the second board, please.
On the spade. No. He hit the spade.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
The needle.
Oh, no, it doesn't matter. Oh, no.
He's got aces against kings and his suit's covered. That's just not fair, Lauren.
There it is.
Lauren's been pretty unlucky tonight.
Yeah. And Big John doing Big John things, just scooping another pot, and he's up to a lot of dollars now.
So that was pretty easy to put him on bullets. I'm looking forward to the next hand. Mayhem crushes this show week in and week out, and that's a smile of a man who knows he's winning in this lineup.
Yeah, for sure. And, looks like he's taken off for the day. Good for people with stop losses. I think almost everyone employs stop losses. It's probably for them. I've never done that. I wouldn't know how to do that.
Ew.
I would rather take borrowed money out of my pocket and keep playing before I ever had to get up and leave a table. But, again, that's what makes me the psycho I am. And everyone else with stop losses, good for you for being responsible gamblers.
Not only did you get aces, but you got aces.
But anyway, going back to Will Smith, actually, for a second, thinking of another conversation you and I often have is we often sort of discuss pretty deep psychological stuff, why a lot of people do the things they do, why a lot of it kind of stems from their childhood, things of that nature. And,
right.
We've sort of talked about the self-destructive things each of you and I do, and they're very different, and that's because we had very different childhoods, in part, and so I want to connect this to Will Smith because that autobiography I mentioned, which is just called Will, he talks at great length throughout the book about his relationship with his dad. And they had this very complicated relationship where his dad was the hardest working man in the world and just had a variety of skills and taught Will so many things from discipline, the value of hard work, etc. But his dad also just happened to be a wife beater with an absolutely terrible temper. And really, honestly, a series of other character flaws as well. And so watching that was a little surreal for me. I'm a big movie lover, big fan of watching the Oscars every year. And watching Will sort of unable to fight those demons that obviously were kind of passed on to him genetically through his dad, you know, it was tough to watch because I just loved the book, and I really became a big Will Smith fan after watching that book. So, but you know, with that being said, what he did to Chris Rock was just wrong. It's just not an appropriate way to sort of handle something like that. I mean, you know, how much more powerful would it have been, you know, if he doesn't do anything there, gets up during the biggest moment of his professional career, as he collects the award for, you know, Best Actor for King Richard, and, you know, begins the speech by saying, you know, Chris, like, my wife has alopecia, like, I don't appreciate the way, you know, you spoke to her. Like,
yeah, that would have been pretty strong.
I mean, that's just, it just showed, like, that's a man who is so much stronger, so much more powerful, so much more in control of his emotions than a guy who has to get up there, slap someone. Like, I mean, what kind of precedent does that set? I'm also a huge fan of live comedy. Are people just going to be able to, like, get up and slap comedians when they don't like what they have to say?
I think most of us know that
Skin flute? Yeah.
he got away with it because he's rich and famous. So
Yeah.
I don't think there's too much to worry about there.
But you're right, but it's nevertheless, it was just a really sort of low moment for someone who's just had really a lifetime of highs. I mean, his story is about as impressive as it gets, and you know, in some ways, like I'll always still be a fan of his, but that was just wrong. And Chris Rock has always been one of my favorite comedians too. So to do it to him, I mean, and talk about the professionalism of Rock after too, to just keep going on. But that's neither here nor there. That's quite a wild tangent, but I figured it's worth at least mentioning, as you know, that's going to be talked about forever. Certainly the pop culture moment of the year thus far.
Yeah. Sammy limped for $5, called the 100x raise, and has the best hand and flops best. It's his night tonight, Garrett.
He's crushing.
600.
He's crushing, and I mean, and look at this guy. I mean, he is just so cool.
He's not folding.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell, like, he is just in his element, very comfortable, and it's no surprise that he's destroying this table right now. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Obviously.
3 threes.
Yeah, but he earned it.
Yeah.
He earned it. You know what I mean? He deserves it.
Now it should be a queen or a 10 if he's really running hot.
Yeah. We'll see how this river goes. You know, this is definitely a spot where typically one would want to bet in Sammy's spot. But instead he checks.
He kind of knew what Victor had. If he bets, he wins 0. If he checks, he wins a grand.
Yeah, so, I mean, Sammy makes a perfect check if he knows what Victor has to induce.
Right.
And then makes, if I'm being honest, a rather suspicious call as opposed to raise. But nevertheless, he made another $1,000 out of the hand.
So to pivot to something related to keeping your composure, a lot of people watching, let's see what this is. Shout out to our sponsor tonight and all week, Decentral Games.
And I may not know what the metaverse is, but Billy and I back here, we certainly can dance to it.
Yeah, that kind of turned this booth into a club.
That's right. Sweet little tune they got going back here. Sweet little tune they got going back here. I mean, you couldn't be more amateur than me. Every time I turn my mic off, I flip it up. I don't remember to flip it back down. It's a real mess back here, everyone. But thanks for going along this journey with me, and
I think you're doing great in your debut as a commentator. What I was going to say about composure, a lot of people tuning in tonight are tuning in to hear you commentate, and the highlight for many people on this show was your revenge against Dylan.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about the slow roll. People were beyond impressed with your reaction to it, or lack thereof. You didn't even blink. How much of that had to do with that morning, you waking up, eating a healthy breakfast, going for your run, meditating?
Yeah, I mean, I think the short answer is everything, you know? Like, you know, technically, could I have skipped it that day and maybe been in the exact same mental place one day off? Sure, possibly. I don't know. I wouldn't want to take the risk, you know? But, like, what I will say is building these sort of habits, building the sort of stoic mindset where, you know, the only person in life who has the power to upset me is me. I mean, all of these things weren't done and learned on my part to improve my poker game. They were done to just live a more fulfilling life. But man, they certainly have benefited my poker game, you know, quite a bit. You know, I suspect Dylan might be someone where it's sort of part of his goal in doing something like that is to, you know,
throw you off your game,
throw someone off their game, and so I mean, there'd be really nothing worse than to freak out and get upset and whatever, you know, and yeah, I think you're right. I think there's some parallels to that, to sort of what Will Smith did to Chris Rock in that situation too, you know. But yeah, I mean, there was just no way I was going to let something like that sort of affect my peace, you know, in that moment, or affect my ability to try to play my best poker.
I got to stop bluffing.
And
I got to stop bluffing.
Give Nick credit there with like fourth pair, he quickly makes a good call. That was certainly impressive.
Yeah, he snapped it off.
Yeah, that one was quick. Sometimes we see Nick go a little into the tank before making big calls, but that one was super quick and very impressive. But
I think we see the result of your habits pretty much every Friday night. You're focused, you have energy, you have peace, as you said. But that Friday night, we really saw it because most people would have some sort of reaction, and you didn't blink, and it was pretty incredible.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. I appreciate the kind words. You know, actually, the hardest part about what happened in that hand was the poker. The poker part of that.
You played that hand horribly, by the way.
Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, you know.
The bet on the river was bad, man.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I think both my river bet and calling the raise are questionable, certainly. But yeah.
I honestly didn't like the river bet. I didn't know what could call you that was worse, and I felt like...
What could beat me after it checks around twice?
No. I felt like you had a decent amount of bluffers behind you. I didn't think anyone could call you there, even though it's you, just leading into like 4 or 5 people or whatever it was.
Yeah, I think there's just like a lot of assumptions based into like what you're saying there, and maybe they're right, maybe they're not. I don't know, but I think like probably the more interesting part of that hand, and it's a similar concept in terms of assumptions, is there was like this assumption that Dylan could never take the line he did, and then come out of nowhere and bluff the river.
Oh, I didn't really have a problem with the call.
The call of the raise. Okay, well, several people on the internet did, and they always know best, right?
Were they chat pros or no?
Chat pros, yeah.
Oh, well,
so,
then maybe you messed that up too.
But I probably did. But I think the point there is like, in the end, like poker's always like a leveling game, and so in that spot, like it's just like a leveling war in terms of if or to what frequency Dylan's going to have the many air hands he has that he's going to try to bluff that river with, knowing my range is very, very often capped, right? Minus the super infrequent pocket queens, pocket kings. Well, you know, I give Dylan a lot of credit for being a player with a lot of heart, and I think we saw that the following week, and I think we've seen that in many of Dylan's other hands. So it's so sort of easy when you see the cards and whatever to be like, oh, well, from a metagame standpoint, no one would ever bluff there. You know, but
I didn't think that. I thought they would.
Yeah, but
I thought that's why I wanted you to check.
But I think the point I'm trying to make regarding that is like, the only thing anything takes is someone going, well, this guy knows that's how I think, so I'm going to do the opposite.
Of course.
It's just like that simple, and so I think that's why. I think like there's so many different spots where people go easy fold, easy call, and to me it's like, if that's based on metagame type stuff, I think it's always very, very suspicious of a sort of an assumption. But yeah, I don't know. I guess that's, you know, that's sort of it. And then, you know, I think, you know, people love sort of justice, if you will, even though there's no such thing as justice in poker whatsoever, you know. But I think what some people might be sort of missing regarding like me stacking Dylan the next week is how incredibly outrageously fortunate that is.
Yeah, that came together well for you.
Yeah, like when you play a stream, you play like whatever it is, 150, 200 hands. Like you just play so few total hands of poker that to stack someone when both of us play as deep as we did is just outrageously good fortune, you know, and it of course made an incredible storyline and it was a lot of fun for me. But if anyone at home is watching and be like, well, of course that happened, like Garrett was going to get him.
No,
like,
that was a setup. that was like a that was a cold deck for him to turn the flush draw after whatever he did on the flop. I think he
bet called with backdoor flush draw.
He bet called. Yeah.
But anyway,
the card that gave you 2 pair that's going to make you bet and then him jam.
Him jam,
like
yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, obviously the turn card is like, the turn card is the most like comically fortunate of the whole hand or whatever. But, you know, I think like if Dylan and I were to play 10 full stream sessions, I think I'd be a solid dog to stack him in a hand given how deep we sit. But for that to just magically happen the next week it's a joke, you know. It's a joke, and that's poker. It's a joke. The insane upswings and the insane downswings are nuts. And so that's what I was going to say to you about. We can pause here.
Yeah,
we have a good hand here.
This is a 1-outer for DJ Washburn on the turn.
Yeah.
Gives Sammy aces up. Sammy's not going to be folding. If he raises, this pot could get gigantic. He just calls.
That's your move. That's your move.
And a nice clean card for these guys to put a bunch more in on.
This is crazy. And Sammy slow playing his hand, obviously incredibly fortunate for him. And we've seen sort of his passive play in a bunch of different spots. I think if DJ bets, it wouldn't shock me if he just calls here.
Yeah, I think he'll just call.
And he's going to save an outrageous amount of money as a result. I would always lose all my money in this spot if I have Sammy's hand. So looks like...
Wow, he's giving him the table talk saying, I'm talking, must mean I have something.
Yeah, pretty interesting.
It's time for a huge bet. You have a guy who's not going to fold whatever he called on the turn with if it wasn't a draw.
5,300.
Yeah, he bets a lot and gets snapped off.
Gets called.
Wow, what a turn. Jeez.
Sammy was bluffing a bunch at the beginning, and then he was up too much money to keep bluffing. He got that one through against Ronnie, which Ronnie was close to calling with the trip 10s.
Yeah.
That's magic. That's strong. Magic.
Yeah, that is magic, the dealer.
And I don't know if Washburn knows what Sammy had, but if he does, he's hurting right now because that kind of setup doesn't come along very often. And to only make what he did, honestly, given that. And through no fault of his own. Obviously, he kept betting every time.
Right.
But anyway, so just to finish the thought, so, you know, in that hand against Dylan, you know, where he slow rolls me, you know, that was the tail end of a really, really vicious downswing that I had been on for several months prior. And so if there was ever a time where I was going to just crack, you know, that was it. And so I'm actually pretty proud of myself for that. Not really as a result of Dylan's antics, but just the whole kind of situation where I just go, oh, I'm wrong again. And I think that that's the thing that can be like hardest for me emotionally is like, not like, oh, I get in like ace king versus queens and lose or something. It's just like, oh, I made the wrong decision again, you know? And so yeah, that was definitely a very low point for me, but only just because of the poker, only because I'd been running so bad and in my mind playing so bad for such a long period of time, and then magically I just hit the boom switch.
Was it the following Friday?
The following Friday is where I stack them, yeah.
Can you walk us through that week? You lost a bunch the night you got slow rolled. You handled it great. You got tons of love for it, rightfully so. And then you had a week to prepare. You probably didn't know if Dylan was coming back that following week, but at some point you found out. And did you put extra work in? Did you run farther? Did you just really mentally prepare for the next Friday?
No.
You didn't?
No, same thing as always.
Really?
Yeah. I I take a lot of pride in the various things I do to prepare for sessions and whatnot. And so I wouldn't there wouldn't be anything more to do. You know what I mean? I really don't feel comfortable showing up unless I go to bed the night before feeling like I did, everything I wanted to do to prepare for that game. And so in that sense, it was just kind of the same, but what it was the night before the following week, it's a lot of CBT work, a lot of talking with my wife, a lot of
Yeah, I want to give her a shout out. You talked about you going from not that happy or not really liking your life or yourself as much as a human probably should for the first 30 years or whatever.
Right.
I want to give a shout out to your wife.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, my wife Jen's been just everything in terms of sort of a support system for me, my best friend in every way, and certainly when we talk about mental health stuff, just an incredible sounding board, and so that night we're talking about the night before I run hot and stack Dylan in a hand, just kind of lying in bed, and I'm yeah, I don't probably lose again. Every time I play poker for the last 6 months, I just lose,
Right.
And, she just says the same, simple yet brilliant thing she always says, where she just has me question my cognitive distortion. She goes, is that really true?
Right.
Are you really a loser in the game tomorrow? And of course, then I cleaned up the thought process. And so, that couldn't have hurt.
No, well, that's why I asked, is because the following Friday after the slow roll, you seemed as ready as you ever do to play a session. That's why I wondered if you did something extra.
Yeah.
Had some bulletin board material, something like that.
No, unfortunately, nothing like that. But yeah, no, I mean, I do hear that. Some days I'm quieter, whatever. I wouldn't say I'm more intense in those situations. That's sort of just a function of what's going on with the table talk. In some games I'm in, it's just a quieter environment, and I don't really like that. I don't think it's great for the game and whatever, but I'm certainly not going to just sit there and, listen to myself talk to 8 people who otherwise aren't trying to be social as well. So that's really the only time sometimes I'm a little quieter at the table. And then, I've mentioned this too before, and this better than I, Bill, but if you win every pot, you just need to shut the hell up.
Oh, absolutely.
No one wants to hear you talk if you're winning every hand. So those are really the times where I'm more quiet at the table. It's not really a function of me trying any more or less. I like to think during hands I'm always kind of trying my best.
Victor's going for it here with the 9-7 off.
And he's had a tough night. I'm not sure how much he's been down, but I do remember a couple spots where he's got unlucky, several bluffs that have been picked off. So this might be a bit of a frustration raise. And I mean, this is something I used to do regularly, just classic, let's just hype up the variance.
I was doing this all day today, trying to win one pot.
Yeah, and this is really exactly what you want to be doing. This is great poker. If you're stuck, you just have to be starting to mash money in with the 9-7 off.
And now you're well, this dude 4 bets with ace king. I can get in there with the 9-7, but Victor has more discipline than I do.
Yeah. I think you really just have to put the money in there with the 9-7 off at that point. But I see Victor's. Oh my God! I see Victor's side.
Look at that flop, 2 7s.
Did he fall? Did he really?
Yeah, they rabbit hunted just to torture him.
Awesome. And people think I'm messing around, but really this was the centerpiece of my game years ago, where I probably was a reasonably talented guy, but if I was stuck, I was just 3-betting half the deck. I was gonna do. It didn't matter if I ended up losing a big number 90% of the time. At least 10% of the time, I was just gonna get even. And man, was that pure.
I was at the table for many of those.
Exactly. Yeah. So, for those of you struggling with a variety of emotional control issues in poker, rest assured, even after 15 years, I barely had it figured out at all.
Yeah. We're about halfway through our show. We will be back tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday at 5 p.m. Pacific. So make sure you have subscribed, and we ask that you hit the like button just once per show. It helps us out with the algorithm. And if we get to 4,500 likes, which we're not that far away.
It looks like we have a sweat here, though. Yeah,
we have a good sweat.
I feel like people are really going to need to hit the like button here if they're trying to get to the 4,500 mark.
They're going to get a whole interview series that we did a couple years ago during COVID. That's I think pretty good.
All right, option. What was that?
And I just want to, this is just such a classic mix of poker right here. These 8 or 9 players, this is poker right here.
messaged you.
Hold on.
On Instagram, too, I haven't heard back yet. Whispering?
So that's DJ Washburn.
Taking back my Patron.
He subscribed to my Patreon page. I did see that. I didn't know who DJ Washburn was, and then I saw that he was on the show tonight, and I Googled him or whatever, and I put 2 and 2 together, and he says he messaged me on Instagram, and I didn't reply, so he's going to cancel.
Oh wow.
He doesn't know that I'm just a boomer that doesn't use Instagram.
Yeah, you're gonna have to make that right.
Oh man.
Plus he's like easily one of the coolest guys in this lineup too.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have to make it right. Meanwhile, we have a pretty sweet hand here. KGB going for the raise here.
He has a good hand. When you have 10-9 offsuit and it comes Jack 7-8, different suits.
Yeah, and I think Ronnie made a big bet into him, and the sizing here, kind of small, given stack sizes. I like it. Everything about this is brilliant from KGB. Most importantly, flopping the nuts against
that was smart.
Top pair with a blocker.
I think he's played 2 hands tonight and flopped the nuts in both of them, or no, one of them he had aces.
Ronnie's had a bit of a rough go of it lately, and he's run really bad, I think, for a little while now. So it would have been still time, but it would have been nice to see him run a little better today, and that's a really bad card for him too. Now he's got a double gutter and top pair and only a pot-sized bet left. This is a mess.
And the best he can do is chop.
I just don't see how you can fold your hand here. I don't know. There's an argument that you could, but... Oh, and it looks like stack sizes have been updated, so it looks like they have a little bit more behind there. So...
Yeah, he can just call here. He does not want to see a 6.
Yeah, so I'm sure he's just going to call here, and we'll see what happens. But another awfully cold deck for Ronnie, who's dressed dapper as all hell as always.
You see who's in the chat?
Who's in the chat?
Juju Y. You know who that is?
Is that Julie?
I believe so.
Julie, shout out. Julie, I went on a very long rant today, hoping the chat takes it a little easier on the women who play on the show. It will probably do nothing at all. But
no, it's going to make it worse.
It's going to make it worse. Yeah, like just 1 million incredibly sexist comments are coming, you know. But all right, so let's see what happens on this river. I don't know what KGB is going to bet, but definitely not
5,000. He's going to bet 5,000.
Not a fun spot for Ronnie. The other problem here too is like. That 8 hitting on the river does, and Ronnie reads hands really well. Oh, he checks. Fascinating. Ronnie should definitely check here. I will go out on the limb and not be nice about it. There's just no reason.
Doesn't look like
here.
a check.
Yeah, this is really bad, unfortunately, from Ronnie, who makes a lot of great decisions when he plays, but this is just not one of them.
It might work.
This is just ridiculous, like what's going on here. KGB has the easiest snap here ever. I honestly I just think it'd just be disingenuous for me, like in these egregiously clear spots, for me to just like gaslight, you know, the players, the audience, like whatever. Like KGB needed to bet the river for sure. Ronnie needs to snap check, and KGB, given as played, needs to snap call this. Not close at all. But you know, this may go to just Ronnie just having such a tough go of it lately that his head isn't on straight, you know. And man, I've been there so many times.
So you say it's black and white, which,
and I almost never say that.
Right. So that means it is.
Never. And it does.
That means it is. Yeah. Here's the bad news.
Yeah. And I think, you know, the question Ronnie needed to have been asking himself there, and maybe he was or whatever, is like, what am I trying to get to fold by shoving here? And I just don't know. I wouldn't even know where to start with what range he's trying to get to fold there.
Yeah.
Jack 7 exactly. I don't know. Or what, or he's like beating Jack 7
KGB
actually.
doesn't have. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not even going to try to guess or whatever. So, you know, I missed that from Ronnie. And, you know, guy's going to be fine. As he says sometimes when he makes a wrong call, he's a curious millionaire.
Nice hand, sir. Thank you.
Julie says she has to work, to earn, to hang at the table with you.
That's cute. Yeah, actually, Julie and I had a really nice conversation after the Oscars, texting back and forth, because as most of you probably know, Julie is a very well-regarded filmmaker, producer herself.
Hell or High Water.
Hell or High Water.
That movie
that's right.
was sick.
Sick movie. She produced Heel, so many other great TV shows and movies, and we both just love the movies. I mean, that's really what it comes down to, and thus we both love the Oscars, and so we just exchanged a few texts the other day. Just, man, it's good to see the Oscars back, no masks. You know, it's good to see, you know, some of our favorite sort of actors, you know, back doing their thing. You know, Jessica Chastain, always been one of my favorite actors. And her portrayal as Tammy Faye was incredible. And, you know, I want to just give a quick shout out to Coda, too, which I just thought was such an incredibly good, powerful movie, and was really glad to see that movie win Best Picture.
You know who's going to be here playing on Thursday and commentating Friday?
Go on.
Somebody you go back way back with, kind of a legend in the game, Bart Hansen.
Okay, nice. Yeah, Bart, a very successful poker player and businessman in his own right, and I think many people already agree, about as good as it gets in the commentary booth. Really just kind of does everything you want in a commentator. He's kind of like the exact opposite of what I'm doing today. And
He's a real pro.
I've always really appreciated everything he does in terms of letting the table talk, giving relevant insight.
We haven't let the table talk at all today.
Not at all. This has been a mess. Yeah, and I really, honestly, from the get-go, I didn't really know how to start it or how to handle it. Like, I'm like, you know, should this be the Garrett show, which is, you know, in many ways really inappropriate given it's a poker game, you know, but I think that's kind of what it's turned into, and for those of you who aren't here for that, I'm really sorry.
Oh, I think Jay Boogs Levine is. He's here for that.
Nice.
That's Jeremy. You know him.
I do. I thought Jeremy was supposed to play today. Jeremy
he's not feeling well.
Got it. Jeremy's also salt of the earth. You know, there's behind closed doors. I'm not always the biggest fan of every poker player, but man, Jeremy is just the best, the nicest guy.
We talked about him last night at dinner.
Absolutely, just such a good dude.
How many drinks did I have at dinner last night? A pretty good number, right?
9? 10?
Maybe 9.
Yeah, 9. It was like a 4-hour dinner.
I needed to decompress, man.
Yeah. Did you end up doing something after? Or?
No.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, the initial plan was for us to, like, go to a bar, see music or something after. And, like, the dinner was so long, I'm like, I got to go to bed. All right, so not that exciting. Sammy makes the nuts again. It feels like Sammy makes the nuts on a lot of hands today, no?
Yeah, he's a great,
no, okay, now here we go. So now we got a cooler. And Sammy, of course, gives the quick table tap to indicate I've got 3 7s bet into me. And Mayhem obliges.
That was, yeah, Mayhem, and Victor also has king.
And you can't fault either Mayhem or Victor. I would have loved to see Sammy check raise here. This is a dream spot to raise.
Well, Mayhem only has 1,100 left. Yeah. But yes, I agree with you. It's
good check from Mayhem.
He could almost do no wrong except for checking the river.
Yeah. And unfortunately, Sammy probably, and by probably I mean definitely could have made more money in that hand, but he's protecting his checking range. We'll give him that.
Make sure he's got a slot for next Tuesday, Nick, 'cause he's definitely coming next Tuesday.
What do you mean? Oh, yeah, good.
So Bart's going to commentate Friday, play Thursday in this game. If you want to see someone play this structure well, this lineup well, you'll see it on Thursday with Bart. No doubt he'll play very well.
Yeah, Bart's been a great player for forever.
And Josh Macchiello will be in that game as well.
Josh is just another example of someone in poker who just couldn't treat me nicer. Like, whenever there's like something topical that happens, always sends the nicest message to me, or me and my wife, and just an absolute sweetheart of a guy. And messages like his and from others, they really always do mean a lot to me.
Heads up.
You don't want to mess with KGB.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it says it all in the name. Right. This guy's really funny. I can remember a lot of funny things he used to do at the table like
As soon as I saw him today, it brought back some funny memories.
Yeah, I have a lot of really funny ones. The guy's pretty funny.
Raises hair to protect against something Eli doesn't have, but he can't see the cards.
No, not that good. Oh, damn. Just want to make sure where I am. So I just call and he basically calls him.
So I'm going to take a quick break.
Now I know.
I got to tell DJ Washburn that I'm not airballing him on Instagram. I just don't check Instagram. When I get back, remind me to tell the people the story of me introducing you and Ryan, and I think it's actually important. I think it's like part of poker history. You two linking up.
Yeah, it's pretty funny to think that Billy and I were together the night we both met Ryan, for sure.
All right, I'll be back.
All right, so I'm gonna run the show here for a minute. Things are gonna go from bad to worse, everyone. Get excited about that. But it looks like okay, Sammy's gonna overcall here, so it looks like we're gonna have another side pot. I don't know, maybe Nick will fold. Now he doesn't. I wouldn't fold either. This seems good. And we're going to go 3 ways with a side pot. And hands with side pots are always interesting in live cash because they happen so rarely. And this goes back to a point I was making earlier. Anything that comes up rarely or isn't really studied or whatever is always something that I think is a lot of fun. But on this board, all right, let's see what happens here. Actually, this is a super action flop. Now we see the suits of Nick's hand. And we'll see what he does here. I could see Nick betting or checking this hand, and I could see some merit to both. You know, there's a lot of merit to playing this hand passively, specifically because of the tri-side pot. And you're, you know, obviously you have an absolute monster, and yet your hand is still kind of drawing at the moment.
Okay.
So, oh, never mind. Sorry, it's Mayhem who was already all in. So the side pot is not interesting at all. So we'll just see the run out, and in the meantime, I'll take a look at the chat, see if there's anything interesting to answer in there.
A lot of possibilities on this board.
I have a boat on that one. You have a boat?
Yeah, I have a boat on that one too.
Oh, you have a boat.
Everyone you need.
People saying sorry about my Wildcats. I was born and raised in Tucson, Arizona, a huge Arizona Wildcat basketball fan. We were basically like #2 for most of the season. Just the most magical year when we were preseason supposed to just like barely make the tournament. We had a devastating loss in the Sweet 16. So I'm still reeling from that. So I really appreciate the condolences.
Not all that. Thank God you didn't have any more money. Yeah, there's nothing I can do.
What do I think of the EDC lineup? I think the EDC lineup is incredible. I love sort of how Insomniac specifically continues to evolve and change their lineups depending on sort of how the culture of electronic music is changing. And I'm not a big bass music fan, and so I was really pleasantly surprised to see as, you know, a lot more house music is kind of going mainstream, and also I guess selfishly, like my preference, the house lineup for EDC this year is particularly strong, as it is for Coachella. The undercard house lineup at Coachella is also just amazing this year, and so couldn't be more excited about both of those.
It is a good day. Every day.
John, no, it's on C5.
And everyone, I'm seeing like all the really nice comments. I really appreciate them. I really do.
Call.
Fair.
You didn't like it, man.
So I added 5.
Didn't mind it that much.
I gotta admit, these games are kind of hard to follow because everyone takes such unorthodox lines on every street, especially pre-flop. It's not always easy if you miss a street to be able to piece together what happened on the street prior, and then give reasonable analysis, because if you're not watching what happened pre-flop, you're probably going to get the pre-flop action wrong.
Check. You got this jack. Check.
Everything check.
Jack. Boom.
Check. 500.
I got you.
How much money did I lose on my recent downswing? I guess I'll go ahead and answer this one. The reality is I play in such like outrageously good games that like shouldn't really be, you know, going on like 20 buy-in or whatever downswings all that often. Buy-in being 100 big blinds. But that is about what happened this time. And so those games ranged from as small as 100, 200 to as big as 500, 1,000. And yeah, it ended up being about 20 buy-ins over the period of several months. And then again, for those of you who kind of know what kind of games I'm in, to even do that to break even over that 6-month period would be hard to do. And so I suspect there was a lot of very bad decisions I made in games as a result of that. But certainly some run bad as well. So for those of you who lose 10 buy-ins and you play live poker and you think the world is ending, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Nick, how come you don't use, and more people use $500 chips?
You know, I don't know. I personally don't love them. But we just, not a lot of people do.
Garrett, can you explain your meditation
Garrett said a
routine?
few weeks ago, it just speeds things up, and it's so true. It just
Well,
makes
I mean,
things so much
if
more
Garrett
efficient.
said it, then it must be true.
Well, obviously.
And we should just, hey, can we get all $500 chips here?
we see Nick needling me even from afar, and now you can understand why it's no secret I'm criticizing Nick for taking a second for folding his 9-8 earlier.
But like I said, if Garrett likes it, I'm gonna be loaded with grays next time. There you go. I like it.
And you got to give Nick credit. I mean, the guy's really evolved in the sense that like he doesn't take himself too seriously these days. Like if you do, you're just gonna get destroyed on the internet. But to answer the quick meditation routine, so for many years I just focused on headspace, built my way up from take 10, take 15, take 20, and then eventually like did all of them. But that was many years ago. These days my meditation routine is I have just a meditation room in my house. That's basically all I use it for. And it's just set the timer for 20 minutes, and it's just complete silence. Part of that involves a body scan. And otherwise, it's just really just breath work, just for 20 minutes straight. A lot of, despite doing it for years and years, still just saying back to the breath every time my mind wanders. But I think that that's a pretty good goal for a lot of meditators to eventually be able to do it without any sort of guide at all. Fun fact, my wife's first job actually was for Headspace back when they were a very small company. And so she used to work regularly with Andy Puddicombe, the owner of Headspace, who's now like an A-list celebrity as a result of how big Headspace has gotten. That's my Phil Hellmuth moment of the day.
Nice. What do you think of this sizing here from Nick?
Yeah. So this looks like just like a pure exploit sizing, just trying to win the pot. Kind of cool.
I feel like these players keep forgetting who Sammy is. Maybe he's going to let the king-queen suited go.
I don't know. I think it's really close.
He's not folding.
He's not folding, yeah.
No. He's from Palmdale, man. Those guys aren't scared of anything.
So I hear a lot about this Palmdale thing and a lot of the players. Can you enlighten me a little bit about Palmdale? It's a city I know very little about.
It's, to keep it simple, it's where men are men.
Okay, got it. So like, it's sort of like the anti-Manhattan Beach, if you will.
Yes.
Yeah, got
it's
it.
a little bit different than Manhattan.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah. I like fluffy. Oh, that's a fluffy pot right now.
Do you think someone from Manhattan Beach and Palmdale, could they ever be friends?
Of course.
Okay, all right, good, yeah.
These guys are really cool dudes. I have a friend that lives in Palmdale that plays poker with these guys.
Of course, man. You know, I get along and love everyone. I'm just messing around.
Yeah. A lot of snowflakes in Manhattan Beach, though.
No question. No question there. You're looking right at one, in fact.
And what's Ronnie thinking about, Garrett?
Oh, I'm so
He doesn't know he has a hand.
Because I was just about to say, man, like, this has not been Ronnie's best performance, but I mean, if he puts more money in here pre-flop, that's just...
I'm on Eli. I thought Eli's fixing to show.
Now here is where you can find out if Nick's a real pro. If he flops something good, then he's a real pro.
Yeah.
Realize I had a hand.
I mean, and look
best
at
hand.
you gotta know, like, the intensity on Nick's face in every hand. Like, this is not a criticism at all. If anything, it's a compliment. But I said it on stream when we were playing Friday. This guy wants it each hand he plays more than anyone I've ever seen ever. Like, you think Chidwick and Foxen want it when they play hands? It's nothing compared to Nick Vertucci. Look at how bad this guy wants it. And hey, as someone who tries awfully hard myself, I give him credit for it.
You like this sizing? 6K into 9K?
No.
It's a little too big, huh?
No, I don't love this sizing. This is not a great sizing for this board, but you know, maybe it works pretty well as an exploit.
You and I are in the same position as Robert and John, probably.
Again, it's like a complicated thing. Like, I could sort of discuss like the typical kind of range Sammy could or should have here, the typical kind of range Nick
I'm gonna let it go, Nick. Nice hand.
could or should have here, and what bet sizing that would dictate.
Is that okay?
But
I mean, that good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the reality is both of their ranges, I mean, especially Sammy's in this spot, is going to kind of just be just so all over the place, you know, that like, you know, the only thing I will say is it seems extremely likely Sammy has a lot more nines than Nick does here. And so for that reason alone, you know, a small bet can often be preferred, especially as Nick often will have a much stronger range. He wants to push equity with a bunch of hands, so I think a range bet for small would be good
So I'm
here.
asked all the time, what's the difference and how do I feel about the difference between the higher stakes game on Friday and the Tuesday and the Thursday game? Like on Tuesday, we drop a 5-5 ante game, and on Thursday, sometimes we run a 25-50, but I'll tell you this, it depends. Like, we have the sickest Friday games, the high stakes games are insane, but I'm gonna tell you this, it's hard for me to answer that sometimes because I'll be sitting in a Tuesday game and we'll see 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, $100,000 pots in this ante game. So, you know, I could just say that if you're gonna tune into the Hustler Casino live streaming poker show, whatever day you tune into, you're gonna see a high stakes game, you're gonna see a ton of action, and you're gonna see some insane players going at it, heads up, and it doesn't get any better than this. So whether you're playing on our Friday game or you're playing on our Tuesday game, our Thursday game, sometimes our Monday game, the games are playing big. We got big hands all the time. So you tune in, you're gonna see the best action in live stream poker.
Well, there you go. You heard it from Nick himself. This guy could sell ice to an Eskimo, no problem. And I wasn't sure when he was going to start counting. We started at 20K, we ended up at 100K. I wasn't sure if he was going to go all the way to $1 million or whatever. But yeah, I mean, the proof is in the pudding. This, you know, I don't really tune into the smaller games, and we're obviously seeing some very big pots here for this pretty small game here. And I mean,
This is not a small game. It's a small game for you. There's just no way this is a small game.
Sorry, when I say small game, I mean what I'm actually trying to communicate and did a poor job is this game plays very, very big given the structure of the blinds. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Of course, this is still, I mean, yeah, any game where you have $100 and whatever it is, $110 or whatever, pre-flop, let alone when they add another 200 with the straddle. Obviously, when there's $300 in the middle before the flop, that's a very big game. 300 in the middle, that's 100, 200, no ante game. So do the math.
I like how he touched upon Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday and didn't say anything about Wednesday. That's the night I play.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm sure that was...
He's embarrassed by Wednesdays.
Probably just an accident. No, I'm sure...
We play big pots, too, on Wednesdays.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And in your veteran experience playing one Wednesday, I guess.
Yeah?
You're the guy.
I played a 26K pot. That's not bad.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying you only played one Wednesday.
Yeah. There is something a little bit mysterious that maybe you could help me with.
Mm-hmm.
I went downstairs, So I organize games here at the Hustler on Monday and Tuesday at 11 a.m.
Yeah, why don't you elaborate on that? So same stakes both days?
No,
How many tables?
Monday is 5, 5, 10, kind of a bridge from what they normally have in No Limit, trying to get more high stakes action here.
Okay, and any bad players play on those days, or?
Nope, all pros. And
wait, you said you play every Monday?
Well, you actually are reading where I'm going with this.
Okay,
well.
sure.
And then Tuesdays we're trying to play 10-20.
Sure.
At 11 a.m. and people can message me and get on the texting list. And so I played it from 11 until about 4, and I need to take a quick break before this. I was just informed when I took that break right now that the game broke right after I got up. What do you think that is? Do players only want to play against the best? What do you think happened there?
Yeah, it's really surprising because nothing like that's ever happened to me. I suspect it means you're just a really great player. Yeah.
Is that what it is?
And I think they show up because they want to really get the reps in against great competition, and maybe once you leave, they're like, okay, I've had enough.
Yeah. Nick Arcott, who played with you, he stopped me and said, hey, just so you know, as soon as you got up today, the game snapped, bro. And I was thinking, did these guys all carpool and someone had to be home? I was just wondering.
Yeah, well, Palmdale's a long way away. So
Yeah.
I'm sure they all carpooled, first of all. But, yeah, no, I'm sure that you're playing great, and if anything, maybe you're just running bad, or
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
You're such a strong player, so I'm sure.
I've definitely been preparing for my session as well.
Yeah. Just keep your head up, man. Just, and the main thing, keep showing up. Or at least that's what they all told me to tell you. Just keep showing up every Monday and
Oh, no,
Tuesday.
yeah.
It looks like we have another bomb pot. Oh, no, just kidding. No, we just have everybody in there.
You're the nuts, Peter. Yep, thank you.
I'm trying to see if we have any sort of hand-on-hand action here.
We do, aside from the diamonds. It's a good flop for Big John, aside from the 3 diamonds out there.
Yeah. I guess this is over, huh?
It's over. Over pair against... Well, Nick has... Yeah, it's over.
Yeah, and Ronnie, without a diamond, his hand should have been in the muck an hour ago. And Nick, once it folds around, this is probably a fold, yeah. Not really much to say about that. I mean, the flop went 30 ways, so unless Victor's just losing his mind there.
The chat's saying I'm not playing big enough.
You're right. Right, that's definitely the problem, yeah.
It's not my fault.
Well, not like Steve Aoki.
Yeah, you know, they say, like, you got to play where people respect your raises or whatever, and that's, obviously, that's true. So.
No, I mean, you got to be an exclusive.
Yeah, I haven't quite been doing the healthy breakfast, run 10 miles, meditate routine before my sessions.
Right.
It's usually like drink a 6-pack, record some content, and then just jump in there.
Right, yeah, and I think, you know, we talked about the difference between me and Hellmuth. I think, you know, sort of several ways to skin a cat, man.
Right.
It seems like you're doing a great job with your pregame prep, and so I recommend you stick with that. Absolutely.
Yeah, a lot of hairless cats out there. So that was nice of Nick Arcott to stop me to let me know that. I really appreciate it.
Well, he seems like a really great guy. Like the consideration he showed to Rampage, you know, after Rampage was just like tilting out of his mind to fold those 2 kings.
Yeah.
On like the whatever deuce brick board. Just a really nice guy, you know, and I look forward to playing with him more. I just really enjoy nice people at my game, so yeah.
Yeah, he's really nice.
Really nice guy.
Like a really nice guy, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. It was rough, man. After the camera stopped rolling, he sort of, you know, asked me like, "So what'd you think of my fold, Garrett?" You know. And
I'm actually pretty close with him, and I know you're his poker hero.
I mean, that guy's, but all seriousness, he's hilarious. He's a really funny guy.
He's 25 years old.
I would love to have him at the table purely like for the hilarity. He seems like a really cool, funny guy.
Yeah,
but he shouldn't have folded that hand.
He really runs bad too.
Yeah.
His whole life.
And if there was ever a guy not to fold a hand like that too, Rampage might be the guy.
Yeah. All right, we got top pair, top kicker. Ronnie.
And I mean, listen, guys, like, I admit I'm only kind of tuning in and out of the stream, and I'm probably blowing it as a result. But, man, every time I look up, Ronnie just has the second best hand. And, man, his poker's so incredibly infuriating when that happens. Like, it's just so corny, but it's just so true. Like, when you just never have the best hand, you just cannot win playing this game. And so, again, I've just seen Ronnie run so poorly lately, and we're just seeing it again today. This is just so frustrating from him. Yeah, and he's shaking his head, and it looks like he's about to make a good fold, even given a really nice price here. And I think if he does make the fold, and it looks like he's about to, you know, it's a good one. This is just a spot on this run out where it's just really hard for Big John to find any bluffs, and for that reason, Big John makes a really nice block bet with such a strong hand, because it's just really hard to find the bluffs there. And so, credit to Big John for recognizing in spots where the run out comes in a way where it's hard to find bluffs, small betting with your value bets, and of course your bluffs as well, is sort of the way to go.
Wow, I turned my head. For one hand, I missed the block bet. Unbelievable.
You missed a block bet, yeah, and you missed a well-executed block bet.
What was he blocking?
He was blocking Ronnie from checking 210s, specifically, is what the block bet in that situation looks like.
Oh.
But sometimes, because I know this has been a big point of discussion in the streams lately, people will block bet with hands that are just slightly good enough to value bet, but it quote-unquote can block your opponent from making a bigger bet that you're not so excited about calling.
Interesting.
And it's certainly... well, it's a thing, you know. It's a thing you can do in poker. That's about all I really have to say about it.
All right. Maybe that's why I never win.
And, yeah.
I never block my opponents from winning.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem. So we see KGB giving just the flat call there with the ace-king. Sure, why not? Yeah, we'll see. Nick might take a stab at this one. I wouldn't fault him for c-betting this texture, but he checks. Certainly good. Probably what I would do more often than not as well.
I like Sammy's hand here, Garrett.
Yeah, it seems like, unlike Ronnie, who never has a hand, Sammy's made a few of them. And I think this is a smart bet from Eli, actually. I think that he has a knack for finding spots like this.
As he gets snapped off by ace high with a million players behind.
But credit Nick for piecing that together with 4 behind. I don't know if I would call with Nick's hand with this many players behind. It seems suspicious, but Nick obviously was onto something in terms of Eli's bet. And then
How easy that was. Easy,
Sammy
right?
really needs to raise here. Like, Eli and Nick are always just going to check here, knowing alarm bells. All right, at least he leads out here, like knowing
when the
it's going to
flush
check
gets there,
here.
yeah.
Yeah, and obviously neither player has anything. And
That's a big bet there.
It's a big bet, yeah. I tell you what, it would be really cool to do this with not a hand, but man, would it be hard to figure out how to do it.
I tried this today without the hand, and someone just called me anyways.
Yeah, yeah.
Whoever said I need to move up is right.
Yeah, I mean, then there's no question. Like, if we're going to vote VIP for the first half of the show, I'm going Sammy. I mean,
Sammy's locked in.
This guy's just killing it here today. Absolutely. And you can see it on his face, you know? He's having a great time, and he's earned it. No question.
He's the real deal.
Yeah.
You guys lost the minimum.
So I hope we get to that elusive 4,500 likes so I can...
Yeah, we have a real sweat here.
We do.
We have a real sweat.
It was a good chat we had.
I mean, I got to tell you, you make a hell of a line there at 4.5.
Yeah.
You just, like, nailed it, because we are, I mean...
Well, as you know, I've always been pretty sharp with stuff like that.
Yeah, you're really sharp. The only thing you're better at than poker is sports betting.
Really sharp.
Really. Yeah, for those of you listening in at home, if you get a text from Billy asking for a sports bet, you better run. This guy never loses, let me tell you.
Yeah, pretty good at those.
Just a real James Holzhauer. I got sitting next to me in the booth here today.
Mayhem limps in for 5. I like it.
Uh-huh. And here we go. So we finally see some GTO play here with the early position limp.
I told you.
Yeah, and I'm sure...
It only took 3 hours and 12 minutes.
King's not good?
And Mayhem's back, by the way. So...
Did you just notice that?
I did just notice that.
Oh,
Did you know he's been back for a while? I thought he got up for a long time.
I noticed he's been back for about an hour.
Okay, so I'm really locked in myself here then, yeah.
And what's great is that you said he left because he left, right?
That's what I thought.
And then someone came back and they said Garrett lied.
Oh, yeah, and I went on this speech about how he was, employing a stop loss. And boy, was I wrong about that as well. He's back in there.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you, I would have loved to see a Mayhem limp shove there, especially with a stack size pre. That would have been kind of fun.
It would have been bad pot control, but yeah.
Yeah.
It would have been a pretty strong play. I saw Barry downstairs.
Nice. What was he doing?
Just making the rounds.
Nice. Kissing some babies.
Just doing nothing else.
That's right. Yep. Oh, shocker. Ronnie gets sucked out on again. Yeah, just another hand, unfortunately, where we see Ronnie, Sammy laying the rope, as he's done all night, successfully in many spots that he never, ever should be rewarded for. And Ronnie, unfortunately, obliges again. And, you know, Ronnie's my guy. He knows I really like him. I think he'll watch this back, too, and go, oh, that was not the bet, you know. Forgive me, Ronnie. I've been hard on you today, but
I don't think you have.
Again, you have just run atrocious.
Put a value bet in. Check line, check line. Trying to value bet the hottest player in the game.
Ronnie just said he's trying to value bet the hottest player at the table.
Is that was his rationale for betting? Is that what he said? That was Ronnie's rationale for betting?
No, he's regretting his bet because of how hot Sammy is running. You are the live pro. Does that ever seep in your mind like, damn, this person's running so hot, running so bad? Or is it just, are you able to just think rationally every single hand that it all starts over?
Yeah, you know, there's, the answer is no, I would never think about something like that. That's ridiculous. But
that's a good point.
I would say my whole career, I've never thought something so ridiculous as that. But
I meant like a degree of it, like never?
No, just no for that exact one. But I do have all of these other irrational things that I think, you know, over time, like we were talking about earlier, where I go, I don't think I'm winning in these hustler lineups. Like when I just wasn't winning for a while, which is like probably not accurate, you know. But like when you can't win for so long, you can just lose your mind. And so, in defense of anyone who goes, this guy's running so hot, I shouldn't bet. We all can be irrational in different ways.
Right.
And that's just.
I'm irrational like Ronnie.
Yeah.
Take it, honey, take it. My blood pressure went up.
Well, it's good, you know, that you're able to recognize that and still be such a strong winning poker player in these Monday and Tuesday games you set up, that everyone sort of leaves when you leave, you know?
Some are calling me the best host ever.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Did you ever go to a birthday party when you were a kid? And then
I was never invited.
Oh.
Yeah. Were they fun, or? I heard they were cool.
Yeah, they were great. But the one mom who like hook you up with the bag of treats when you leave.
Yeah.
It's kind of what I do on Mondays and Tuesdays.
Got it. Isn't it called the party bag?
It's a party favor.
Party favor. There it is. Yeah.
This would be a tough call for Sammy, but
you know what would be sick is if he raised. Oh, I think he's raising. No, this is amazing.
1,600.
Okay. All right. This is the hand of the night.
Yeah.
This hand is sick. So on Jack 9-9, Eli bets the turn, and Sammy makes a curious call. But he had a plan. Billy.
Did he?
And so now Eli bets the river, of course, and he bets small. And Sammy, who in many ways has been playing very snug conservative, certainly with his check calling, now makes a very small raise, giving himself an incredible price in case Eli does have a jack. And it would not shock me if Eli folds this hand. And I think folding here would be reasonable. How can someone ever bluff here?
Yeah.
I don't know if Sammy knew exactly what he was doing here or not. Let's assume he did, and if so, this is really cool.
Call the guy that's running like God.
A really cool
Here we
hand.
go again.
Everyone.
Do I call the guy who's running like God?
Yeah.
So even if it never seeps into your mind, I think most players.
I want to see it.
Oh,
yeah, Eli's going to pay it off.
Eli pays it off, yeah.
Most players do think the guy who's been running hot is going to continue to run hot.
Yeah. Maybe they know something I don't, you know? But, you know, Eli eventually makes the call, and I really wouldn't have faulted him for folding there. But, you know, I think one of the reasons Eli called is, again, Eli understands many things about this game, including the math.
Oh, I'm supposed to fold, I call.
And yeah, you can hear him talking about how, like, he doesn't know how he could win.
So he called.
So he called, but I think the real reason he called was just math, in the sense that he's getting such a great price on the off chance Sammy's doing something weird like he was, you know. And so give him credit though. That's not an easy call. And no sarcasm at all. Sammy did something really creative on that.
Yeah, that was cool.
Almost got rewarded for it.
Yeah, it was fast movement.
Thank you.
So I don't know what year it was. Maybe it was 2013.
Hey, I've got these gray chips here.
And Garrett and I were playing at the Commerce in a big game, and it broke.
I think the 1,000 chip is more.
And it went down to the 510.
It's only 4 chips.
You're probably not.
And I'll wait for Garrett to get back under the headphones for this
Slow
part.
the game down, man. Condense those chips.
Well, we got an interesting hand here. We'll pick it up after this hand. DJ Washburn, 3 bets. Sammy's going nowhere. Victor's going nowhere.
Tonight's gonna be a good night.
And Victor outflops the guys with the good hands.
10s 3 times, and I've had 4s twice. I've never seen no kind of flop like that.
1,400.
Yeah. Well, it's like Anna Kournikova. Pretty, but just doesn't win.
All right, let's see what we got going here.
Victor is being rewarded for his heroism pre-flop. Called the 3-bet with the 10-9 offsuit out of position.
Nice. And let's see, because DJ's not scared, so this could get interesting.
If my wife's really going to put some energy into making dinner, I'd rather have family dinner at home anyway. But if she's going to wing it with something that I don't really, not a big deal, I'd rather go out.
For me, I have a rule like going.
Do you like checking turn to pile river?
I don't like going with a bunch of people.
In DJ's case?
Yeah.
No, not
on a
really.
paired board? No, because it's the 4. You're not too worried.
I mean, they both have so much money behind, right? Like if you have a good hand and like a lot of your bluffs, probably just want to go bet.
Okay.
With both segments, but I don't know. Let me hear the other side of that. Why?
Oh, because Victor could just have a 4 and like.
Oh, so a little pot control.
It looks like pot control. Like I'm saying, if you just bet the flop, check the turn, and then bet the river, and then Victor's thinking, oh, you have.
Oh, you mean with a bluff specifically?
With a bluff. Yeah. I'm not talking about playing balance, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. If anything, like to a lot of people, that just kind of looks suspicious.
I think betting the turn on a paired board after betting the flop looks suspicious.
I guess it depends on the pair. When it's 4s, like
it's not as bad.
It's not as bad, right? Obviously, most players.
If it was 10-10-4, it'd be worse.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Also, like, so a lot of people don't necessarily think you're like people are gonna take that line with aces, like bet, check, over bet, or whatever.
That's what I'm saying. To use it for a bluff.
I know. I'm saying like you might get called down because I don't think people think you're gonna play a value bet that way.
No, I think a lot of people do, but maybe at the little baby games I play, they do.
Yeah. And these are always kind of interesting spots here too. I think for DJ, in terms of like the flop comes 10-4-4 and you get check called. You know, like in a lot of games of this size or whatever, like people's MDF or minimum defense frequencies are really kind of like showdown value hand heavy, meaning like a lot of like pairs and 10s specifically or whatever. And so, you know, when Victor goes ahead and bets the river, in that sense, it's really hard for...
It's confusing.
It's really hard for ace high to ever be winning in that spot, but, you know, like for those who are either because they've, you know, they've studied more or because they just like understand how weak c-betting ranges can be at times and they just pure float, you know, in those spots, I think then it becomes a bit more interesting and a bit more of a tougher decision for ace high in that spot. But
well, tell me about Victor's bet. It was a 3-bet pot. What's he getting value from there? He has 10 nines, blocking pocket nines.
Someone else wants to do BLEFF.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, basically just like pairs, and then like the ace highs, like which you talked about, like which should be folding because it's really hard to find bluffs. But you know, if that's gonna be true, then it's gonna make a ton of sense in Victor's spot to be floating with all sorts of backdoor stuff on the flop to be able to steal the pot on the end later, right? So in that sense, it really kind of just becomes like a bit of a leveling war. But I think that's like. I think that's like where the theory in modern poker comes in terms of, you know, 10 years ago, like if someone calls you on the flop, like they always have showdown value in that spot.
Right.
Whereas now, like people understand, well, they have to defend, you know, with a certain percentage of their range versus C-bets and whatever. So a lot of those are just going to include like non-showdown value hands with backdoor straight and flush draws. A little bit of poker there, just for fun.
Yeah, that's tough though.
So I was telling the viewers that one night you and I were playing at Commerce and our game broke. We went down to the 510, and that's where I left off in the story. And do you remember how much you opened for in a hand of 510?
1,200 or something?
It was 1,200. Yeah, it was a $1,500 buy.
Do they have any backstory? Do they like have any idea of how many alcoholic drinks were consumed prior to this? Or?
There were a lot.
Yeah.
But look at Sammy, man. He just turned it straight. He's a god.
That was pretty beast. Oh, and then lays the rope again. But Eli too smart. Eli's going to take the showdown value. Yeah, Sammy's really made some hands today.
So it was a $1,500 buy-in, 510. There's no ante. It's not like this game. There's no ante. But you opened for 1,200, and I had 15 as well, and I called with 300 behind. And then it was just us, and then I believe you bet jammed, and I had jacks. And anyways, it came like ace, king, queen, 9, 8, and I called the 180 on the river or whatever. And you're like, you're good.
Yeah. And so you told this story like as a humble brag, basically.
No.
What a sick play you made.
No, but do you remember who was sitting in the 2-seat at this game?
Yeah, no. So obviously the relevant part of this story, the hand is so funny. Because like my bet jam each time was like for 1/10 of the pot or something.
Less, yeah.
and I was literally like opening somewhere between 50 and 150x or something, like with 94% of my range. So anyway, anyone following along, the hand itself was hilarious. But you wouldn't believe it, Ryan Feldman, the co-owner of HCL himself, was in that game. And back then, he was a lowly little 5'10 grinder, just trying to make his way in the world, also working full-time at ESPN. And then the rest is history.
Yeah, you left. You said, okay, enough of this. I kept playing. Like, I'm just going to keep playing forever.
Yeah.
And Ryan said, are you guys colluding or something? Like, was that a show? Not colluding, but was that a show? And I said, no. He's just a really good player. And,
did he not see the other 30 grand I gave to the rest of the table in that 5-10 game?
No, but then I became friendly with Ryan, and I brought him to a party at your house. And really, after that, a lot of poker history was made.
It's pretty cool.
You too.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we want to talk about butterfly effect. That story's actually pretty badass. With Ryan behind me in the control room, you and I in the booth here, and thinking about how you and I both met him. And I mean, I think the most special part of that story by far is the incredible ascent Ryan Feldman has made. From grinding, whatever it was, 2-5, 5-10 or whatever, to owning this like absolute monster of a company. And it all started with a dream, he had years ago. And so it's pretty cool to see. And so for those of you grinding 5-10, maybe one day you'll build the competing stream that takes him down or something like that. Although I doubt it.
Nick just binked here. This is part of being a really good player, is just hitting that 7 on the turn.
The second hand he played, I had a set of jacks, he had a set of aces. He felt to be. I'm like,
and so Nick just doing Nick things. Knows he has the best hand here, goes ahead and value bets.
He flops it and I turn a jack to make a set.
These are always tough spots when you just have like the ace king, ace queens or whatever.
My range more than yours.
because
Yeah, he gives it a run. He'll
and here we go, a couple just seasoned vets talking GTO mid-hand. You love to see this.
You love to see it.
You love to see it, yeah. Great sweatshirt, by the way, DJ. Big fan. Should have this guy check out a couple sets with me at EDC. And so DJ does call, but these spots are super tough, and I don't necessarily fault DJ for calling here, but they're no fun because you have to worry about being behind or dead or whatever.
You weren't kidding.
Now let's talk about my range again.
Nick with a little needle about talking poker strategy.
Not at all.
But no, in all seriousness, this DJ guy seems great. Seems like a really cool, fun guy.
Seems like perhaps a budding star on this show.
Why not? Yeah. No, but he does seem like a really nice guy.
A lot of heart. He's got some poker chops. He's charismatic. He dresses good.
He wears the casino's merchandise. That can't hurt his ability to get seats, I guess.
Yeah, BLEFF.net is where you can get one of those BLEFF hats, or pokereggs.us.
You know, I do want to give a quick shout out to Raver Poker, actually, who didn't come up with one, but 2 different remixes of My Life is Bluff. And as many of you know, a deep, big fan of electronic music myself. Both of those remixes are just, as the kids say, absolute fire. So for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, I think it's towards the end of the intro or whatever each time.
Maybe someone could timestamp it for us.
Yeah, like in that 30-minute like opening part, I think it's towards the end. It's just like a mix of Armenian Mike just going, my life is bluff. My life is bluff. And every time, dude, it's
pretty incredible.
It's so beast, man. Yeah. Shout out to Raver Poker. Does a lot of really cool shit with AV.
Yeah. If someone can timestamp that, we will relay it to everyone.
He's also my hangout buddy on Fridays, as he's always working the handheld camera on Fridays. So.
Eli's got the best hand.
And Ronnie, yet again,
screwed again.
Drawing super slim.
He's got the old gutter ball plus over card. DJ Washburn has 16.
I thought you wanted honey.
Should he hit, or?
I think he should hit. Well, the dealer's showing 15.
He should hit anyway. You always got to hit the 16, man. Okay. Dealer never busts.
No, he busted, it looked like. Oh, look at what Ronnie just got.
Finally. Okay. All right. Now, everyone listening, whining works. Whining works. And if Ronnie's too classy, as he always is, to whine himself, I will whine for him. And I think he might get the clean double here. This is not an easy spot for Eli to get away from his hand. Very savvy check from Ronnie on the turn.
We need a raise right here.
Unblocking all of the good hands Eli can have. And here we go. I suspect he will raise here. It seems on this texture raising here is good. You can find many bluffs here to raise with as well.
4-5. 4,000.
And now Eli's in it. Now Eli is in it, especially given Eli's stacks or Ronnie's stack size. In many ways, he kind of needs to make a decision now. Given if he calls, he's just getting such a great price on the river. Not too many river cards he's excited about. Ronnie definitely plays tough creatively, can definitely be bluffing here. I wouldn't fault Eli one way or another for if he decides to put the money in here or calls this or whatever. A brutal, brutal spot for Eli here. Very unsurprised to see him call. I also don't really mind it.
Do you like call with these stacks if you're going to continue?
You know, this exact stack size in position, really close. Really close. I think shoving has plenty of merit as well. The good thing about calling, even with these super weird stack to pot ratio spots, and I'll pause here, but I do think Eli's probably going to think about it here for a second. So just to finish the thought, is it does give you one more advantage of having position. You do at least get to see what your opponent does on the river. It does give you an opportunity if you're a weirdo who believes in sort of physical read type stuff the way I do, to maybe try to learn a little something else about the strength of your opponent's hand. And I think this is just about the stack size where you can get away with it. But I wouldn't have faulted him if he wanted to go with his hand just for shoving the turn 2. Just a weird stack size. But now
merit to both for sure.
For sure. And now you can see Eli just in a gross spot, getting like 4-1 almost. Again, I wouldn't really fault him too much either way. These are one of these super weird spots here where the way I often describe it when I'm at the table is, how can I call, how can I fold spot? And what I mean by that is, how can I call whoever bluffs when I'm getting 4-1 and I've already shown I like my hand enough to get to this place.
But it's live poker, Ronnie. Right? Could just be sick of it.
For sure. Just general thoughts, right? And then the how can I fold, I'm getting 4-1, you know?
Right. Ronnie can have pocket 5s here.
And you know, the way I sort of describe that situation more often in poker is when people take absurd lines where you go, how can anyone ever, oh, and he makes a sick fold here. Good for Eli. Very nicely done.
Better.
And nothing wrong with what Ronnie did there, I guess, except making a hand for once, right?
Good for Ronnie. He won about 7,000 in that hand.
Yeah.
Thank you, buddy.
But anyway, to just get back to the thought, how can I call, how can I fold? The way I often think about those is when, like, your opponent takes some ridiculous line where, like, they should never have anything. Like, what value hand would ever play this way, right? And so it's one of these spots where you go, how can I ever fold? But then you can level yourself into being like, well, my opponent knows that his line makes no sense. How can I ever call here?
Then it becomes a people game again.
It becomes a people game again. It becomes a leveling war again. Exactly. And this is why I love live poker. You know, like, if everything every one of your opponents is doing is just based on studying and then trying to replicate a chart, how not fun is that? And I mean, for me personally, like, what advantage can I have? There's no psychology in that game whatsoever, right? It's just people trying to, like, mimic some chart or whatnot. And so, you know, obviously these games are a far cry from something like that. And I think that psychological component of the 100 things I've always loved about poker, that psychological aspect, that metagame, that leveling war, that's why I show up. There's nothing that gets me going more than that. I just love it.
Trails in like Santa Clarita area, something canyon or something.
If I had my phone, I'd look.
And when you lose that leveling war, which you do sometimes, do you just, like, tip your cap and love that it even happened?
Yeah.
Like you just enjoy it.
Absolutely. I think the first thing I think is poker's really hard. That's the first thing. I try to give myself the grace to say, like, man, poker's so hard. And, like, I'm trying my best out here, and I think I'm pretty good at this game, and it's still not working out for me, you know? And then the other thing I think, too, is it's very humbling. Poker itself is humbling. When you get destroyed in the leveling war in a hand, it's super humbling, you know? And so, yeah, part of what you're saying, I think, is right. There's a bit of, like, masochism there where I go, man, it feels good to be dead wrong, you know?
Yeah, I'm going to ask you if this is an example. Well, Sammy picked up some equity. He loves equity, and he usually realizes it. So he's going to call here. He can hit 7, 9, or a queen.
So this is one of the rare times, given this river card, where Sammy takes a hand where he check calls, like, several times without showdown value. Not really a plan. And the problem is, when you don't get there, Victor, you know, he may or may not give up. It doesn't matter either way. He's going to win the hand. But, like, when Victor does give up, Sammy still can't win with Queen 9 high. And
a check raise on the turn would have been pretty sweet.
Would have been pretty sweet, for sure, yeah. And Victor's really been just blasting away today.
He's the man.
Yeah, he has not been scared. I suspect this one is just going to end in a check fold. I don't see Sammy going for the check raise this time. Could definitely be wrong.
This would be so sick.
This would be sick.
Make it 15K. Oh, my God.
I mean,
do it.
At this point, we have to think it's going to happen a decent amount of the time here, right?
I think he's folding.
We'll see.
This would be sweet.
We'll see. But either way, it's always fun watching two people with nothing go to war. So and it looks like he's going to fold now, unfortunately.
Yeah, some posturing.
Yeah. But, yeah, give Victor a lot of credit, man. He's shown a lot of heart today. Not a lot of things have gone his way from what I've seen, but he ain't scared, that's for sure.
No.
But anyway, just to finish the thought earlier, that's why it's super tough to call 2 streets out of position, specifically the turn, with a hand that just can't really win at showdown. You know, even if he has like a hand like ace-9 or something,
right,
where, you know, Victor sometimes taking a stab with a king-high, queen-high type hand, maybe with a draw of some sort too.
You can win sometimes.
Yeah, but just like your ability to win the hand unimproved when it goes check-check with queen-9 high is, it's not good. It's not pretty.
So I was here in the booth when you played, I believe, on a Monday night recently, and you played a really interesting hand against BK, Brian Kim. I believe you had ace-queen, and it came something, 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 and then it, or maybe the final board, I believe there was king, king, queen, XX, and you folded the river, and it wasn't a huge bet. Did you lose the leveling war on that one, or is it just something else?
Yeah, let's talk about that hand. That's a really, really interesting hand. And, you know, I believe the board was king 3-4, and Brian had 7-8, no suits, no backdoor flush draw, anything like that. So I called from the big blind with ace-queen off, and part of the reason why I'm going to call, sometimes raise, sometimes in a spot like that against a great player like Brian is, again, just to protect my big blind calling range. So it comes, sorry, let me rephrase. It comes queen 4-3. So I flop everything, top pair, top kicker. Obviously one of the strongest hands I can ever have in this spot. Queen 4-3, rainbow was the flop. Yep.
Really? I could have sworn you...
Turn was a king.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And so he decides to go with a 2/3 sizing here on queen 4-3, which is actually a bit unorthodox. Usually you'd see more of a 1/3 there, but both I think are reasonable sizings. But what the difference is it makes my minimum defense frequency much lower, meaning I'm not going to have that many kings when I call his flop bet, actually. Now, you know, in practice, of course, I have ace-queen. I have a monster
insane.
hand.
I could have sworn he raised you on the flop.
We may be talking about a different hand, but this hand that I'm talking about is an interesting one.
Yeah, I don't think you flopped the pair. I think you called with just ace high.
Okay, yeah. Now I know the hand you're talking about. We'll talk about that one after. Okay. Because that was an interesting hand too. But anyway, so I call, and the turn comes, and it's a king, and he overbets, right? So now it's king, queen, 4-3. And I think we can just kind of keep talking about it as they're going to chop this hand. Yeah. And so that king, when he raises early position and I call in the big blind, is an absolutely awful card for me, especially against the 2/3 sizing, as I have so little king X in my range, and he has lots of it. Lots, of course, of ace king, lots of other king jack, king 10, suited, even unsuited, and it's just an awful card for me. You know, so he overbets, and of course with ace queen, I still have one of the very strongest hands I have. This is a no-brainer call. The river's another king, and so it of course reduces the number, the combos of king X hands that he can have here, you know. So I check, and he makes a really brilliant pot-sized bet. I mean, he's such a good player, so well studied, etc. Like, I was very unsurprised to see this sizing from him on every street. And he pots the river, and you know, my hand at that point is really just kind of a mix. You know, like all my queen X's kind of like have the same value. He isn't necessarily like more likely to be bluffing with ace X hands, so like my ace isn't like a particularly great removal card anyway, and so I really kind of just need to be mixing like with all of my queen X range, and so I ended up deciding to fold. And part of the reason I folded there, and this is to your point earlier, was the leveling war, in terms of so few people have the heart to bluff there when the king pairs,
right?
Because they go, oh wow, like, well, now I have you know, heavily reduced combo of king X and other big hands and whatever, and I'm going to get called and whatever. And I really think that was part of the reason why Brian chose to bet, is he figured I would think all of those things and just simply out-leveled me.
Right.
It's like really that simple. Now, was his decisions throughout that hand almost certainly based in hard theoretical work? Almost certainly. But I do think that that's probably like one thing that makes him like a step above that, you know, is his ability to win leveling wars, and he definitely did against me in that hand. So we can talk about the other hand that you're talking about now or later, you tell me. Looks like we have little something going here on this hand.
We got a gutter ball for Big John. He hits it immediately because Ronnie was the one with the best hand.
Yeah.
So
and now
that makes sense.
And this is obviously a disastrous card for Ronnie in even more ways than that, as his hand has plenty of equity, but he does check. And
well, he's going to get half.
And now this hand's going to be a chop. So, so the other hand you're talking about, I don't think I want to go into that one too much. But what I will say is that one came, I guess, King 3-4.
And you bet called.
And he had 7-6 offsuit.
Right.
And he raised, or he called from the big blind. And I had raised like in late position or something.
Yeah.
Right. And so I, you know, c-bet on a board texture that I'll c-bet small quite a bit. He check raised with 7-6, so the gutter to the nuts.
Right.
Perfectly reasonable by both of us. And yeah, maybe this was like a surprising call for some people, but like this is just like a slam dunk, like minimum defense frequency call there. Like ace queen high on king 4-3 rainbow versus check raise. I'm just like way too high up in my range to fold there.
For sure.
Yeah. And then, I mean, basically I don't want to go into the rest of that hand too much. But
you turned a queen, right?
No, he turns a 6. If you remember.
Oh, wow. So,
yeah, so he turns a 6. And so I basically, at that point, and it's kind of obvious, decided to just turn my hand into a bluff. And then the run out came in a way that I didn't want to bluff the river. And so I just shut down in the hand. But I mean, certainly the turn I think is interesting. Like I can just like basically take the sliver of showdown value I have, however small, and just check it down there. But I decided that was a spot where I was going to mix, you know, trying to bluff him off his hand, and then the river came in a way, and it's not such a secret. Like the river came and I like made a face like, bleh, like I give up, you know.
So I had
I had some bad intentions for that river, but it, you know, didn't play out the way I wanted to.
I was thinking you had ace queen on a final board of king queen XX king, but I had the early action wrong. I was mixing it up with something else. Nick Vertucci and DJ Washburn.
But I think, like, as you can see, like, maybe to just contrast most of our discussion today with basically some of my ramblings from the last 5 minutes, is it's almost as if, like, when I'm playing like a world-class player, like we mentioned in Brian, like the game I'm playing, it's like so different, and the variables I'm considering in hands are so wildly different than like variables I'm considering against, let's say, like another great player like Nick, but like he's doing different things, right? So like the weight I apply to different things like changes dramatically, like depending on who my opponent is, even when they're both overall great winning players, you know? And I think that basically that's what I'm always trying to go for when I play, that I have the anecdote, I have the medicine, if you will, to like no matter how someone plays, no matter how well studied they are, etc. And I'm not saying I do, but that's the goal I have, I guess. Eventually, when I sit down at a table, irrelevant of who the opponent is.
Nick's gonna win this, but what happened was Eli opened Queen 9 offsuit to 700, and Nick went to 2100 with threes.
Yeah, interesting.
And Nick checks back that flop. Are you a little bit surprised by that?
Yeah. I mean, if I was gonna play Nick's hand the way I did, I would be c-betting this hand on this board. But it's not awful.
What's the nickname for pocket threes? More importantly, is it crabs?
I don't know. I forget. That is more important, though.
Wow.
Well said. And you can see Nick with the poker face of all time these days.
Yeah.
You are not getting a read on that guy.
Nope.
Certainly interesting play from Nick pre-flop there.
Church during the week to the kids.
Yes, Sammy, I need you. I got to come down there and see you.
Crabs, yeah. It is called crabs, pocket threes. So you've helped a lot of people in the chat today maybe improve their games, and now you have an extra tool in the toolbox.
Yeah,
Next time someone turns over pocket threes, you know what it's called. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It's probably going to really help me.
told my wife, if our other daughter, I'm not wishing it on her.
What's your favorite nickname for a hand?
If you're wrong, whatever she loses. Here.
I don't know. Nothing's immediately coming to mind. You?
I told her, I said, go tell the coach.
I like a lot of them, actually.
Be ready for it. Daddy's
Pick one.
I like marriage.
Marriage is cool.
Mm-hmm. King, queen.
That's right. Dating. Dating is a good one.
9-6 suited. Mm-hmm. Or it doesn't have to be suited.
Yeah, unsuited is kind of better.
Yeah.
To me, like, unsuited is sort of like dating without protection, you know?
Yeah, it's just... Hockey sticks, pocket sevens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Snowman, that's a classic.
Yeah, I feel like we've probably done enough. I feel like we've done enough of poker nicknames.
I was just thinking, no way. Like,
oh, we need to keep going.
Like,
yeah, we've only gotten started.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
And they hold it for a
Well, you keep thinking. Give me like, you know, maybe.
That's the Kobe. Eli has the Kobe right now.
Yeah.
cool-off period's over.
And this game's out of the muck. They're going for it now.
Yeah.
He's got the deuce four.
Yeah.
They're gonna check it and see if they got a serial number.
And this one could be a battle. Eli has a pair. Sammy's got all sorts of things working for him.
He's got 5 red cards.
I would be shocked to see Sammy fold here, and he probably shouldn't. He has a very pretty hand with all sorts of backdoor draws.
I never shot it. I like to get it out.
Oh, he might let it go.
You shoot it without paperwork.
Well, not for 2,600.
Let's see.
Come up to Palmdale.
He doesn't love it.
Oh, they don't?
Folding here isn't that bad, by the way, but yeah.
6 on the time. I ain't a gun guy. You know? I used to shoot a shot at 410 when I was.
And I think to oversimplify it, this is sort of like one thing when people start becoming more studied that they recognize is a lot of the value of your hand in any given spot is related to your ability to make a straight or flush later on, to just oversimplify it quite a bit. And so that's why, like on the surface, a hand like Queen Jack on that board doesn't look particularly appetizing. Well, your ability to make top pair, your ability to make a straight or flush on a bunch of cards, it kind of deceptively makes your hand a lot more appealing than maybe it initially looks, which I know is sort of a comment that to many of you is super review, but whatever.
He's a big, avid gun collector. He'll find deals on ammunition. He'll call me and say, "Hey man, you want me to pick you 1,000 rounds of?"
You were speaking about. You were speaking out against sexism.
He'll give me like.
Do you like the name mop squeezers for queens, or is it like funny enough that it's okay, or is it?
Okay, I'm probably like one of the least politically correct people like there is behind like closed doors and whatever, and I think like as long as like you're not offending anyone in particular, and let's ignore like the 1% super minority who's upset about everything,
triggered by everything,
and they're just really loud and annoying on the internet, I think it's fine. And so when I think about that, I go, hey, mop squeezers is awfully funny.
It's pretty funny, right?
Like, let me give you an example. Like, whenever, like, my wife and I are just, like, hanging out in bed or whatever, sometimes I'll just look at her and I'll go make me a sandwich, woman.
Right,
you know?
right.
And she's in on the joke, you know? And then she'll say something, like, mean back to me and whatever. So mop squeezers, to me, seems free. I don't know who or how you could be offending anyone with that.
Just the 1% that gets triggered by everything, yeah.
That's right. And it's good counter programming to my rant earlier about, like, not being a sexist asshole in the chat.
Yes.
Like, there's a big difference between saying you like mop squeezers referring to queens and, you know, commenting about like a woman who's on the show's weight or clothing choices or whatnot. You know?
Right.
Like, I mean, if the chat wants to viciously attack a player's poker play, male or female, have at it. Have fun, you know, like whatever. But, you know, I just don't see, like, you know, people coming after me or many of the other, you know, male players' clothing, you know, appearance, etc., or certainly not to the extent that the rare women who play, you know, get it. And to me, that's just like, let's be better, you know? All right, off my soapbox again.
I liked it, man. It was good. I think it was needed and good.
I came back for that. That's crap.
Someone wants to know how many bracelets you have.
4.
4?
Yeah. 4 bracelets.
Raz. One was in Raz, wasn't it?
Two were in Raz.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I have I won the Players Championship one year, the horse, so that was cool.
Oh, the big 50K one?
That's right. Yeah, that was in 07. And since then, my mixed game has definitely fallen off a bit, but I still would like to think I'm definitely one of the best mixed players in the world, no question.
Wasn't it you and Andy Block heads up at the end?
That's right. Yeah, you got it. Yeah.
That was an epic showdown.
Sick one. Absolutely, yeah.
Like everything, even sports.
What was the final game in that horse event?
Stud 8 or better.
That's what I thought.
Stud 8.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, and thankfully, Stud 8 or better is my best game. You know, so.
Yeah, I remember you had
It's no accident I finished him off in that one.
I remember you had a low and Andy Block was just blasting away.
Just blasting, it was crazy.
Drawing to Broadway.
Yeah, they don't make them like that anymore, man. That was honestly the easiest couple million I ever won.
That was awesome. Congrats again.
Thank you.
I don't know. You're good at it. You're good at it. At that? Yeah.
Let's see here in this hand.
Guess who's going to win this pot?
It's fun up there. Is that a good fun? Yeah, I like it. I'm more plus EV up there.
And you can see Ronnie here, so frustrated. It seemed clear to me he wanted to at least consider trying to win this hand, and then I think probably just decided someone probably has an ace or better, probably not going to fold it, and smartly checks. But it's funny, like I'm just watching Ronnie here when I do occasionally peek at the screen of the actual game we should be commentating, and you can just see and feel his frustration. And again, I've just been there so many times.
I was there all day.
It's very easy to relate to.
Before I come up here.
Yeah, and I mean that's you in what 95, 96 out of 100 sessions, you know. So
yeah,
you get
well,
it.
you know.
You're running bad. Eventually it's gonna.
There's a mathematical chance I've just been running bad my whole life.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Talking about him, so it's like it's funny too because if I'm commentating, it's probably all hate mail. Yeah. They probably haven't even watched the stream today because Garrett's up there. And they're probably just sending all love letters.
Garrett's commentating?
Yeah, they're just sending all love letters up there probably. All hearts, shit like that.
There's a heart, as he says it.
Yeah, and it's just so obvious. Like there's just never any bitterness at all in the way Nick talks about me.
There's Barry.
What's a Tuesday game without Barry?
I mean, yeah.
Let's put in 10.
What else was this guy doing? Get him up here.
Very good to see you. How many people?
No, but you know, Nick's obviously in the booth a lot, and of course he's incredibly complimentary of my play regularly, and I always appreciate that.
You guys have to share a sensor. How about that?
And if he thought I was going to repay the favor,
You get to share a seat.
bad read.
I kind of think good players should make fun of good players.
For sure. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I can't.
Good for the game, right?
Absolutely, and I can't like BS it. You know, like I said, he plays great now, so I'm gonna call it how it is. You know, but I can certainly troll him along the way for little inconsequential things like fold your hand faster when you're always folding.
Yeah, for sure.
Little stuff like that.
Look at all the hearts in the chat now.
A lot of hearts, Nick. A lot of hearts, bro.
You would think it was Valentine's Day up in here.
Yeah, wow. Wow, I didn't know they did Valentine's Day in late March, too. All right, that's cool.
We got a couple of 9-7s in there. They got top pair, but Big John has 2 overcards.
Big John.
And if a jack comes, he has a straight. Uh-oh. Now he's open-ended, and
pretty interesting.
The other 2 gentlemen have 2 pair.
And so now we have Sammy betting his hands. I like it.
Eli's had enough, right? He's not just calling here.
This is close. I can see him doing both. I think he raises more than he calls here, though, for sure.
And that stack is incorrect. The graphics are incorrect, I believe. That looks like more than 13-6, right?
I missed it. I missed the shot of his stack. But, yeah, we're both wrong. Eli calls, and I think that's certainly reasonable 3 ways for a variety of reasons, some of which relate to pot control. And then Big John overcalling is okay. I don't think it's too bad.
Yeah, if he hits a jack and someone has a 10, that's gravy.
Yeah, I think occasionally a queen is good or whatnot, but unfortunately he hits the absolute worst card for him, and he's probably going to end up having to pay this off now. And then I think Sammy's bet here, including the sizing, is kind of good, actually. And Eli has a slam dunk call. Folding or raising would be atrocious here. Not close. and he does call. And then Big John's going to be in a gross spot. I think you can maybe find a fold here, but if he doesn't, I don't fault him for it. I get it.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting 4-1. You're rich.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah, it's
just had the same reaction.
very, very unlucky for him. The queen exactly is just a really brutal card. Even maybe a 10, he could get away. Well, he can get away on a 10. It's a 4-liner, but he does have to call. And the other two will chop it up. Reasonably interesting hand there, actually.
That S on Eli's hat is the same S next to his name.
I mean, you told a corny joke. I figured I'd follow up.
See that?
Yeah, it's really funny.
Maybe this is all his sim.
I'm curious what the S stands for on the hat.
Split pot.
Hey, listen.
Split pot. Yeah, he's a big fan of split pot.
Yeah, look at him. He hasn't been this happy all night.
Jack 10 guessed it, open end, I guess.
Oh, we do have a sweat. We're 900 likes away.
Oh, wow.
From me making public a 5-part interview with Garrett Adelstein.
Oh, no, I don't care how much.
And speaking of Eli, by the way, the most pleasant guy ever to play with. I've seen him win all of the money and lose all of the money, and his expression, the way he interacts with the table, everything like that never changes. Just an absolute joy to be at the table with, which again I think is somewhat rare. And hopefully the compliments I am giving out tonight are given a little bit of credence, given all the incredibly mean things I've said here along the way as well.
That's DJ Washburn, talented working DJ. If you have a big event, hire this dude. It's kind of a wholesome DJ, which I didn't know existed until I checked out his stuff.
Yeah, I wonder if he charges extra for the sweatshirt. I'm not sure how those packages work or whatever, but
nice,
that thing's
isn't it?
sick. Yeah, for sure.
Only greedy, just kings.
I folded my kings.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
My turn? 200. Call. Oh. You know the last 2 times I got...
All right, seems like a good opportunity for another quick pee break. I'll be right back, everybody.
That's fucking bad as it comes. Nothing worse than that for me.
Last week, I
Oh, we finally got rid of that guy.
That's another one, but
He'll be back.
still just a fucking kicker. Never.
Call some action for a few minutes. Big John flops top pair, good kicker. Eli's got middle pair, reasonable kicker. KGB, only one overcard to his pair, and Sammy whiffs.
You said how many? What? How many times?
Twice in the last
5 days, you said?
No, last 10 days.
Something there.
I have never been more card dead in my whole life. Every hand that I play, I have to
against top set.
Force it.
force it. Yeah, create something.
It gets worse, Nick. Trust me.
Ludo?
Yeah.
Was it on stream?
No, right. He came right after we were done. Like you said, within an hour, he won 100,000. I was his first hand. That's sitting me home. I ain't playing no more of this. This is a sign.
Big John just doesn't bluff a ton. I don't know what Eli's thinking here. Maybe he's thinking of bluffing. He's not.
Which ones are those?
It's a group that has a home, like they play a home game in Chicago. They come out here. Mark, Luis, Alex, I forget all their names, but they're like a good group of guys. They played one time, a bunch of them, and then last time they had like just 2 of them. But they're really good guys. Like it's fun.
Cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
Like the Palmdale guys. Like those guys, but they're more chatty, and then they needle each other, which is hysterical.
Well, these are guys that came last week.
I don't know when it was. A few weeks ago. This guy was here, Mark, yeah, and then his buddy was sitting in your seat. Yeah, those guys.
They hear you.
Seat 1. Straddle is on.
Straddle.
Eli.
Double straddle.
Eli pushing it.
So this is a first for me. The chat is asking you to ask for likes. They don't think I have any pull.
How interesting. Yeah, they must have missed the first 30 times. But all right, here we are, guys. I think we have about an hour left in the show. We have 3.7 likes. As I've mentioned earlier, we have a real sweat on our hands here. We're going to need 800 likes if you want to hear this 5-part interview. That's really on you guys, you know? I don't really care either way. So
yeah, but you do a lot of good work in that. Don't you want to get it out to the people?
They would love to hear this interview. It's a great interview. They should do themselves a favor and hit this like button. You're 800 away. We'll see what happens. It's going to be a sweat down the home stretch here.
6,000. It's the interview of you. Oh, it's an interview of me? Yeah. Oh, really? The one where you're talking? I don't remember what I said. It was about the trolling.
Man, time flies when you watch the best 9 players in the world play high-stakes poker. Am I
Why
right?
do you think the same 9 guys make it to Tuesday night at Hustler Casino Live?
Every time, yeah. It's funny. Sometimes people talk about poker not being a meritocracy. Proof's in the pudding right here. Like, that's BS. You know?
People want to talk about variance, but...
Yeah, if you think KGB hasn't earned his seat at this table, you guys have another thing coming. And here we go. Pre-flop war, it looked like, huh?
Yeah.
A bunch of guys just continuing to re-raise each other with an ace in their hand.
I like it too.
That's how it works at the high stakes, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Satisfaction. They don't really like more, getting to know the players more.
Yeah.
I like it. I love it.
Yeah, I like to
talking to
dig into
Garrett,
someone's
listening to Wesley. He's like,
He's gonna need a 9.
Oh
yeah, that's
2 9s.
It's the best.
And I think we got Nick.
He has an interesting thing with the lineup in terms of the more people I know, the more relevant things I could say about them or their game or whatever. But the people I don't know, those are the people I feel great about just needling the hell out of the whole time. You know, and so
poker just doesn't have to be that serious.
it's just not that serious. You know, it's not. You know, so for any of you newcomers at the table who I don't know and maybe I've given you a bit of a hard time about your play today, it's not that serious, guys. Like,
I give up.
I don't think KGB's trying to win the award for world's best poker player, you know, so
There you go.
it's all going to be just fine.
Come on.
Let's get a set for DJ Washburn. One time. This is not a bomb pot either. It just looks like one.
Just a bunch of limping here. Nice. We haven't seen too many of these, I would say, though, right? We haven't seen too many, like, 6, 7-way pots, which I thought we might see a lot of.
You know that expression, play the cards you're dealt?
Mm-hmm.
These guys are taking it literally, and
Yeah.
I respect that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, why fold anything?
Look
really?
at Sammy. He's got the 4-3.
It's only one.
Did anyone flop top pair? Oh yeah, Big John did.
So easy.
Right?
So easy.
Ronnie's open-ended. He's not getting there, I promise you.
Come on, Magic.
That was beast. And you see Ronnie completely unfiltered, literally asking the dealer for help. He's gotten that
That was
desperate.
beautiful. I love Ronnie.
Ronnie's so sick, dude. Yeah.
At least he's leaning back. He usually doesn't
I
lean
mean,
back, Magic.
again, I keep saying it about several players, but also just the nicest guy. But everyone who watches the show knows that. This guy's obviously salt of the earth, a lot of fun. You may love his singing, you might not, but you certainly can't accuse him of being anything other than an incredibly nice guy.
He played the night Jungle Man was here. You were not in the lineup.
Okay. Yeah, I think I was out of town or something. I remember that. Yep.
And Ronnie won over 200K.
Nice.
He was making some good hands, which in turn made him play like a beast.
Yeah.
And you're seeing he can't get anything going. And he's begging the dealer now.
Yeah.
Like, forget disguising my draw. I'm going to beg the dealer to complete it.
Yeah.
I love it. It's so human. Just call, like, beaten down. Just call.
Yeah.
Just try and bank. Look at Victor. He has queen 6.
Sort of the same thing. Every time Victor gets an opportunity to bet tonight, it feels like he's like, well, better just bet. and of course, it's more subtle run bad for Ronnie that Victor bets the turn because now he's got to pay off another. Oh,
hey,
here
look
we
at this.
go.
It worked.
This is happening to you a lot when you watch. You end up cheering for players on certain nights.
All the time.
Yeah, like I couldn't be happier that Ronnie finally hit his card here. I mean, I guess he made 2 straights now, but unfortunately, no one else likes that card. So I would be surprised if he gets paid off by anyone.
No, Big John snap folds.
Yeah.
Got to send that.
But we still pick up over 5K.
Yeah.
If we're on Team Ronnie.
Well, yeah, I am on Team Ronnie. I'm his backer. So,
oh, you
yeah.
are? Nice.
Ronnie has more money under his mattress probably than I've ever had in my entire life. But in another world, I would love to be Ronnie's backer.
So I do root for whoever's been running bad to win. I also root for atrocious hero calls. I think it's like the funniest thing when someone's just about to put in the chips, stone dead, and they're talking. I love that.
Yeah.
And that's not Schadenfreude. It's just, I think it's entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
Ironically, Magic is the one who completed that draw for him. The unluckiest dealer we have came through finally.
It's about time.
Make it 1,100.
Oh, grab the wrong chips. I don't care. You can do whatever you want.
It's too late now.
No, it's a 10-second rule.
And you hear KGB with the scariest accent you will ever hear say, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, don't believe me. I was kidding. That's part of the
That would make me never want to do what I want and only what he wants.
that was me being silly.
Should I believe you?
Yes. Oh, like
No, he knows what he was doing.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
He's just kidding.
Of course, yeah, I was kidding. Yeah, that wasn't like an angle.
I know you.
And the players chop it up about how they definitely weren't angling each other, which I tend to believe, and let's go to the flop.
It was like a fake angle for humor. And he flops a gut shot, does young DJ Washburn.
And I think this could be an interesting hand here, too. With KGB having only a bluff catcher, Washburn not afraid to put chips in the pot, a little equity. So we'll see what happens here. Here we go. We have a bet, and then I would think he calls here. But in this game, you never know what's going to happen. But I think we have a call here coming, and if so, we could have an interesting turn. And basically, since we're not talking about anything else, I'll give a little sort of poker theory here in terms of, KGB's hand here. Basically, it's just way, way too high up in his range. And also, the equity difference between his hand and 2-10s without a spade is quite a lot, even though you should never be folding 2-10s without a spade on that flop either. And here's part of why. Now, the value of his hand has gone way up as he has at least one spade.
Check again.
Do you like the strat talk from Ronnie at the table?
Yeah, I really do. Absolutely. I mean, it's certainly more interesting than whatever the hell I'm talking about.
He's teaching every player how to play perfectly.
That's right. Yeah. DJ shows a lot of heart here again.
I had to grab the white chips, but I grabbed the green chips by accident.
Yeah, I know.
Well, that's about all I can say. I think that card against a lot of players' ranges is just going to be so good for you. I think betting there with even a hand near the bottom like 8-7 off no spade is pretty strong. I'm unsurprised KGB folded that hand. In theory, I'm not sure you should. It's pretty close, probably. Definitely an interesting spot, honestly, with 2-10s.
Do you ever count your money when you're sitting on the table?
If I'm winning.
Oh, yeah.
If I'm winning, sometimes I'll count it and just be like, wow, you really are an impressive guy, you know? But if I'm losing, no, there's nothing to see there. I don't want to count. Yeah.
Okay.
You?
Don't be afraid.
What's your counting your stack down strategy?
No, I mean, no. I don't. I follow all the rules. I know when to hold them. I know when to fold them. I definitely know when to walk away and when to run. And I never count my chips. And still, I'm the worst gambler of all time.
Yeah, that's weird. It's weird because that's really all you need.
I check all the boxes. So that's why I think I just run bad, to be honest.
What happened? You got queen jack, spades.
Now you know why.
That's in the range.
John, you're in
This guy DJ Washburn's a lot of action, and he's got some poker chops. You liked that double barrel there.
I mean, I've liked a lot of what I've seen from DJ.
I got one spade.
Partly the poker. At times he's played some good hands, but if nothing else, I just love the relentless aggression and action. It's good for the stream, without question.
There's a quick call, Eli. Or Eli. John. That's not Eli.
And he's got everything here. He's got a pair and a flush draw.
Tell Ryan I want to be interviewed by Garrett.
Ronnie wants me to interview him.
I got some things I want to teach him. I saw some mistakes he made. I want to go over it with him.
He probably saw you counting your chips at one time.
Yeah.
I got something on my chest I want to get off.
It's the queen 4 and from Hellmuth.
Sammy, I got it. I got it.
Ronnie maybe overheard a couple of the constructively critical things I've said about a couple of his decisions today, and he wants to have a word with me.
What chip is that that DJ Washburn had? That's not a Hustler chip, is it? The purple and...
No, that looks like his card protector.
Nice.
It's just something, yeah.
And he run it on the table. They all gave him $25.
He's got Ron dominating.
How do you protect your cards? With a chip, or do you have a protector? A hold-on protector.
Next time, okay?
I would be lying if I told you I have a chip protector I bring.
Hey, darling.
You do protect your cards.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. You know what's so it's funny? I like do it so instinctively. I'm not sure if I put a chip on my cards or if I just like hold them near me. I don't even know, which is ridiculous to say. But,
yeah. What are your thoughts on the little tiny Tabasco bottle?
Yeah, that's cool. Because like, especially if you're me and you're eating like every 2 hours, it's really functional,
Yeah, I've seen that a lot from some good players.
Yeah. I guess I probably put a chip over my cards, right? I think everyone does, right? You do, right?
I do.
Yeah, I think I must. It's just so funny. At the moment, I can't even think about what I do. So much of what I do at the poker table is just automatic.
Very, very good.
Three players.
I thought Nick has got a hand.
No, never. Not when you raise.
I'm going to check too.
You check. There you go. All right, everyone check.
That's life. That's what all the people say.
All right, we got the battle of the nothings. Everyone's sharing cards here.
Look at this aggression.
Yeah. And
they're denting the table with
and they're going to war.
with
Yeah,
their fingers.
I expect this to go bet, raise, re-raise, and then the game will begin.
Oh, look at this.
He goes for it. That's sick. He pots the river, wrapping deuces full.
That was sick.
That was sick. Yeah. And yeah, so anything I maybe said that was constructively critical of KGB's play, I take that back, because that was pretty beast.
I've been a puppet, a pauper, a pirate, a poet, a pawn and a king. I've been up and down.
People saying I should commentate once a week. Why stop there? Maybe I show up 5 times a week.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Yeah, maybe.
All I had left was this commentating gig, and everyone's like, get that idiot out there.
Yeah, I'm going to need to negotiate with Nick. If he pays me a working wage, you're going to see me here 30 hours a week, no question.
All right, well, then I'm going to have to get better at poker.
Yeah. I don't mean to take your job, but I'm going to be taking your job, man. No big deal.
I'll figure something out. Sammy set a trap here with 2 10s. I know you're a fan of this.
Make it 11 hundo.
It's going to work.
I didn't want to have to look. I want him to play for 2.
Speaking of Ronnie's singing, though, by the way, you got to give him credit, right? Like,
yeah.
A man who just sits there and sings half the show, like, how comfortable are you in your own skin? Obviously, very. And I think that's really kind of what you're looking for in life,
Agreed.
Give him a lot of credit for that.
That's life. That's what all
Now it's Sammy just calls. I thought that was a trap, and it was time to spring it.
It's like he's like double trapping.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
It's the double trap.
You don't see that every day.
You don't see the double trap that often.
Unless you watch this show every day, then you do.
Then you do. You see it multiple times an hour.
Yeah. And this is why you want to get in there with the Queen 9.
Yeah.
You just got these guys in trouble.
Yeah.
Except for
it seems
Ronnie's
like whenever
lucky dealer.
Someone needs a gutter, they just get there. But yeah, now we've seen Ronnie make the net straight 3 times in the last hour. I don't know how much longer we can cheer for him, because now I would say he's on a bit of a heater, But
I don't think I can pull it off,
but we'll see. And a brutal card for several other players who now make pairs and draws. And yeah.
And Victor's Queen 9 got cracked.
But Sammy's now kind of like, he's laid the trap, and now he's got him where he wants him,
Couldn't tell you. So many old Negro leagues, I don't remember the team name.
Ronnie looks like he's going to be sick. He only has the nuts. No one has even a flush draw.
Ronnie
redraw.
squeezed before the flop.
Yeah.
That's what I think when I see that.
Really interesting bet here by Big John.
Bump it up, 5,000.
Oh, he makes it really small. Very hard for these other guys to get away.
I just really want an ace to come on the river now. Everyone wins.
Yeah. It's a rather disciplined fold from Big John, getting an incredibly good price. I think it's a reasonable fold, no question. But Sammy, of course, laid his trap pre-flop.
I don't want to see a 9.
There's nowhere for him to go now.
Please no 9 magic.
He will definitely be seeing a showdown, irrelevant of what happens here. Oh, God.
Look at this.
Oh, just immediately leads right out for all of it. And Ronnie just wants to puke.
Ronnie's call is fantastic.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. This is why I showed up, everyone. Hand of the night. Sammy lays the trap pre-flop, lays the trap on the flop and turn. Of course, makes it on the end and
How does it happen? I don't know.
leaves poor Ronnie just crying for half the pot.
We all hit it? Yeah, I had Jack 10. Oh, we all hit it where? You mean when I raised the 5,000? And I had to, you mean where we all hit it? I folded. No, you mean we all hit it right here, you mean?
That's Ronnie Ebanks right there.
Right now in April, fucking shot down on the river. This fucking magic. Use condon.
And you can see, for those of you who don't know Ronnie really well at this point, he's joking and he's not joking. And what I mean by he's not joking is he's definitely very frustrated with the way things have gone lately, with the way things have gone today, and specifically with the way things have gone in that hand. And this is a guy who's basically always chill, always collected, you know, and it just goes to show what an incredibly emotional and painful game poker is. Like, it is just so hard to keep your cool out there, you know? And I get it, you know? Like, when I'm at my best, I don't go on the rant that Ronnie's in the middle of right now, but I certainly always want to, and I certainly used to as well.
Right.
You know? So, all of that. One of the questions up there was why I usually play on stream and not off stream very often. I love playing off stream in many ways. I prefer that in many different ways. The only reason I think I mentioned that in whatever interview or whatever it was recently is in a stream I create a lot of value for a third-party business, in this case Hustler Casino Live. So it's, of course, like very easy for me to get a seat in that situation. In a lot of private games or whatever, that's not really the case, and it can be very hard for me to get seats. So that's really kind of what that all stems from.
Check is good.
Well, Victor's got the best hand with the 4th pair.
I gotta tell you, it was rather fortuitous timing that we actually started watching a little poker for that beautiful hand right there.
That hand was so sick.
That hand was so funny.
The double trap.
Yeah, and the way Sammy instantly bet out bots, Ronnie like vomit called. It was like a half vomit, half call, and then just kind of lost it. That's a lot of fun. That's poker, ladies and gentlemen. I know that's why you all tune in for, and it's a lot of fun.
John, water's fine. I'm sure the river will be good for you.
Wait, what happened here? Victor finally had the best hand and he folded it? The pair and open-ended? He did not know when to hold them in this particular hand.
It's pretty ambitious of Ronnie betting into everyone here, and it's going to work. It's going to work. The other two opponents just happen to have, I mean...
You still use condom.
At least Big John didn't have anything.
That fucking Mike. I never could understand him when he would say what he said. A condom?
The chat is telling me I don't use a chip protector. I got it, guys. You missed the level on that one.
I use, oh, Mike, you motherfucker. That's dirty.
Yeah, we got a little over a half hour left. If 500 more people just hit that thumbs up, which is something the show needs. It's not for any ego or anything. It's just the show needs it to keep delivering free content 5 days a week in high definition and all that.
Yeah.
Now 400 more, and you're going to have a lot of Garrett Adelstein content available tomorrow morning.
I mean, I haven't said this yet, but I'll go ahead and come clean now. Ryan Feldman, out of his personal checking account, is paying me $100 per like for today's show. That is the payment we agreed upon. And so do the math, guys. 400 more.
Can you do the math for us? It's been a long stream, man.
So, I mean, I could really use this last 40,000 here. So, if you guys don't mind, let's. Oh, here we go. Now everyone's.
We're only 300 away.
Yeah, now we are quickly moving. Yeah, it's like I'm making 10,000 a minute right now. I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much.
You need it, man.
I do need it. Yeah, it has been a rough go of it for me lately, especially on poker streams.
A pawn and a king.
And these are cool battles here. Eli, Nick. Obviously, late position, wide range spots. Two very seasoned and certainly two of the very best players in this game, no question. And Eli makes an ambitious call here on this flop. Let's see how it plays out. Interesting.
It's called a stop and go.
And so we see this, whether you call it a stop and go, whether you call it a donk bet, whatever. We see this from Eli in many different situations. He often finds them in theoretically correct spots to do so. This is not one of them, but that doesn't matter. He could just be doing this purely as an exploit.
Nick's going to see right through it, huh?
But Nick calls here.
This is an impressive call.
I think so. I don't. Folding here seems like rather bad, but yeah, give Nick some credit here.
I'll give him credit.
Yeah, and from what I've seen with Eli and these sort of donks bets, they're balanced, they're tricky. He can have the top, the middle, and the bottom of his range when he does it. So let's see how this plays out. This one's just kind of tough. This is really interesting. I assume Nick's going to take a long time here, so we can take a second. But this is just interesting because Eli really can't rep anything except a king here. Nothing makes really any sense otherwise, and just for combination reasons alone, it's just super tough. It's just super tough for him to have it, you know. So
gets through.
It gets through. This is pretty sick.
That's pretty awesome play.
Pretty cool hand. Again, I think we're being rewarded for paying attention here. That was a really interesting hand. I don't fault Nick for folding there.
Because in the history of live poker, that's always just king something.
Sure.
Like, enough to make it a fold, right?
Okay, so I would generally agree with what you're saying.
Shout out to our sponsor all week long, Decentral Games, creators of Ice Poker. You want to play some poker in the metaverse? Go to Ice Poker. Did you see some of the starting hands of players in Ice Poker we're playing?
Yeah, nuts, right?
10-3 offsuit,
Yeah.
King 4 offsuit.
Seems like a good game.
Seems like a very good game.
Yeah.
Okay, carry on.
And so anyway, yeah, Nick and I just finished the third round of our dance party back here. Or Nick and I, sorry, Billy and I. But just to finish the thought on that hand there, you know, I think when it's Eli instead of a lot of players, again, because I do think he's rather balanced in a lot of that spots, in a lot of spots like that. You know, it's a little tougher, and so I could see why Nick maybe folded, although I'm not sure how good it was. I think a lot of it stems from, like, is Eli ever just like doing it with a 9, which I don't think would be really good, or even like, let's say Eli had 2 10s. I don't think it would be so good for him to do it.
So you're saying if Eli is polarized, then it's more of a call than a fold.
That's right. That's right. And so I would expect, and I think good poker there is for Eli to be rather polarized when he takes this very unique line that very few players are ever going to be up against. Again, because when an innocuous deuce comes, very few players out of position are even taking the lead, which I think is what makes Eli rather tough to play against, is he takes so many unorthodox lines and puts people in so many unique, challenging situations.
And what was also interesting about that is there's some chance that the ace high could be good. Nick could have had 2 clubs in between the king and the 9. And you don't see people always bluffing with 2 pair on board with the ace high in that situation. You can, even if in reality ace high is not going to be good, you can talk yourself into this might be good. I can just check here.
For sure.
Showdown value.
For sure, for sure. Yeah, that goes back to what we talked about earlier when we're thinking about range construction. You know, it's a lot more complicated than this, but when we want to bluff like all else being equal, and it's never equal, there's a million other things we should be considering, but we usually want to kind of take the worst hands we show up with and bluff with them, and so ace high is not necessarily the worst. But yeah, but I think just to give the concluding thoughts on that hand, if Nick does decide Eli's polarized, then I think it's a reasonable assumption, although it doesn't need to be correct. And it's either king X plus or bluffs. It's actually kind of hard to let your hand go there. And, you know, if we want to start talking about blockers and things of that nature, you know, 2 5s are 2 pretty good cards that are certainly unblocking bluffs of Eli's as well. But that's kind of going down the theory rabbit hole maybe way too far. And
yeah, I tuned out like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't like. It's not looking good for.
But it was awesome play by Eli. It was cool that he just went for it with the A6 offsuit out of position against Nick. It was some street poker.
For sure, yeah, a lot of fun. Yeah, I mean, and that's Eli. Eli plays a lot of street poker, and it's really cool and fun to watch.
What a story, that guy. Talking about a book, that guy's life.
Well, we made it. We made it to
4.5.
Yeah, people are saying release the podcast. I can't do that from the booth.
Well, guys, I appreciate so far the $450,000 salary Ryan will now be wiring me. So thank you for that. And yeah, I mean, if you don't mind, you know, hooking me up with another 10, 20,000 on top, sure, why not, you know? But, you know, not a bad day's work for me, I'll tell you that much.
I mean, it's lower than your hourly at the
lower than the hourly
table.
Absolutely, but you know, it's something. Every $500,000 counts. Every $500,000 does something.
Look at Sammy's hand. Top pair and open-ended. Victor's got a pair and a flush draw. Pretty fair fight here.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that sweet daddy there, Nicky.
The 6 of hearts? Sweet daddy.
Check it down.
Ronnie's the same way every time I'm at the table with him, man. I'm always laughing. He's a hilarious guy.
Can Sammy check to Victor one more time?
So from what we've seen from Sammy all day is he always checks good hands here. And he does.
Yeah.
And finally Victor doesn't take the bait with a hand that had showdown value.
Yeah.
Victor, I've been critical of a few decisions you've made, despite really liking you as a person. This river was well done. This is a pure check. Well done.
No, I fold.
Yeah, they need me.
Had a pair and a flush draw.
Yeah, you know what? Garrett would be a good compliment to me up there.
Nick, send him. Send Ronnie upstairs. He wants to.
I'm still stuck. I got more work to do.
His attempted hood flat went wrong. That's okay. At least he attempted it. So tell us about Friday night. You're going to be playing on stream starting at 5 p.m. Pacific. Do you anticipate pot controlling much?
Yeah.
So like a lot of block bets?
A lot of block bets.
Right out of the gates?
Yeah, I think so. I think generally when I go into a session, what I'm looking to do is win like 10, 15 big blinds.
Okay.
And if I can do that early on, let's say in the first hour or two, you know, maybe get a 3-bet through, I'll usually start taking laps around the casino.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this accomplishes a multitude of things. Number one, it allows me to lock up the win. Number two, it allows me to walk through the aisles, and I mean, it's not a big deal or whatever, but sometimes I get noticed when I'm walking around here. So
what do they say? G-Man, you're my hero.
You're my hero. So
That's
it really feeds into my narcissism.
That's great.
And then in addition to that, it helps me get some extra steps in.
That's cool.
So amongst all of those things, yeah, if I can win 10, 15 bigs or whatever early on, you're going to see a lot of walking around the rest of the day.
So pot control early on.
A lot of dinner breaks.
Yeah,
if you
dinner
will.
breaks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
What's interesting is that I get recognized as well when I walk around, but they're just like, when are you going to be playing again?
Yeah. Come sit down.
So like,
yeah.
Can I have a seat next time you play and when is it?
Yeah.
And like, here's my number. Can you text me?
Yeah.
So it's kind of the same thing.
It's sort of the same, but different. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't say you're my hero. They say like you're my bankroll.
Yeah.
Basically. So, but I can relate.
Yeah.
It's still nice for people to recognize you as the one that doubled them up.
Yeah, no question. I mean, really, as human beings, all we really want is to be seen, you know? And it seems like that's happening for you. People see you, so that's great.
Do you know how many people like me that play on the floor?
Yeah, yeah,
like,
absolutely.
There are no complaints.
There we go. I knew old Nicky could do it for us.
Nick's been quite active here.
I actually play tomorrow on stream.
So how you feeling? Are you nervous?
No.
Good, good. I'm glad to hear that. If you need like a pep talk, you know, tomorrow morning for your 6 a.m. like 10-mile run, you know, like, and we can talk a little strategy in terms of the game plan. Let me know.
Come on.
Okay, yeah.
One time.
I'm in that interesting spot where
Never gamble again.
you probably should just not play and just take some time off, but I'm going to play.
Yeah.
I'm going to power through that.
Yeah, I'm shocked to hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to try and win all these pots with bad hands, and
yeah,
I'm finally get a good hand. I'll fold it. I'm looking forward to that.
It seems like you're right on your way to getting yourself out.
Yep.
And so we have a 5-way hand here. A lot of money in the pot. Again, as always, small stack to pot ratios. But I mean, at this point, people are deeper for sure. We've had some add-ons, etc. So let's see if anything interesting happens here. Sammy played his hand very slow pre-flop.
They trapped again.
Trapped again, and it's working. This is not the easiest call 5 ways with a hand that can basically never improve.
This is the problem with watching the show. And then you go down and play in a normal game, and you call without the nuts, and you're always dead.
Yeah. But he's right here, and so good call for him. And let's see what happens.
Imagine trying to bluff that guy.
Okay. Okay, so I think he's going to pretend to bet for a while and then check.
I like it.
And
freeze your opponent.
I like that, yeah. And so this is part of why I do what I do. I really want to learn and incorporate new things, you know? So like next time I am, oh no, he actually is going ahead and betting.
Let me, I'll assume yes.
Already.
No.
No, DJ is.
No.
This is a great bet.
Yeah. Yeah, and so we continue to see DJ with relentless pressure and aggression, and good for Sammy for making, in all honesty, a very tough call here on this turn. And let's see what happens here. I could see either way. Man, you would love to see DJ just go for it here, huh? That'd be a lot of fun.
Against this opponent, though, it's just one of those spots where you have to do that.
Yeah, and he gives up, and I mean...
because that should have worked on the turn.
Yeah, he's
or the flop when you bet into 27 opponents.
Of course. But he sees his hand, and he's definitely really disappointed and said, oh, wow. If there was a fold I was getting, it could have been from that hand. But I've also been extremely tough on Sammy today. Those were, despite some unique pre-flop play, very tough call on the flop. Outrageously tough call on the turn with 2 jacks, and it earned him a pretty big pot there. So,
and he had a sick bluff against Ronnie. I think he took a break towards the end of it. Ronnie folded ace-10 on 10-10.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that hand. That was
6-4.
That was pretty sick. Yeah.
Something else.
Yeah.
How much money I lost in poker?
Not to lose like I did.
And this guy Sammy again, like,
Less you bet, the more you
just
lose
seems like
when you win.
a really cool guy.
He is.
Really pleasant guy. There's more to life than finding the 3-bet with 2 jacks in the small blind. Seems like this guy's winning life.
Call 200. Yeah, me 3.
All right, so he's limping in with the 43.
Says no is when you ask him if he had enough.
Eli straddled for 200. He's going to pop it with Kate. Are you familiar with Kate?
I am now.
Yeah.
I pieced it together.
It's a good hand.
Pretty good, yeah. Offsuited is really the version you're looking for.
Oh, straight draw for Sammy.
Let's see here.
Eli's got the best hand. Even though it's an atrocious hand, he's got the best hand.
Yeah.
I checked mine.
He checked already.
Flop lag, that's what I had. King 10.
Oh, yeah. No problem.
Look at that.
No problem.
He checked already.
And Eli does check. And Sammy checks dark again, and Eli gives up.
Four here.
He's got out of here.
And those are always fun. When you're Eli there and you put $0 more in and your opponent announces, I have like 12 of a kind or whatever.
Yeah.
That's always a nice feeling, you know? I mean, it's not as if Eli, you know, has a jack there or something and his play just plays itself. Like, he has nothing, and so good for him for finding the give up there.
They want to know when you're going to become the full-time commentator. They don't care at all if my kids or Dave Tuckman's kids eat. They just don't care. They just want you in the booth. Screw us. When's that going to happen?
Well, they want me to be able to make a living wage. You know, that's what.
I understand.
And so as long as Nick and I can negotiate that, I don't. I mean, I'll give you 2 weeks. That's pretty standard in the industry, right? I'll give you 2 weeks notice.
I better get good at poker in 2 weeks.
Yes, that's all you need. I mean, Wes was 3 weeks in, and he
but Wesley's smart.
Yeah, he won like a $500,000 straight. You know, like.
Was that supposed to be a straddle?
I think you'll figure it out. You know. I'll like let you guest host with me or whatever sometimes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
We'll work something out for sure.
You'll cue me up for some like cool stories and whatnot.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. In a few weeks, we're gonna be like announcing special guest DGAF in the booth.
You'll be like, so that hand you played on stream.
Yeah.
Did you get leveled? Did you see your cards, or are you just that bad?
Right. Yeah.
And I'll blame it on Lauren or Magic or whoever.
Classic. Yep.
Did you want to put that extra 5 in there?
I didn't cut the cards.
It was already in there. That's fair.
Oh, and look at DJ. DJ with the speech play, grinding information. Listen, I've basically barely watched. The little I've watched, whatever. This guy seems like
That's pretty strong.
This guy seems like he knows what's going on.
You've already picked up the commentating thing. We never watch.
Yeah. But like,
we just say that was a very interesting play, or that was ambitious, or I respect that.
Yeah,
that's what you do.
It seems like, but it seems like this guy's probably extremely savvy, and he's like information grinding
Savvy is
right now.
a great word we use all the time.
Yeah. And so here we go. I'm wondering what DJ's thinking about here. Can't fold. Your hand's suited and connected.
And he's in position.
Let's go. Yeah. I guess he was thinking about mashing it all in there or something.
Sometimes you take a long time. You can sell that you have something besides 7-6.
Get a read, sure.
Ooh. Pair and backdoor options. As you said, you want to be able to make a straight or a flush sometimes.
Mm-hmm. And he has an opportunity to do both, actually, here, in addition to his pair. So we'll see.
And I don't know if you picked up on this, but he could also make a straight flush.
Yeah. And so I think the speech plays continued. I think he's asked him if he had aces. That's something you're always looking to do mid-hand. You want to put the guy on an exact hand, and once you do that, you want to just verbally ask him directly, do you have said hand?
Yes.
And so here we go. This is, I think DJ's played this perfectly, and let's see if he can sort of figure out the riddle.
My name is John, and you might be a C. I'll take you
That's not one we're looking
that's
for.
That's a really boring card.
Who's dealing this hand, Lauren or Magic?
Yeah.
Was that Lauren?
And God. DJ, like I said, just bets a lot. So checking, of course, the more typical, likely prudent play, and we see it this time.
And now you get the card that you wanted on the turn. Unfair.
This may go check, and that'd be uneventful. But oh no, Eli's going to squeeze a small value bet in here, and I think this is fine. What does he do? Does he make a pretty big one too? No, small. Okay. A block bet, maybe? Almost, as the kids would call it.
Yeah. Is it block or blocker?
I don't care.
They're both good.
Yeah. I think Eli's play here on this river is very standard and thus very good. And DJ's not in a fun spot.
Garrett do? What would Garrett do?
Garrett, what would you do?
Well, I definitely would have announced, do you have aces on the flop? So he did do that part right. But no, in all seriousness, DJ has a very tough decision here. This is extremely close. Again, against someone like Eli, who I find to be quite balanced in a whole bunch of different things he does, including taking this line, including taking this sizing. I wouldn't fault him either way. I think this is very close.
Someone's pointing out, what if he said Razy Daisy and then popped it right now?
Yeah, I've thought about that my whole career. To do the like whine, pretend I'm in pain, and then raise thing. I've never pulled the trigger once, but sometimes I stay up at night thinking about how sweet that would be. With or without it, honestly.
I think you would have played this hand similarly
to DJ.
Yeah.
This exact hand we play the exact same way until this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But even, you just said it's tough because he's giving you a good price. It's Eli's balanced with his ace queens and whatever else.
Yeah. No, yeah, it can be hard to fall because I've been so sarcastic. No, I mean, the way he's played this hand is good, fine. Both players, in fact.
Because they're going to watch this back, and he should know that.
Yeah, for sure. And then, I mean, Eli, too. With his c-bet, super reasonable. You know, this is like a texture where if he just wants to c-bet his whole range, totally fine.
You would have rivered a 6, though, not a 5.
Yeah, I would have at least 2 pair by this point, and that's... Oh, and he goes for the aces again comment, yeah.
Yeah, take it.
And DJ doesn't know it, but if he knew...
You said it once. I'll give you that much.
I said your hand.
You said it one time. At one point, you said exactly what I had.
Rivering a 5 was not smart.
But if DJ were to know, and maybe he does, maybe he doesn't, that Eli's very capable of value betting a hand like he had here, 2 10s, it actually makes the fold he did make more reasonable.
Right.
Because it, of course, widens, if you will, Eli's value range. Where, like, if he can only have, like, ace, king, aces plus, then you just have to snap call, obviously, because he just has way too few good hands.
And he'd probably want to bet more with those hands.
For sure.
Hold on 1 second. I'm the big boy. You're not next to the big one.
People like you, man. We got 4.6K likes.
Nice.
So that's a $500,000 from Ryan Feldman for you?
No, don't oversell it. It's like 460 and change at the moment.
Sorry.
Yeah. So.
Do you tip out your co-commentators or... No?
Can I buy a beer after this?
Sure.
All right. We'll call it even.
Hey, I'll take 4.6 beers. Actually, I already got my 4.6 beers at dinner last night.
Yeah. I'm friends with the GM, so I'm sure he could hook us up with a couple drinks.
Sick.
Yeah. Just as long as it's not coming out of my my salary.
I know the GM, Sean Yapel, as well.
What a guy he is, huh?
He's a really good guy.
There's 3 players in this hand.
Okay, another cooler spot. Here we go. This could be fun. Man, we are really being rewarded with some hands of consequence here.
DJ Washburn's had to make a couple of folds / shutdowns, and now he has top pair. I think that's going to play into him giving Sammy a lot of money here.
It is unbelievable the number of absolute, like, I feel like this guy must, like, his name should be Garrett on the screen. How many massive hands has this guy made today?
And he's pot controlling like a monster.
Yeah, he lives for the double, triple, quadruple trap, you know, and God bless him.
Sean Yapel's in the chat. He says he's got us.
Nice. So there you go. Beer on me.
That's amazing. He said since I started playing on the floor, business has really picked up.
Wild. Coincidence.
Yeah.
There's so many random coincidences in poker.
People just want to play with the best, is what you're saying?
Yeah, and then, so, you know, I guess to give a little constructive criticism about DJ here, you know, when we look at this texture here, like, even once we get to the turn, even 3 ways, it's hard for a board texture to be drier than this. Like, it's actually hard. And so when DJ reopens the action here, I mean, first of all, he's very fortunate he's not punished by other hands. I mean, a good player is going to have balanced check raising ranges where
he is
they
punished by the 6s.
I mean, he's punished in terms of he lights the money on fire, but he could face a check raise, call that, etc. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But, like, there's just very little merit to betting this turn here. You're just not going to get called by very many hands that often, and you really just don't have very much to protect against.
It would be different if the flop was ace 9-6 and the turn was a deuce, right? Where then you have a lot of straight draws out there to protect against.
I guess. I just think, like, he just has a really good candidate for a hand that once you get to the turn 3 ways, you just should always check, you know? And, you know, it works out for him okay, I guess, because, again, Sammy goes for, like, the quadruple trap. And so he's actually able to buy, like, a cheap showdown. But I think that's just kind of, like, good fortune or whatnot. So, you know, that would be, I guess, a note I would have for DJ, you know, moving forward is just when you are going to bet, make sure you really know what you're trying to accomplish.
Is that a way ahead, way behind spot?
I believe the kids would call that way ahead.
No, that's not the kids. That was the kids like 15 years ago.
Yeah, you know what's funny, actually, and as I was giving that analysis, I was just thinking, this is the kind of analysis I would have given 15 years ago. Right. And in this hand, against these opponents, that analysis still applies. You know? And so there's a lot of sort of logical thought processes that you and I had about poker 10, 15 years ago, and many of them still apply today, actually. Many of them do not when I'm playing against world beaters, but many of them certainly do against certain opponents, etc.
Where is he right now? I'm on 1,500 up to 20. Tell him I say thank you.
And a limit. All limit. Would you even imagine that? Craziest run of my life.
6.
DJ is in there.
Thank you for the beer. Shout out to Barry. He's calling me a beer.
Shout out to Barry.
Cousin Barry.
Oh, it's you read the wrong.
One of the coolest dudes in LA.
It's no French connection, but pretty good.
Ronnie's got a good hand.
24.
He is not going to pot control. He's only going to keep in the 5s, probably.
I mean, come on, man. In this group, in many of these games, you can never predict what anyone's going to do on any street.
No, Sammy might be in there with the 10-7, actually.
Especially pre-flop.
I don't think he's folding the 5s.
All right, chat. We probably don't have too much time left. If a few of you guys want to fire a few more questions, maybe Billy or I will pick one or two if they're interesting enough. We'll see.
2 players are stuck. This is the hand I hope it's going to get one of them closer.
Long way to go and a short time to get there.
I'm going to check to you.
Oh, you're going to play that.
But anyway, you read it perfectly, bro.
Sammy stuff on me.
Thanks, man.
Only teach the great play. Yeah.
This is trips for Ronnie.
All right. And here's where the rubber meets the road. If DJ calls this one, we know he's got some work to do. So we'll see.
He's not going to call.
Okay.
You're the better man here.
Ooh, okay. Point DJ. Nice fold, my man.
Do you like that bet with trips?
Yeah, I think board textures such as this, almost irregardless of the opponent, I think betting 2/3 with quite a lot of your range can make a lot, or sorry, 1/3 with quite a lot of your range can make a lot of sense. Sure.
Cool.
There's a bunch of different things you can do here. If you want to go for the exploit, especially because obviously you're unblocking a king and you want to get greedy and make a bigger bet, obviously that has some merit as well.
Let's do a quick, serious one. Sure. CBT book recommendation.
Sure, yeah. So the first CBT book recommendation I always give to everyone is called Feeling Good by David Burns. For my money, that is the Bible on cognitive behavioral therapy. So many of the cognitive distortions that I have, or had, or both, he really breaks them down, explains them, and explains how to overcome them. It is just an absolutely brilliant book. And for those of you who can't afford therapy at $300 an hour, you're not going to get more money, more value for your money in terms of beating some of these negative and or irrational thoughts that you may have, whether they're related to poker or life. Good
Beautiful.
question.
Who's your arch rival on Hustler Casino Live? Is it Armenia Mike when he said he wouldn't check it down with you anymore?
It could be Mike. You know, the thing with that is like it's just such an easy answer, you know. So let's go with Nick Vertucci. Only because like this guy plays so well and wants it so bad.
Yeah.
That, I mean, he's a guy you really don't want winning hands off you anymore. I'm going to go with Nick.
And we have a lot of good hands here. Ronnie with the 3-bet, Victor with the 4-bet. DJ Washburn hates folding Jack-10 suited like all of us, but he does it correctly. Sammy's not folding Snowman, I don't think.
And so let's see.
That's more than 3,500. Oh no, those are little stacks.
Yeah, he puts in like stacks of 14.
Oh yeah, that's 3,500.
Yeah.
What's Ronnie gonna do with Anna Kournikova?
And you can't fault Ronnie either way, no matter what he does here. But man, for his sake, you really hope he just calls. If not, all of the money is going in here, I assume, pre, and he's going to be in trouble again, unfortunately.
He's going to be, especially since Sammy called, he's going to be inclined to not just call, I believe.
11,000.
And there it is.
And
this is going to be the end of, not really though. He's still going to have 30%.
Yeah.
We'll see the conclusion of this.
All in.
Yeah, you can see it going in. Someone asked, and I already kind of answered that. So if you could give just one piece of advice on how someone could be a high-level poker player, it would be dedicating every inch of your time and emotional energy for 80 hours a week for 15 years. That would be my answer. It's not easy. Poker's a comically complicated game.
It's up to you. You got
and you could spend your whole life playing it and not master it.
Twice.
We're running twice.
Here we go. This is what we all came to see.
Do you like this, that it's 60-40 because we know what cards have been mucked?
No, I think that's stupid.
You like the pure odds?
Yeah, that's stupid, yeah. Why would? Yeah, the pure odds is way better. It's also a better learning tool for the audience.
We don't want the audience to learn.
Well, then do this.
Yeah,
then do this and throw them off, yeah.
Kings are good on the first board. So it seems like all the aces are available. A lot of spades might be available. Uh-oh.
I would like an ace on this river. Yes! Oh, I nailed it. That was
good
awesome.
do you run?
Victor, you know that's all love. I've just seen my boy Ronnie just get chopped up today. It's always good. The chop's always good for everyone. Everyone's
Ronnie, that
happy.
was a G-Man special right there.
You're welcome, Ronnie. Wow. I mean,
Ace King is
I earned that.
Like, I ain't buying that all day.
Can I have 50?
So sick.
Someone asked what advice you can give me going into tomorrow's session.
Your pocket eights.
Find God. Yes, it seems like your last hope. You know.
Find God.
Mm-hmm. Here. Sure enough, with that flop.
Okay.
I'd have been dead.
How did I call that ace? That was pretty.
What do you mean? We've seen your work every Friday night for like 10 years, man.
That was pretty special.
No one's surprised that you called for an ace and an ace king.
I ain't often been scared, except when my mama was coming after me.
Ronnie owes you a dinner or something.
Yeah.
Can you tune in tomorrow night for just a few minutes? I'll be in every hand. And just one of them call for my card.
I should, huh? Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll do
I
it.
thought he did. He didn't say no, I got kings.
There's Big John. He always keeps his cool. Always.
Guy's chilling. To be fair, if you have $100 million, like it's pretty easy to keep your cool.
No, I do, and I still throw temper tantrums.
Yeah, when you lose 1,400 in a hand.
Oh my God! If I lose 1,400 in a hand, it's getting real quiet.
Garrett, would you ever consider being a cult leader? That is a pretty awesome question. You know, it's funny, like, there's a few people who are game builders or whatever, and these are just complete sociopaths, like, and I just watch the way they, like, manipulate people and treat human beings as pawns for their benefit, guys that run private games, whatever. And several of them I've always thought, man, it's almost better these guys are building poker games, because if not, they'd be, like, building cults and like having everyone just like create mass suicide and stuff, you know. But no, alas, I'm just a guy who plays on poker streams.
We got a three-way chop situation unless a 6, king, or queen comes out. Is that correct?
These hands are so funny. Mayhem with the I don't who was the third guy who called with ace high there? I missed it. I'm not sure if it was DJ or Mayhem. Either way, the guy who overcalls the bet and call with ace high, that's strong stuff. And of course,
floating, man.
Yeah, of course he does it correctly.
When I said I didn't have aces, you know, probably he ain't got kings then.
Yeah, you can't have kings, so it must have been queens.
have I ever played poker high? Okay, I'm going to answer this one as we approach the end. So in one of these games that I was playing in a long time ago, one of the guys in the game, I've already talked about this, so I don't care about repeating it. Name's Prahlad Friedman. Many of you may know him, poker legend, one of like the first guys to crush online a long time ago. And the whole group agrees to just get hammered, drunk, and play. So we're all nice and hammered. And Prahlad has this like huge vial of like liquid weed, you know? And Prahlad's quite a hustler. Let's leave it at that. And he goes, hey, Garrett, like, he goes, dude, if you have like some weed while you're drunk, man, it makes it like that much more fun, like whatever, you know? And I'm just like such an idiot and I'm so drunk. And like, I think this story kind of exemplifies sort of how I like, what a mess like I kind of was in general at this time in my life. I'm like, sure thing. So he hands me this like big vial and I go, so I just take like a little bit, right? He goes, nah, man, go ahead, rip the whole thing. You're a big guy, you can take it, right? So I just ripped this whole vial, and like after that, like minutes later, I'm just like catatonic, right? Like I can like barely move. So like I don't even, like I black out. So I don't even remember like if I was playing any hands or how much I lost, but like I like wasn't on earth. And like I kept having to go to the bathroom to like try to puke, and it was just like this total disaster.
And were you guys were, I assume, playing
huge. 500 1K equivalent.
Yeah.
Huge. Like, and so finally after a couple hours, like I didn't want to quit because even though like I was like literally like basically like paralyzed, like I still like knew these games are insane, but there was no way I was doing anything but losing huge in this game at this point, like huge. And so finally after like going to the bathroom 5 times, like not being able to see my cards, I end up just like quitting. And of course I can't drive either, so I call my now wife to pick me up. And I mean, it was just an embarrassing moment. She had to pick me up, and I'm just like a mess. And you know, here I am, like she knows this is like an incredibly important game for our future. And instead I'm just like dead, just so messed up off booze and weed. And so, yes, many times I used to play poker drunk, extremely drunk, etc. But very rarely have I played outrageously high and drunk, and that was the result with catastrophic consequences.
So it's safe to say you practice avoidance moving forward.
I should, yeah.
After the stream is over, stay tuned for a brand new video with the poker brat himself, Phil Hellmuth. Just let the credits roll and then let the video queue up. I'm told it's an excellent clip. He played on the stream last night. He played on the casino floor today. DJ Washburn is just in there a lot.
Looks like this hand has to be over.
Yeah.
Washburn, yeah, I mean, he's been a lot of fun to watch. I suspect he already is or will be a fan favorite with all the action putting in there, but I don't know when we're wrapping up, probably really soon, but I mean.
That was probably the last hand.
Yeah, this has been a lot of fun. I really enjoyed myself. You know, I told Ryan I'd hop in for a couple hours, and honestly, I've just been having so much fun. I wanted to stick it out and
come back anytime, man.
Ride with you guys the whole way. So here's the chip counts. I'll let Billy take it from here. Guys, thanks for hanging with me today. A lot of fun.
60% VPIP for Eli. Sammy's right there. That's pretty strong. You can see who the most aggressive was before the flop. Eli. KGB, the big winner, followed by Sammy. Eli books a small win. Not too much blood on this Tuesday night. Thanks for joining us. Stay tuned for a brand new video with the poker brat, Phil Hellmuth. We will be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. Pacific. Thursday, we have Bart Hansen playing. Friday, Garrett Adelstein will be at that table you're looking at now, and he will be controlling some pots. Peace.